Play animal video. Have you got one?
Yeah, let's play that hippo video I sent you.
It's right here.
You'll instantly get age gated.
Those are brutal. This video just shows you that.
Look, I would rather be killed by a hippo than fucking a pack of wild dogs. You know where they rip into you first while you're still alive?
Like your stomach, isn't it?
Your asshole.
Oh,
it's
great.
the quickest way inside of something. They rip your asshole open. So they grab your asshole and they fucking go to you apart and then rip your organs out that way.
Epic.
Yeah. Because they don't have the fucking teeth to like do a fucking throat kill like a fucking...
True.
They literally rip you apart.
I'm filming.
They're friends.
It's funny that the dog knows that it can't go in there, but it's trying anyway. Oh, that one.
So that's why it wasn't really like charging the dogs when they were pulling the deer, because it was stuck in the mud and it couldn't really do it.
No, I think he's just chilling. I think that hippo's fine.
Nah, I think he's stuck.
In the day's other headlines, just hours
after baby hippo, no, it's a deer.
On gun-related charges, President Biden addressed gun safety in a Washington speech today. The president is looking to draw a line between himself and his rival, Donald Trump, on the issue of gun control ahead of the November.
Well, you're going to have to work pretty hard, Biden, because Donald Trump passed more gun control than fucking Obama did. So
yeah.
Election. At an every town.
Well, this is just their pretend thing. This is their pretend thing, right?
Every town. Ugh. They're as bad as mums demand action.
So Biden and the Dems, gun control is their pretend thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, meanwhile, the Republicans pass more gun control than them.
Uh-huh.
Right? Just like how the Republicans pretend to be good on the border, but really fucking worsen illegal migration and fuck up the systems to make it harder.
Mm-hmm.
Biden took aim at Trump's lack of action on the issue when the former president was in office.
Are you serious?
Oh, look, mums demand action. Fuck
What do you mean? What do you mean lack of action when Trump was in office?
Funny. This is actually hysterical.
What is it? You can't come on. You can't just be making shit up like this.
By guns than cancer and car accidents combined. My predecessor told the NRA convention.
Cancer and car accidents combined. I don't know about that, Chief. I'm going to look that up for later.
He's proud that, quote, I did nothing on guns when I was president. And by doing nothing, he made the situation.
He didn't do nothing.
For his part, Trump has vowed to roll back any gun control advances made during Biden. His
than cancer and car accidents
was in office.
More children are killed in America by guns than cancer and car accidents.
Okay,
combined.
more children.
Okay, more children? Sure. But even then, disingenuous argument for the banning of guns. Isn't it crime prevention? Isn't that what you've always been talking about? It's about not letting criminals get guns. Now it's just about
see, he's signaling around school shootings.
Of course he is, even though they're down this year, and Americans are down in general compared to the globe.
He's not going to do shit.
No, I know. I'm just addressing the fact that he's lying. And so are both of these organizations, by the way, notorious liars. About as reliable as
the NRA and Moms Demand Action?
NRA, Mums Demand Action, Every Town for Gun Control, all of those, they're all the same.
Was unable to land at Mzuzu International Airport amid bad weather. The president announced on state TV today that the aircraft's wreckage was found in thick forests with no survivors. Chilimo was first elected vice president in 2014. He was 51 years old. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky drummed up military and financial support from European leaders today at the start of a two-day conference in Berlin. Host nation Germany promised to give Kyiv new air defense systems, and Italy pledged $150 million to rebuild Ukraine's energy infrastructure.
Italy, you don't
often
have that
targeted in
money.
Russian strikes. The World Bank estimates that Ukraine will need $500 billion over 10 years to rebuild. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz played up Ukraine's bid for EU membership in making his pitch to the conference for more aid.
The reconstruction of the country will require massive investment. As a reminder, we are talking about the reconstruction of a future member state of the European Union.
All this comes ahead of an international peace conference in Switzerland this weekend.
I mean, it can't be
Nearly
worse than
90
Greece,
countries
right?
are set to attend. Russia was not invited.
What?
Russia was not invited. I said it can't be worse than Greece, right?
Maybe.
Rebuilding. Bounce you
Surely
back.
not. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
That's a joke.
China has arrested a suspect in the stabbing of 4 Americans on Monday in what police believe was a random attack. Officials say the 55-year-old suspect attacked the victims after colliding with them in a public park. Their injuries are not life-threatening.
Is this the stabbings in China?
Whoa, don't pause on it, buddy.
Threatening. A Chinese tourist was also
Did they get him with
wounded
the
in
grabbies,
the
the man grabbies?
The victims.
I don't know what that is.
They have the fucking claws that they come out with. It's like the fucking they're like, you know, the grabbers that people use
like the chompers,
but they're like giant
chompers.
ones that they'll run up and catch people
like
in.
the dino chompers.
Yeah, but they use them for people.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Maybe.
Were instructors from Iowa's Cornell College who were teaching at a Chinese university in Jilin.
Yeah, all targeted foreigner attack, which is unsurprising to say the least.
China's foreign ministry said the incident wouldn't affect
babies.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there was also that potential mass shooting a few months ago that they quietened it up very, very quickly. So we still don't know much about that. I don't think we ever will.
Exchanges between the two countries.
Engaging in U.S.-China people-to-people exchanges is in line with both sides' interests. China has always taken effective measures and will continue to take such measures to earnestly protect the safety of all foreigners in China.
The U.S. State Department says it's in touch with local authorities about the attack and is monitoring the situation. A federal judge ruled that the Florida law restricting gender-affirming medical care is unconstitutional. The 2023 law blocked transgender minors from receiving treatment like puberty blockers and hormones. It also limited the options for transgender adults to be treated. Senior Judge Robert Hinkle wrote, transgender opponents are not free to discriminate against transgender individuals just for being transgender. Governor Ron DeSantis said his office will appeal the decision.
Baby.
Why are you gay?
Because he's hiding so good right now.
Johnson & Johnson has agreed to pay $700 million to settle an investigation by 42 states into its marketing of baby powder and other talc-based products. The deal resolves charges that the company told consumers the products were safe while knowing they had links to cancer. In a statement, Colorado's Attorney General, who is among the plaintiffs, said, quote, today's settlement sends a message that we will hold.
About the stabbing or the shooting?
Companies accountable for their deceptive and harmful conduct. Johnson & Johnson did not admit to any wrongdoing. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended mixed ahead of Wednesday's inflation data and Federal Reserve meeting. The Dow Jones Industrial Average.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad have submitted a formal response to a United Nations ceasefire proposal for the Gaza Strip. A Hamas spokesperson said the group's priority is to bring a complete stop to Israel's assault on Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has yet to respond publicly to the U.S.-backed ceasefire resolution, which was approved by the UN General Assembly Monday. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Tuesday Netanyahu had, quote, reaffirmed his commitment to the proposal, unquote. This comes as Israel continues its unrelenting assault on the Gaza Strip. Among the latest attacks was an airstrike on a home in Gaza City's Zaytun neighborhood earlier today that killed at least 6 people. In Jordan, world leaders and top aid officials gathered Tuesday for an emergency humanitarian summit on Gaza. They were joined by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
Excellencies, the horror must stop.
The horror.
It's high time for a ceasefire, along with the unconditional release of hostages. I welcome the peace initiative recently outlined by President Biden and urge all parties to seize this opportunity and come to an agreement.
A new report by a UN independent human rights body finds both Israel and Palestinian armed groups have committed war crimes since Hamas's surprise attack on October 7th. The damning UN report accuses Israel of using starvation as a method of warfare, forcible transfer, and intentionally directing attacks against civilians. It calls
forcible transfer. They're getting them with the transfer as well.
Calls on Israeli leaders to immediately end attacks, resulting in the killing and maiming of civilians in Gaza. End the siege, implement a ceasefire, and to pay reparations. The report also calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas. On Tuesday,
what about the hostages held by Israel? The thousands of Palestinians.
Okay, whatever.
How is that not in the ceasefire, though? Like, how is that not in the deal that there's, like, an exchange there? It seems kind of ridiculous. Because obviously, the majority of those people would have been arrested for arbitrary reasons. I'm just assuming. I'm sure there are actual, like, people who have done crimes as well that they've got, but at the end of the day, fuck you. Who the fuck are you to take them prisoner?
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin congratulated Israel's military chief over Saturday's raid on Nuseirat refugee camp, which freed 4 Israeli hostages. His call to Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant came as the United Nations top human rights office said Israel likely committed war crimes during the operation, which killed at least 274 Palestinians. 64 children were among the dead. Nearly 700 others were wounded. Jeremy Lawrence, spokesperson for the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, said Israel's actions have left human rights workers deeply shocked.
Hundreds of Palestinians, many of them civilians, were reportedly killed and injured. The manner in which the raid was conducted in such a densely populated area seriously calls into question whether the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, as set out under the laws of war, were respected by the Israeli forces.
Israel's military says it killed a senior commander of Hezbollah during an assault on southern Lebanon Tuesday. Talib Abdallah is among the most senior Hezbollah officials killed since cross-border fighting between Israel and Hezbollah escalated 8 months ago. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed 6 Palestinians during a military raid on the town of Kafr Dan. Among those killed was the brother of a 12-year-old child who was killed by Israeli forces in Jenin 2 years ago. In Washington, D.C., peace activists with Code Pink disrupted a public address Tuesday by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He was speaking at the American Jewish Community's Global Forum.
Yeah, fuck Sullivan.
Thank you for being here with us today. We know
Jake Sullivan,
how much?
Imagine protesting the guy who does fucking nothing.
Because it's Code Pink.
Keep dead is not self-defense. Jake Sullivan, you are a war criminal.
Code Pink activists Olivia Danucci and Medea Benjamin were quickly removed from the venue. Their protest came a day after officers with the Federal Protective Service fired a salvo of pepper ball rounds to clear demonstrators who'd erected a tent encampment outside a San Francisco federal building.
So I went over with my brothers and we were playing Baldur's Gate.
Elsewhere,
right? And so like we just did this quest where the granny is like got this girl and she's fattening her up and we're like, oh, this is like a witch trying to fatten up this girl, right? And she even transforms into a witch and it's a really cool fight. Like there's illusions that you have to find and like run through like invisible walls and stuff. And you finally fight her at the end. And it's like, that's what she is, a hag.
Yes.
She's got children in her basement fattening them up right now.
Yesterday, President Joe Biden was interrupted by a protester who accused him of being complicit in genocide.
The main reason I'm here to say, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. No.
Good job, Joe
President
Biden.
Biden was speaking at a Washington, D.C. conference hosted by Everytown for Gun Safety. As the protester was led away, the crowd chanted 4 more years.
Like, that's so cringe. Fucking libs, shut up.
Folks, it's okay. Look, they care.
We care about kids. 15,000 kids have died. Boo! Good job, guys. Great. great
Yeah, yes, and why likes Baldur's Gate. I don't know if how much video games he plays, but I'm sure many in Hamas fucking play shit like dumb stuff like Warzone and Fork Knife.
I'm sure they do. Like, they would have to have that stuff down there, right?
Innocent children have been lost. They make a full point.
The protest during President Biden's remarks on gun violence came just hours after a jury in Wilmington, Delaware, found his son, Hunter Biden, guilty of 3 felony charges for illegally purchasing a gun at a time when he was using drugs. Hunter Biden becomes the first child of a sitting U.S. president to be found guilty of a crime. Special counsel David Weiss spoke after the verdict.
This case was about the illegal choices defendant made while in the throes of addiction, his choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun, and the choice to then possess that gun.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Second, no one in this country is above the law. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, even this defendant.
A date for a sentencing hearing has not been set. Hunter Biden faces up to 25 years in prison, though a strict sentence is unlikely, and Biden could avoid jail entirely. In the Gulf of Aden, at least 49 people have drowned and 140 others are missing after a boat carrying African asylum seekers sank off the coast of
Of course.
At least 6
trying to
children are
Google
among
this
the dead.
gets me
The
fucking
refugees
bullshit.
have been fleeing violence, poverty, and the impacts of climate change in the Horn of Africa.
The
The
first
UN's
result
International
is
Organization for
Israeli-Palestinian conflict in video games. No. I said, what video games does Hamas play?
Was it Google?
Yes.
Yeah, that is Google's trash.
Reports nearly 100,000 asylum seekers arrived in Yemen last year, many of them bound for Saudi Arabia and other wealthier nations. That's more than triple the number who made the perilous crossing just 2 years prior.
It's also... Wait, did they say 100,000? It's a quarter of what Europe's taken in.
Malawi's vice president and 9 members of his entourage have been confirmed dead after their plane crashed in a mountainous region of the southern African nation. Saulos Chilima had served as Malawi's vice president since 2020 and was expected to challenge incumbent President Lazarus Chakwera in elections scheduled for next year. The Biden administration's lifted a ban on arms shipments to the Ukrainian military unit known as the Azov Brigade, a former militia with ties to far-right hate groups.
Hang on.
The State Department said
It doesn't exist anymore. What are you talking about? It got dissolved into the third...
They're the 3rd Assault
Brigade.
Battalion.
Yeah.
There is no Azov
A thorough
Brigade.
review turned up no evidence the brigade's members have committed human rights abuses. The Azov Brigade was founded in 2014 by a self-avowed neo-Nazi and white supremacist. Meanwhile, delegates from 90...
And why were they founded? Can we answer that question, please? Can we address the fact that they were founded to challenge Russian Nazis that were bust into the area and displace them?
The biggest Nazis are the fucking Russia Corps. That's the Ukrainian side Russia Corps.
Mm.
They literally said that they're going to fucking attack people at Pride inside Ukraine.
Insane.
And they're fighting for Ukraine. Because they're so upset that Pride exists in Ukraine. Because they're that fascist.
Insane.
The nations are set to gather in Switzerland this weekend for a Ukraine peace summit, though Russia and key nations, including China, will not be participating. Swiss President Viola Amherd on Monday outlined the summit's goals.
We want to discuss ways for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. We want to develop a common understanding for a possible framework to reach this goal, and we want to decide on a schedule together, how both parties can be tied into a future peace process.
The pharmaceutical giant Johnson & Johnson has agreed to pay $700 million to settle lawsuits brought by more than 40 state attorneys general over its asbestos-laced talcum powder, which has been linked to cancer. As part of the settlement, J&J will permanently end the production, sale, and marketing of all products containing talcum powder. In 2018, a Reuters investigation found the pharmaceutical giant knew as early as 1971 that some of its talcum powder contained dangerous levels of asbestos, but covered up its findings about the deadly carcinogen. And a federal judge in Tallahassee has struck down Florida's ban on gender-affirming care for minors, ruling the law unconstitutional. U.S. District Judge Robert Hinkle also struck down a provision that erects barriers to adults seeking transition
It's all
care.
the baby shit that ends up
105-page
having
order
lead and
handed
shit
down
in it.
Tuesday.
It's so wild.
Yeah.
The judge writes, quote, "In time, discrimination against transgender individuals will diminish, just as racism and misogyny have diminished. To paraphrase a civil rights advocate from an earlier time, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice," he wrote. The legislation was signed by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis last year. DeSantis has promised to appeal the ruling. And those.
So wait, what was which law was it?
Get in the bucket.
Okay.
U.S. District Judge Robert Hinkle also struck down a provision that a local judge in Tallahassee has struck down Florida's ban on gender-affirming care for minors, ruling the law unconstitutional. U.S. District Judge.
Based.
In the day's other headlines, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives voted this afternoon.
What are the Republicans going to do? Be anti-Constitution?
You like the stick.
You know what, though? They probably would. They would probably mount an anti-Constitution argument just because it protects trans people.
Contempt of Congress. The measure passed by a vote of 216 to 207. At issue was Garland's refusal to hand over audio recordings of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur about his handling of classified documents. Prior to the vote, Republican lawmakers laid out why they wanted the audio.
The audio recordings are necessary to adequately evaluate special counsel Hur's assessment about President Biden's memory and to determine whether the DOJ
oh my God, they're still going on about this.
Tiered application of justice by refusing to indict Joe Biden.
In response, the Attorney General issued a statement saying, quote, "It is deeply disappointing that this House of Representatives has turned a serious congressional authority into a partisan weapon." The U.S. piled on new sanctions against Russia ahead of tomorrow's start of the G7 summit in Italy. The latest package targets Chinese companies that help Russia's war in Ukraine and institutions who do business with sanctioned Russian firms. More than 300 new sanctions will affect over $100 million in trade between Russia and suppliers of its war effort.
Great.
At the summit, G7 leaders are also expected to work on turning frozen Russian assets into direct aid for Ukraine. As the U.S. widens its sanctions against Russia, Moscow has dispatched naval vessels to carry out exercises near Cuba. Russian warships sailed into Havana Bay earlier today.
It looks like a fishing boat. Is that a Russian warship?
Pathetic.
Wow.
Expected to remain there until next week. A nuclear-powered submarine is part of the fleet, but
Oh my God, it's nuclear-powered.
It's not even a ballistic sub.
Oh my God.
It's not even a fucking ballistic sub. Are you kidding me?
This is the same dumb shit. Granted, it could still be a ballistic sub. This is the same dumb shit.
Look at that. That's not a ballistic
the
sub.
opposition, like the opposition to AUKUS is based on the same dumb supposition that nuclear-powered means nuclear missiles.
What class submarine? I'll check if it's ballistic. It doesn't. That's too small to be ballistic.
I would think so. Yeah.
Next week. A nuclear-powered submarine is part of the fleet, but U.S. officials say the ships carry no nuclear weapons. A State Department spokesperson described such port calls as routine, but added that Russian exercises have ratcheted up because of U.S. support for Ukraine.
It's literally,
Maryland,
it's literally the
the
biggest nothing story that could ever be nothing.
Yeah. It's so funny as well. Because what is Russia going to do? What are they going to do? America could take down probably Russia's entire navy with half of their fleet, with the other half dealing with China. Like, there's no contest.
It looks like
America's navy.
So that other thing is supposed to be a frigate with long-range attack missiles.
Okay.
What does that mean? Anti-ship, ground missiles, like what kind of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles? What is an attack missile?
Will soon return to normal levels. The channel fully reopened earlier this week, nearly 3 months after the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed.
3 months.
collapse halted maritime traffic. Today, with the
Anti-ship
port
and
as its
land attack
backdrop,
weapons.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore thanked.
Well, it's unclear what they used during Tuesday's test fire. They both can field 1,000 mile range.
Well, the funniest thing about
so 1,000 mile range land attack missile.
Okay.
And then, oh my god, this thing is called the Oinks anti-ship missile. And the 3M-22 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship cruise missiles.
Hypersonic? Doubt it.
Sure.
Their submarines. There's also the funny fact that with Finland and Sweden now in NATO, the entire Baltic Sea, they can't even get through there without NATO knowing their subs are leaving. So yeah, Russia's fucked. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, but all of Russia's nuclear weapons, or basically all of them, from what I'm aware of, are in like that little section right next to Finland, above St. Petersburg. Seems interesting.
So their one missile is literally a ripoff of the Tomahawk.
That's funny.
Then that's on the sub. The sub has rip-off Tomahawks.
Everyone involved in its reopening.
Many said it would take multiple months for us to get to this point. Some said even up to a year. Well, Maryland, this team did the unimaginable by many. And instead of 11 months.
Oh, look, the one lady has a pink high-vis vest. Go her.
We got this thing done in 11 weeks.
Now officials say they hope to rebuild the bridge, which could come with a price tag of nearly $2 billion.
Epic.
They're aiming to complete the job by the year 2028. The Southern Baptist Convention narrowly rejected a measure today to include in its constitution a ban on churches with women pastors. The proposal fell just short of the supermajority needed to pass. The result reverses a preliminary vote last year in favor of the ban. One pastor said, quote, "We have shown the mechanisms we currently have are sufficient to deal with this question." According to the denomination's official doctrine,
imagine if the entire Southern Baptist Church was just like, all women, fuck yourselves, you're now under us. You can no longer hold these positions because we deem it so. What a joke. I would still, if I was a woman in this organization, leave immediately. The fact that it was that close, leave. That is not a place that is friendly for you.
Pastor is already limited to men. The Oklahoma Supreme Court has dismissed a lawsuit from the last known survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. 109-year-old Leslie Benningfield Randall and Viola Fletcher, who's 110, were seeking reparations for the destruction of the once thriving black district known as Black Wall Street. The plaintiffs cited Oklahoma's public nuisance law in arguing that the actions of a white mob in 1921 continue to affect the city today. As many as 300 black Tulsans were killed and thousands of survivors were forced for a time into internment camps overseen by the National Guard. Today, a 9-member court upheld a district judge's decision last year.
109, 110 years old. They're like, I'm going to live way over expectations just so you can go fuck yourself. And still fighting to get repaid for what happened. Wild.
Saying that the plaintiff's grievances, while legitimate, do not apply to the statute. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped 35 points to close at 38,712. The NASDAQ jumped 264 points to close at a record for the third straight day.
I love finance.
Here are some key takeaways.
Hold on. I'm reading Submarine.
From the European Parliament election. Number one, the fire.
Oh, wait. Before we do this. Share this one.
Claire, would you have a word with us? How are you
No
feeling?
interest in talking to me for 5 years, so I've no interest in talking to you.
See your Free Assange shirt?
So
look at her literally dodging.
Yeah.
When she saw the press
Very
come
funny.
together.
She's sprinting out of there. She does not want to be there. Hilarious.
Has increased its number of seats in the European Parliament, probably around a quarter.
The
Bro,
best
she
thing.
literally fucking went to hang out with the PMF. I can't believe I just learned that the other day. I didn't know she did that.
Of the members will be from various far-right parties. So now the question is, how are they going to use their influence in the chamber? Number two, huge election coming up in France. As a result of these elections, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has called a national parliamentary election. His centrist party, Renaissance, got trounced by the far right. So now we're going to see, is there going to be a far-right government in France, a so-called cohabitation between the far right of Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Macron, who will continue as president? The European Union has some very ambitious climate goals in terms of cutting carbon emissions. Many of those policies are already set, but some will come up for review. So we will see if the far right is able to influence, perhaps dilute some of those policies. And then in terms of support for Ukraine, I don't see any immediate impact. That is mainly a matter for national governments inside the EU, but there is a move to try and get
What
EU
does
governments
far
to
right
collaborate
mean?
more on defense projects.
You're not going to get an
Are
answer.
they fascist?
To spend more on European military
Are
equipment.
they like
Again, it'll be interesting
Orban?
to see
Like,
if
what is
far-right
far
parties
right?
are able to have some influence there.
Are they anti-EU? Is that what far right is now? Like, if you're anti-establishment
political
within the establishment, like, what does that mean?
Were racing on Monday to field candidates in a snap election, President Emmanuel Macron visited a site left abandoned after a massacre carried out by the Nazis during World War II. There, Macron and his German counterpart vowed to continue reconciliation efforts between France and Germany.
There is the courage of the generations who experienced it, and there must be the same courage and the same determination of their grandchildren.
The engagement comes a day after European Parliament elections that saw gains by the far right, and
What
a
does
shock
that
decision
mean?
by Macron to call a snap election. It's a roll of the dice on his political future and could offer the far right a shot at real
What is
power.
far right?
Macron's stature has been diminished since he lost his absolute majority in parliament 2 years ago. Discussing the snap election call, a source close to Macron said there was a chance he could win back a majority by taking everyone by surprise. But they added that if Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally, or
course there's a
RN,
chance.
does take over, the gamble is that the next 3 years would demonstrate their incompetence to voters and undermine their bid for the presidency in 2027. That option, the source said, is not without risk. The vote is likely to revolve around discontent with Macron's style of power, cost of living, and immigration policies. But it will also be about whether the RN can be trusted to run a major European government. Here's her vice president and the mayor of Perpignan, Louis Alliou.
Yes, I think we're ready. I really do. I think we're ready.
Radical take. France can't be worse. They're still defending imperialism today. Cracking down on riots in territories nowhere fucking near them.
You mean doing imperialism, not defending?
Doing imperialism. Well, it's defending their imperial. Really. Imperium.
Look at my boys still eating their sticks.
So, like, at this point, what is Marine Le Pen going to do that's worse than what Macron's doing?
Do you share my tweets and do an Instagram post?
I did the Instagram.
Go share my tweets.
And tomorrow, if the day after the 7th of July, there is a majority, either from the RN or in coalition with others, we will very quickly be able to get France moving again.
Among policies put forward by RN, the party has proposed high public spending, despite already significant debt levels. It also wants to expel more migrants, restrict childcare benefits to French citizens, and give French nationals preference and access to social housing and jobs. There is no certainty the RN will end up with enough seats to run the government. Other scenarios include a wide-ranging coalition of mainstream parties. But even if the RN did score a majority, Macron would remain president for 3 more years and still be in charge of defense and foreign policy. He would, however, lose the power to set the domestic agenda. Political parties in France don't have long to prepare. The election will take place in 2 rounds on June 30th.
Okay. So now we get to see why the far right is
Yeah, this is the good news. You're not looking forward to the content for every single person who used to be a part of the GDR voting for AFD. You underestimate the power of European racism. No, I don't. I talk about it pretty consistently, actually. Jesus.
Belgian Prime Minister Alexander De Croo has suffered a crushing defeat in the country's general elections, with his liberal Open VLD party managing less than 7% of the vote.
Wij liberalen, wij zijn strijdvaardig. En we zijn weerbaar.
En ik ben ervan overtuigd, wij zullen er opnieuw staan. Ik heb de voorbije weken
Is that a
ongelooflijk
real
veel
language?
jong talent gezien.
Fake language.
En ik
Hate
ben
is
hoopvol.
Despite polls predicting that the far-right anti-immigration Vlaams Belang party will become the main political force.
Yeah, this is the good news over there in Belgium. It's that the regular right and not the far right ended up prevailing. Genuinely, like,
what does that
incredibly
mean?
embarrassing. Look at how little this guy has done. I look up this guy's Wikipedia page, political views and ideology. Like the majority of party leaders in Belgium, he's in favor of greater limits on the political power of the Belgian monarch. That is it. That's it. Literally, the entirety of his political views and ideology section is he believes this thing that basically everyone else believes in his country. Cool. Like, what are your politics, man? What do you believe in? You're the PM. You've been PM for 4 years. Of course, you won't find anything in the English article. I feel like if this guy had done anything meaningful, then he would have, like, something of note, perhaps. Like, I don't need to go to German Wikipedia to find interesting stuff about Germany. Belgium's the smallest country. Okay, fine. All right, what's your language? Flemish? Are we Flemish enjoyers? What language? Dutch? The waffle one? French? Dutch and French. Okay. Okay, there's more in French. French, we're translating to English. Exercise of power. COVID-19. Tax deduction to companies' electric vehicles. Extend 2 nuclear reactors. Adopted a law to make the labor market more flexible. Employees will have the possibility, provided their company agrees, to move to a 4-day work week. Wait, what? Employees will have the possibility, provided their company agrees, to move to a 4-day work week. Provided their company agrees. Why do you need a law for that? The problem is the company agreeing. I'm sorry, did the state prevent companies from having a 4-day work week before? Like, wait, this is literally the government saying, yeah, if your company wants to give you a 4-day work week, then they can. I didn't know the law prevented that beforehand. In return, their working days will be extended for a duration of 9.5 hours. Yeah. The law also makes working hours between 8 p.m. and midnight more flexible, which will no longer be considered as night work and will not give rise to any compensation. Oh, great. The government is now making it legal to have a 4-day work week. Also, you no longer are legally given higher compensation for working from 8 p.m. to midnight. Cool, thank you. Really, like, hey guys, we should consider adopting a 4-day work week. And then they're like, okay, we'll make it legal to do it, but
is this a right-wing policy that he's talking about? Or like,
what does right wing mean?
Like, in the context that they're talking about, I don't give a shit about the semantics.
I don't.
The retards are using left and right wing. We have to use tard speak.
Yeah, well, nothing about this sounds right wing to me, so
that's what I'm thinking. So what the fuck? That's why I'm confused. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Almost like
in
you
exchange,
call
we'll
them
reduce
right
overtime
wing
pay.
or left wing.
Yeah, is that it? That's the only like meaningful policy that I can see. Great.
Right-wing nationalist New Flemish Alliance.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Hold on. Flemish elections. Let's take a look at the far right.
Just say nationalist.
The Flemish elections. Here we go. Vlaams Belang. You know what? You know why these guys made major gains and the Liberals lost? Because these guys actually believe in something. I'm not joking. This is the problem you're going to keep running into over and over and over and over and over again. Liberals administrate with no real vision of what they want in the future, no political imagination. They just sit there and do nothing. Meanwhile, you know, the public gets increasingly disillusioned with moderate rule, and then some lunatic far right guys show up and they're like, you know why everything's bad? Brown people, we're going to take action. We're going to do shit. Let's go. And that makes the difference.
It is the excuse they use.
You're licking your foot? You're done licking your foot? Walking this way? It means I got to open the door. Low information voters are as much of a problem in Europe as they are in America. This is true. I mean, it's just like the Democrats are a do-nothing party. And I feel like the Democrats are still a lot more active in their policy making and in their rhetoric than a lot of liberal parties in...
Bro, it's fucking Belgium.
In Europe. It's crazy. Anyway, these are the far-right nationalists. So they self-describe as center-right, of course. Belgium has compulsory voting. Probably good. The direct predecessor of the Vlaams Belang is the Vlaams Blok. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Ideology. Flemish nationalism. They want Dutch to be the only official language. Anti-immigration. Repatriation of immigrants who reject, deny, or combat Flemish culture, as well as certain European values, including freedom of expression and equality between men and women. Oh, I'm sure they're very committed to that position. Great replacement theory. The Dutch thing is huge because half the country speaks French. Anti-Islam. Pro-Israel. Okay, well, these guys can't be super duper far right if they're pro-Israel, right? Anti-same-sex marriage. I mean, at least these guys have some kind of
They're
plan.
nationalist.
Crazy. Liberals. These are the conservatives that now lead the coalition, and they claim to be center-right. They've got a big old Wikipedia page.
Yeah, because
a
they're
big old
conservative.
Wikipedia page. Look at that. Look at that. They're pro-EU, pro-green energy. What even makes them conservative? Tell me.
Sounds
More strict
moderate to
immigration
me.
policies. Okay.
Yeah.
Integration contract for immigrants to learn Dutch, undergo values and social skills test before receiving Belgian citizenship. Critical multiculturalism. It's all immigration. It's all immigration. That's the whole. It's the only thing anyone cares about.
Brain rot.
The party has generally been supportive of LGBT rights. Yeah, it's literally just immigration.
The
They even said the far right party had recently dropped.
The nation state brain rot has chipped away at everyone's common sense, and now immigration is the biggest issue in the world. It's fucking so stupid.
Their campaign against gay marriage. It's like, yeah, it's
You know
all
what would
Islam. It's
stop
all
fucking immigration, not waging wars, not fucking with people's countries so they destabilize. Yeah, that would probably help. You know, being able to live in a country that's stable with a government, not even a
Totally
government,
out of our common sense.
some kind of societal structure is all you need, really. And then very outside forces always fucking it up. So who's really to blame?
it's all that shit. That's all. That's all.
I can
They're
tell
also
you.
free market economic liberals. Well, let them have fun.
First place with an expected 22%.
We have
Flamsland came in second, taking 17.5% of the vote.
But it's important nowadays to give Flanders.
So this is Vlaams Belang. This is the far right. This guy's suit looks like
Stop!
absolute horrendous dog shit.
He's
my
the
God.
nationalist.
It looks like it's
God
wet. It looks
damn
like
it.
somebody soaked him with a hose before he came in here. Is that even a sport jacket? Wearing a navy suit top with mid-wash jeans in the bottom, white button.
Oh my God! Foss
Insane.
talking about people's
Genuinely
outfits.
psycho shit. I'm not. I no
The
respect for
worst
this
thing
guy.
that ever happened
Listen,
was
okay,
him
the
fucking
National
cutting off
Social-
his greasy ass mohawk ponytail and fucking putting on a button-up shirt. I swear to God.
At least it's an ethos. I will excuse it. The terrible drip, I will not.
Nationalist New
up.
Flemish Alliance retained first place with an expected 22%. Flams Belang came in second, taking 17.5% of the vote.
What was his name?
But it's important nowadays.
I think
to
that's
give
where.
Flanders-
What a
think
fucking
that's
dumbass
that's
name.
the party name.
But it's important. Belang came in second, taking 17.5% place with an expected 22%.
I will not.
Nationalist New Flemish Alliance retained first place with an expected 22%. Flams Belang came in second, taking 17.5% of the vote.
Flams Belang?
That's just
wear
Dutch. Dutch be a goofy ass language.
Direction. Belgium
Trucker
is the
jacket,
past,
man.
Flanders is the future. The Flemish people need a new government.
Hi,
which is
everybody.
Flemish and is right.
Sunday's results will result in complex
Hey
negotiations
man, it sounds
to
like
form
you're not
coalitions in a
speaking
country
Flemish.
divided by language
Sounds like
and
you're
deep
speaking
regional
English.
identities.
That language
Well, on the
isn't
plus side, we don't
recognized.
need to worry about this too much because Belgium is a deeply irrelevant country on the world.
I
stage.
argue
No
the horse
offense-
thing is
no
the
offense
horse
to
thing is
my-
worse
my-
than him
my
cutting his
Flemish
greasy
homies, but,
ponytail
you know,
off.
let's be real here, okay? We're talking about the Isle of Malta. As a Belgian, you. Oh, that's what's wrong with you, Subs and Soda. I've been wondering.
Flams Belang has so far been blocked from entering government as mainstream parties
Flams
from
Belang,
power over a
okay.
cordon sanitaire
Yeah, it's a
doctrine.
V.
That refers to the protective barrier put in place to stop the spread of infectious diseases.
Okay, nice. Anyway, yeah, I wouldn't be too worried. Why does it never stay like that? I want it to be like that. In Belgium, it's already progressive. When the Flemish and Walloons aren't actively trying to kill each other, you can't expect them to be able to live along any other ethnicities. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really sorry about this one, guys. I hope this doesn't incite any discourse. But after that pro-caliphate rally in Germany, I'm wondering, especially for a small country like Belgium, how bad it would be to have, like, I don't know, some kind of values test on immigrants. On one hand, I know, because I'm not stupid, I know that if you give a right-wing government the ability to have some kind of like values test, the values test is going to be like, what's your skin color? And on the other hand, I do feel like there's some reasonable argument that you could make where like it would be okay to not let a person into the country if they're literally like a Hitlerite but Islamic. I don't think Belgium is like meaningfully suffering from this in any actual capacity. It's like an overblown issue. It
Yes,
does make me wonder what you're
that's
supposed
all
to
of
do though, in
Europe.
the immediate sense when it
Bro,
comes to like,
okay.
I don't know, not
Vosh,
necessarily.
do you know how immigration works?
No, he doesn't.
Like if they have to go through an asylum process, and if they're granted asylum, then they're granted an asylum. So like if that person who's like fucking crazy and radical can show that they're, I mean, look at all the Muslim Brotherhood that fucking left Syria and went to Britain and shit, you know? You know, like those, like there's tons of guys that were like a little more radical that came from the Syria revolution.
Yep.
But remember what I said? Protecting your culture as it exists is pussy cuckold shit. Protecting like some good values in your culture is, however, worthwhile. The main issue, honestly, is that if you had a value test like that, it would never be applied equally. It would never be applied equally, right?
What are you
Because it's
talking-
like,
I don't
okay, we
understand
only want
what
people
is
immigrating
happening
if they
right
believe
now.
in very basic like Western values like freedom of speech.
He's justifying his own racism, is what's happening.
I don't understand what value.
He said that they should implement an immigrant values test. That's what this has spawned.
I mean, I don't know about fucking Belgium, but like you definitely have to like parrot American values when you take your citizenship test.
That's a citizenship though.
Yeah.
That's different. This is just to get into the country. They should sit down and take a values test. That's fucking ridiculous.
Inequality and blah blah blah. Okay, and then it's like, this blocks like half of Islamic migrants, and then a bunch of white Hitlerites come in. A bunch of AFD dudes are like, yeah, we don't believe in any of that, and they just come right in because, like, in practice, you know, this shit always just ends up being like a race check, right? It's like the literacy protesting.
AFD is in the EU. They can.
I'm just perplexed how he spun himself into this.
AFD can just walk right in. They're part of the EU. What are you talking about?
I can't believe that he spun himself into this bullshit spiral from his own assertion that there should be a migrant values test for fucking people coming into Europe. That's what this spawned off. And now he's saying that they want to do it because he said that they should.
Well,
this is
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
It's not just only a values test. There's also a series of activities that campers must participate in, like how to build a watercraft.
Where they were like, you know, grandfathering in the white people. Yes, I don't do it. Yeah, I don't think there's a good way to do. Well, there might be a good way to do it. I don't think a right-wing government could ever do the good way to do it. You know, because they just wanted to make a race thing. So you think an Islamic Christian ban is a good thing if done correctly? When the did I say that? If there's a test question. Hold on. Islamic Christian ban is a good thing if done correctly. When the did I say that? Along any other ethnicities? Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really sorry about this one, guys. I hope this doesn't incite any discourse. But after that pro-caliphate rally in Germany, I'm wondering, especially for a small country like Belgium, how bad it would be to have, like, I don't know, some kind of values test on immigrants.
Pro-caliphate rally in Germany.
That's what he.
I want to know what this rally was and what he thinks is a pro-caliphate rally.
I don't know.
It is a scene reminiscent out of the Cold War, and the message, well, it couldn't be any clearer.
Yeah, 3 Russian warships and a nuclear-powered submarine arrived.
Like the guy we interviewed who is like pro-Taliban, he's of the Muslim unity philosophy.
Yeah.
Right. So like as far as like the Salafi area goes, you know, they're not really Salafi at the same time, but like they're like adjacent and they like are fine with all of these different Salafist parties and stuff and want all the Muslims to unify in the Ummah and not like be divided, so that it's not exactly like a caliphate. The thing is, people say caliphate and they think ISIS.
Yes.
When like a lot of the like Muslim unity, like there's these guys, they're like anti revolutionary in Syria.
Okay.
But they'll throw like stones and shit at the fighters. But their philosophy is that they won't use violence, like as in guns. They won't like revolt with guns and stuff, but they'll still like do like riot tactics and protests and stuff.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of groups like that where they won't actually like use violence to like as in something that could kill, you know, like they'll still like fucking like beat people on the street and stuff.
It is a scene reminiscent out of the Cold War, and the message, well, it couldn't be any clearer.
Yeah, 3 Russian warships and a nuclear-powered submarine arrived in Cuba a few hours ago. They're taking part in planned military exercises in the Caribbean, but the real goal is essentially a projection of strength by Russia on the world stage. It's being
They don't look very strong.
The US amid rising tensions between Washington and Moscow.
Is that a tugboat?
Patrick Ottman joins us now live from Havana. Patrick, this could be a conversation reminiscent of something we would have been discussing decades ago, and yet here we are. U.S. we know has been monitoring these ships very closely. Talk about the significance of it. U.S. intelligence doesn't believe
McDonald's
that these ships are armed with nuclear weapons. Nonetheless, just 90 miles off of the coast of Florida.
Just 90 miles off the coast of Florida and only about 50 yards from where I'm standing. Right behind me there are the 4 Russian naval ships that came into the port of Havana this morning. The ship directly behind me is a rescue ship, an icebreaker, which does not have much use in the Caribbean. And then behind that is a nuclear-powered sub, the Kazan, something Cubans say they've never seen before in this country. A nuclear-powered submarine coming in for all...
well, if this is the one, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. There is no playground.
To witness in the port of Havana, really something quite unusual. And then behind is the Gorshkov, which is one of the most modern military ships capable of firing cruise missiles that Vladimir Putin possesses. Really highest level technology that the Russian Navy can boast. So those are for all to see. They are docked in an area a few years ago. You would have seen American cruise ships, but because of U.S. sanctions, they're no longer allowed to come here. And right before we came on air, I could hear the sailors singing the Russian national anthem. So it certainly felt like a moment from the past. You know, it wasn't that long ago, of course, that the Soviet Union was supplying Cuba with everything they needed here. And the economy was doing much, much better as a result. We have seen some of that come back over the last few years with the war in Ukraine, where Vladimir Putin, in exchange for Cuban support in that war, has sent more oil here, more food. There are a lot more Russian tourists here these days, and that is helping Cuba as the economy is really in some of the worst stage that it has been in decades. Literally, Russian oil, in many instances, is keeping the lights on when they are on here, because much of the time there are nationwide blackouts taking place. So Cuba has increasingly voiced support for Vladimir's invasion in Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin has returned the favor. Certainly striking to see the ships here behind me, armed with nuclear weapons or not, so close to the United States.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and just obviously, yes, very alarming. But just in terms of what Cuba has said about
Oh,
this, Patrick,
so
Cuba's
alarming.
essentially saying
Not
that
alarming.
It's
to do this
so
frequently
alarming.
with countries that are sort of friendly.
I'm
in
scared.
terms of their own naval units. And as you pointed out, Cuba also saying that, look, there are no nuclear weapons on board the ship. There's absolutely no threat whatsoever. But still, talk us through how closely the U.S. Navy is watching this.
Well, the U.S. Navy essentially escorted them into Cuban waters as the ships, while they were in international waters, were essentially skirting the coast of Florida. So certainly they're watching them now. They will be keeping an eye on them if they depart from here and go to another U.S. adversary, the country of Venezuela. You know, the U.S. has a naval maneuver.
So funny. They're like, Russian ships, fear, fear, fear. Oh, the U.S. kind of like escorted them there. But fear.
Around the globe as well. They certainly have a much more active navy right now than Russia's. So this is something these countries do. They keep a distance from one another as they shadow one another's ships, and there's a certain amount of professionalism there. And yes, it's true that many other countries send their Navy ships here on friendly visits, such as this one. They allow the Cuban public sometimes to board their ships, as we expect to take place later on in the week here with the ships behind me. But of course, the relationship that Cuba had with Russia for so many years during the Cold War is very, very different from those relationships. No other nation in the...
This is literally no different than the US sailing the aircraft carrier to Melbourne. It's no different.
Yeah, I know. And it's like, you have to, like, you know, because like China complains about fucking politicians landing in Taiwan to do diplomatic meetings. It's the same. Like, you're literally doing that.
Yeah. Like, stop this. This is pathetic. This makes you look weak.
Your cable's loose on your mic.
I think I'm touching it.
It was crunchy.
World has based nuclear warheads here. No other nation in the world was so supportive of Cuba. Cuba was essentially a client state of the USSR for many, many years. And you hear Russian officials saying that they want to invest more in Cuba, that they want to help the Cuban economy grow. But they also sometimes lament that Cuba remains a communist-run state and Russia is not anymore. So even the Russians, despite the years of that close relationship, have...
You know what would really, really help Cuba? Not having an embargo and like letting them have free trade. You know, I bet you Cuba's standard of living would skyrocket had the Americans dropped the blockade on them.
My hand's all fucked up because I
trouble
played too much
making anything happen in Cuba.
I need like I don't have one of those
Cuba's
like
economy and
wrist rests.
You need a mouse with the 45 buttons on the side.
No. I actually need that for Helldivers, not StarCraft. StarCraft's simpler. Because like Helldivers, it's like the keys that I have to hit, they're all inconvenient, you know? Like StarCraft, because I use grid controls, like it's all right there. Like I know, I look at the screen and I can see that like it's in the grid. I know exactly what keys go where.
Sure. I don't know how one button and then arrows is more complicated than StarCraft, but sure.
What? What are you talking about? One button and arrows?
What do you mean? You hit your stratagem, then you hit arrows.
Yeah,
then on the controller, you hit stratagem, and then you hit.
My issue is like sometimes I need to crouch, sometimes I need to prone, sometimes I need to dive, right?
Sounds like a skill issue.
And then also, are you playing on mouse?
Yes.
Okay, so like what's your reload button? Right. So my reload button, my reload button is one of my mouse buttons, and then the other one is my weapon switch. But if I hold it down, it pulls out the support weapon. Right. And then I have stim pack and aim down sights on the mouse wheel click in. Just because I need both of them more accessible, and I can't be figuring out what key is where.
This is a skill issue. You're overloading your mouse, and that's causing issues.
No. I have I only have 4 mouse buttons and then the wheel.
Yeah, putting them on the same thing, it doesn't work the way you think it does. I've tried.
Sure it does. The mouse wheel, because most of the time when I want to heal, I'm pressing that button, and I rarely ever need to aim down sights. And if I have some health missing, then I heal first before I aim down sights.
You're wasting stims. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
No, I'm not wasting stims because
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
I already
matter.
have the medic armor on,
matters.
bro.
None of this matters.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
None of this matters.
StarCraft is easier than Helldivers.
No, it isn't. None of this matters.
Yes, it is.
I didn't say only news.
Bureaucracy here, but Cuban officials saying that simply U.S. sanctions have pushed them back into the arms of their old ally. But of course, the economy in Russia certainly is very different these days. Russia no longer able to finance Cuba as it once.
Also, when were they not? Fuck you, CNN. Fucking hell. Useless. Or useless idiots.
Ensuite, il y a un sentiment de dépossession qui est le leur. Le sentiment parfois de ne pas être considéré.
Le
retour au peuple souverain est à mes yeux dans ce contexte.
Not a real language.
Je suis convaincu que des sociodémocrates, des radicaux, des écologistes, des démocrates chrétiens, des gaullistes, et plus largement, que beaucoup de nos compatriotes et de responsables politiques qui ne se reconnaissent pas dans la fièvre extrémiste, qui se retrouvent autour de quelques axes clairs que porte la majorité actuelle, peuvent travailler avec ces dirigeants et bâtir un projet nouveau, une fédération.
They're just doing coalition. It's just coalition building. Yawn.
The EU is slapping new import tariffs of up to 38.1% on Chinese electric vehicles. That's over what Brussels sees as excessive subsidies given to makers there. European Commission Vice President Margaritis.
I don't know why he doesn't do it now. What a perfect way. And then people say, oh, you're distracting from Gaza. Maybe Gaza needs to stop, then embargo lift? Maybe. Waiting is a terrible idea because Trump is not going to do it.
Shinas.
This value chain benefits from unfair subsidiarization, which is causing a threat of economic injury to EU battery electric vehicles producers. On this basis, the Commission has reached out to the Chinese authorities to discuss these findings and explore possible ways for resolving the issues identified.
Exact levies vary by brand, with Beijing's state-owned firm SAIC hit the hardest at 38.1%. Brussels said it would set tariffs to BYD at 17.4%, while another Chinese giant in Geely hit 20%. Companies that cooperate with the European investigation could face a lower rate. Wednesday's news follows less than a month after Washington quadrupled its duties on Chinese EVs to 100%.
Good.
The moves come amid alarm among European and US automakers over an influx of cheap cars from the country. BYD saw its European sales triple last year, albeit from a low base. MG, a unit of SAIC, is gaining market share fast.
I really need to stress this because MG is a car company that has reputation for making good cars. No new MG is the same as the old cars. They're different companies. They are not the same company. The MGs are essentially just rebranded Chinese shit. Don't buy them.
Numerous other brands from the country are preparing to launch cars in Europe. Beijing has rebuked the EU over its probe into EV subsidies. Officials have urged cooperation and lobbied against the imposition of tariffs. On Wednesday, China's Commerce Ministry said it would take all necessary measures to safeguard the legitimate rights of Chinese automakers.
Fuck you. How about that?
It further said the bloc's decision violated global trade rules.
No, it doesn't.
Officials...
You don't participate fairly in the global trade. Go fuck yourself. If you expect to be treated fairly while you do not participate fairly, please fuck off. You are not entitled to anything because you are exist on the globe. You have to participate fairly to be included fairly. I don't know why it's taken this long for the
around the globe
to realize this. Like, why has it taken so long? These hyper capitalists are too blinded by money to see how fucked they're getting. They just need to wake up. Like, do the thing you say you want to do. Why would you sacrifice market share to a fucking, not only a competitor, but a company run by the state that is trying to wipe you out economically? Like, in every sense, by the way. This Temu shit, Wish, all of these cheap garbage, same problem, right? Cheap, ships out for nothing because of developing nation status, is just useless garbage that you don't actually want. But they're giving you free drones. Who gives a shit? Stop it. Stop buying from Temu. Just please stop. Don't buy Chinese EVs.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
Have previously called the US tariffs bullying and said they were evidence that some Washington policymakers were losing their minds.
Oh my god.
Chinese...
It's literally all misdirection. The fuck, Reuters?
Australia's winemakers have something to celebrate. Official figures show exports to China have soared after Beijing lifted tariffs on the product.
What a wanker.
Shipments hit $57 million in the month after the move. Now the industry will be hoping it can get back to the $800 million per year seen before China imposed the duties in late 2020. That was part of broader restrictions imposed on Australia after Canberra called for a probe into the origins of COVID-19. Now an export boom would be timely for the country's winemakers, who are grappling with huge oversupply.
This makes me laugh so much that conservatives and like Trump people will not only make excuses for Trump fast forwarding the vaccine, but also make excuses for China not being the origin. It's my favorite thing. It really is. And it just, like, if China wasn't the origin for it, why did they try so hard to cover it up?
Adding to the encouragement, Australia's trade minister said most of the new exports were at the premium end of the market. The government also said it would help fund better data for the industry and support marketing in China and elsewhere. However, analysts say it may be hard to drive exports back to 2020 levels, with Chinese wine consumption sharply down in recent years. Almost all of Beijing's restrictions on Australia have now been lifted, except for barriers to imports of lobsters. With Chinese Premier Li Qiang set to visit the country this weekend, Ministers say they're hopeful producers of the seafood delicacy could soon get good news.
Earlier this year, a secretive group of activists in South Korea quietly released a so-called smart balloon into the night sky, with a course charted over the border into reclusive North Korea. It carried a sophisticated 15-pound payload. When the group launches them, they may include mechanical leaflet dispensers, bundles of speakers, or GPS trackers. The activist group has been developing these intricate devices since 2016, with regular launches since 2022. The group has not previously discussed its activities with the media. Once or twice a month from spring to fall, when the wind blows north, they launch the balloons with an aim to go deeper into the north, dropping thousands of leaflets and blasting recordings critical of Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un in a North Korean accent.
That's epic.
This one is saying Kim Jong-un is a traitor that opposes the people and reunification. Balloon warfare between activists like these and the North took center stage late last month when Pyongyang sent more than 1,000 balloons south, most filled with garbage and reportedly manure. Pyongyang officials said these were
It's so funny. It's just so funny.
retaliation for a propaganda campaign
Literal
by North Korean
K-drama.
defectors and activists in South Korea. The Seoul-based activist group that flies the smart balloons is among these groups. It's known as the Committee for Reform and Opening Up of Joseon. Joseon is often used as another name for North Korea. The group was founded by a North Korean defector and
Is
now
that
has
just
around
what it's called
34
in North?
members.
Is that what
They
it's called in
declined to be
Korean?
identified not only over worries they may face harassment from South Koreans critical of balloon activism, but also crackdowns from authorities
I
or
don't
even
know.
reprisals by North Korean agents. This member said North Korea's recent behavior was seen as a sign the group's tactics are working.
Kim Yo-jong recently said South Korea
When did this happen?
should experience how
It was
unpleasant, how
recently,
tiring it is to clean up their trash balloons. And
a
this means North
fucking
Korea is
skirmish
admitting that our
between
smart
India and
balloons
Chinese
were scattered
troops.
over large parts.
China and India?
Yeah, in the
On the-
Himalaya Mountains.
Interesting. Okay.
Parts of their country.
In a small rented apartment in Seoul, the team uses 3D printers to build white plastic boxes and components. Most balloons contain devices pre-programmed to scatter 1,500 leaflets, 25 at a time, depending on flying conditions.
That's cool.
Filled with hydrogen, the group's smart balloons stretch nearly 40 feet in length. Typical cargo might be 6 speakers to blast audio and 6 additional bundles, each containing a Bible and a shortwave radio.
A
The group
Bible.
recently added all
A Bible. Really? Can we not? Seriously, can we just not? Why? Send the fucking Magna Carta. Send the fucking UN Charter of Human Rights. Send something useful. Why a Bible? What the fuck?
altimeter linked valves that prevent the balloons from going too high, which makes for a more stable flight. They estimate their balloons have a 50 to 60% success rate of
Weird
going further.
mercenaries or something. They're probably backed by weird Christian mercenaries or something.
Yeah.
Than a dozen miles or so north of the border, with batteries that last for days. The flights are controversial in South Korea, with some residents arguing the balloons are confrontational and put them at risk. And with no way to independently verify where they land or what average North Koreans might think of the contents, it's a debate as to how effective they are. Despite all that, the committee said they have no plans to dial back their operation anytime soon.
I feel like the shitting on the family part and just disintegrating this idea that he's a god, this cult of personality, is the best way to do it. All this other shit harms you, in my opinion. You've just got to break the cult of personality. Because what else is keeping people there? Like, obviously the militarism, but realistically, the cult of personality, militarism doesn't hold people down. You'll always have resistance forces. And
Poverty, fear.
Sure, poverty. I mean, yeah, okay, so famine, using famine as a method of
Sharks
sort of
with laser beams attached to
population
their
control.
heads.
Freaking laser.
Chill out,
but like,
baby.
because the cult of personality, I really think that's like half, if not the majority of the problem. People just revere them, whether through fear or admiration. I'm not sure, but it's just it's a very interesting scenario that I think that How hard can it be to break a cult of personality?
Couldn't tell you.
Surely it's not that hard.
I don't know.
Because it's just an echo chamber, right? At the end of the day, it's a isolated information state.
Shut up, BG.
That's like at the end of the day, that's all a cult of personality is, or a cult in general. It's just an isolated.
I think a regular cult would be harder to break somebody out of.
I agree. I think it's much easier to
see. The
prove
thing that Kim has going for him is he hasn't told all the men that he's going to fuck their wives. That's the downfall of so many cults.
This should never be stopped.
South Korea's military is tracking not missiles, but balloons. North Korea has
They're
sent
calling it
thousands
PSYOP.
of waves, scattering trash across the South, and in some cases, dropping feces. It's a symbolic protest against South Korean activists who send forbidden materials into the North. For North Korea's leaders, any unapproved content is an existential threat.
Outside information is really ideological contamination. It's like a cancer, and it's a serious Achilles heel for Kim Jong-un.
That weakness is being exploited by South Korea, which is now blaring propaganda across the border. Those loudspeakers were last used 6 years ago. North Korea, seen here in the distance, has installed its own speakers, a tit-for-tat escalation. Though all is quiet for now, many residents are concerned.
People are anxious, and I served in the military, so I also think about how much trouble soldiers on the front lines are going through right now.
It's stupid to resort to doing the same thing as the other person. I hope we can sit down soon and talk to each other.
In 2020, North Korea destroyed this inter-Korean office as part of a backlash against South Korean leaflets. North Korea has also fired toward loudspeakers in the past.
That's what I was talking about. I was shit like
the
they're
two
making
Koreas
fun
are
of them,
playing
like
a game of chicken, like a
being
runaway train.
unfaithful and cheating on
We
his wife or
win this
something.
power-for-power confrontation, and they worry about tensions on the Korean peninsula.
But the leaflet launches are unlikely to stop. Some activists appear emboldened.
A lot of balloons.
For balloon launchers that rely upon a lot of reporters coming out to a pre-announced launch. This is
Pasta. Huh? There we go. Voices of Martyrs, Korea.
Pasta.
Voices of the Martyrs is a non-profit interdenominational Christian missions organization dedicated to serving prosecuted families worldwide. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself. Oh, leave the cult, join another one. Fuck you.
This is a boon for them.
Pastor Eric Foley operates more quietly, sending Bibles to what he says are North Korea's underground Christians. He disputes the idea that tensions would improve if the launches stopped.
That kind of trickle-down view on human rights hasn't proven to be effective so far. It hasn't proven
how about Christians?
to improve the relations between the countries or improve the situation in North Koreans.
For now, inter-Korean interaction amounts to exchanges of poop-filled balloons and propaganda, a depressing low point that many fear could soon get lower. Bill Gallo, VOA News.
Look, it's a poop-filled balloon. He was just being rambunctious.
Hi, I'm VOA's Bill Gallo reporting near the border with North Korea. It's been one of the tensest periods in years between the two Koreas. In the last couple of days, we've seen both sides set up loudspeakers in order to broadcast propaganda back and forth between these two sides. North Korea is right behind me here. And as we're speaking right now, it's quiet. There are no propaganda broadcasts. However, that has not been the case. We have seen South Korea broadcast Korean pop songs, news, weather broadcasts, things like that into the North. North Korea has set up its own broadcasts to go back here into the South. This all started when North Korea began sending balloons filled with waste paper and actually even in some cases reportedly excrement into the South. They've sent thousands of those balloons. At least hundreds have landed here, creating sort of a nuisance for South Korean military authorities who've had to inspect those and make sure there's no dangerous materials in those. It's not clear exactly how far North Korea is willing to go with these provocations. Its main goal in sending these balloons is believed to be that it wants South Korean activists to stop sending balloons to the North. Activists here in the South have long sent balloons northward. This is materials meant to criticize Pyongyang, things like that. This is seen as an existential threat to the North Korean regime. This infuriates them very much. And so what they're trying to do is create pressure here in South Korea to end these launches. It's not clear, however, that's happening because as you can see behind me, things are pretty calm, pretty peaceful at the moment. Bill Gallo.
I think we got that story. That's stupid. Silly drama. But at least they're not shooting each other. Wrong one.
As Russian forces advance on the battlefield in Ukraine and war funding fatigue settles more deeply among American and European taxpayers, the U.S. wants the group of 7 leading industrialized nations to provide Kyiv with a $50 billion loan to be paid back using interest from the approximately $280 billion in Russian assets immobilized in Western financial institutions. President Joe Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris last week.
The United States is standing with you. You are the bulwark against the aggression that's taking place.
Having quadrupled tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles and other key sectors last month, Biden now wants the G7 to confront Beijing's practice of flooding global markets with cheap.
I wonder how European car makers are going to react to their cars' designs having been stolen and reproduced and sold at like quarter the price by Chinese automakers. Do you think that'll be a problem? It might be a problem because that's a fucking Land Rover.
Pushing the G7 to fucking get rid of these Chinese flooded EVs.
Honestly, good. If the G7 banned them all, good move. Really good move. I just want to point this out as well.
They could definitely do it on intellectual property theft.
Yep. I think that's honestly probably the best way to do it.
I mean, come on. They make it so you can only fucking produce cheese in certain areas legally in the EU.
Yes, they do. Same with wine, I believe.
Yeah, like it can only be called champagne if it's from Champagne.
Yes. Okay, so we see this car. Yeah, we see this car. We see this car. Boom. Just, boom. Same car. Same car. Same car.
Cheap exports in those industries.
It's critical that we and the growing number
Oh, you make us think.
who have identified this as a concern present a clear and united front.
However, far-right parties' gains in European Parliament elections over the weekend have weakened French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, adding uncertainty to the G7's posture on Russia and China. Ursula von der Leyen is fighting to remain European Commission president for another term. If she succeeds, Europe is expected to remain
Watch
strong.
where you're putting those toenails, pal.
Really are the French elections here, the snap elections that Emmanuel Macron has announced after his defeat in the European parliamentary elections. If the far right gets into government in France, then we will have trouble not only on Ukraine support, but also on the China front.
G7 host Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has invited Pope Francis to highlight the Rome call for AI ethics, urging governments and companies to follow ethical principles for AI. Curbing migration to Europe by investing in Africa is another key theme of Meloni's G7 presidency. The initiative aligns with the G7's Partnership for Global.
I mean, investing in Africa to stop immigration is better.
Is that what Meloni's spinning it as?
That's what she's spinning it as, if that's what she's actually doing, which I highly doubt.
It's a fucking.
Are we just giving money to cops to kill migrants? Is what I'm assuming she's doing.
Well, no. Like the G7's fucking Africa plan. I mean, I highlighted it when we covered it last year on LTech.
Yeah.
Like it's like he's Build Back Better Africa. I don't know if he called. I think that was replaced and called something else, like the World Initiative of Africa building. You know, something that's not Build Back Better Africa anymore. But that's, you know, like the independent deals with Kenya that just happened. Like it's all been leading up to do these G7s. No, like Build Back Better like World or Build Back Better Africa was the old name. And then they like changed it and changed some policies, and it's totally like totally not the Counter Belt and Road Initiative, but that's what it is. It's like it's economic imperialism that's competing with China, and it's stuff like infrastructure, railroads. So they want to do like basically a railroad across Africa, which is like, yeah, I'm sure fucking ISIS and Al Qaeda won't bomb the shit out of that one, guys. A lot of stuff with solar offshore platforms. Like I was saying with Britain, like why don't they have these offshore solar or not solar wind
Mhm.
Also, solar stuff, obviously, because it's Africa and there's solar to be.
Yeah.
Infrastructure and investment, whose goal is to mobilize $600 billion in private infrastructure funding by 2027 as an alternative to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. Meloni's far-right Brothers of Italy party victory in the European parliamentary election has consolidated her power.
I'm proud that this nation presents itself at the G7 in Europe with the strongest government of all.
Biden leaves for Italy on Wednesday, a day after his son Hunter Biden was found guilty on federal charges of obtaining a gun in 2018 while addicted to drugs.
The prime minister set to head to one of his most important international meetings of the year, the G7, this time hosted in Italy, where the two major conflicts in the world will be the big topics of conversation. Starting off with Gaza, where the G7's already weighed in on what should happen, supporting an American ceasefire proposal that so far has received a tepid response from both sides. The Americans say the Israelis support the proposal, but Israel has not said so publicly. And yesterday, Hamas coming out saying they have major reservations with certain parts of the American proposal. So a ceasefire will likely be a large topic of conversation. But Canada's former ambassador to the UN believes there should also be conversations about what the future of Palestinian statehood should look like.
Does all the G7 believe in a two-state solution? How do we get from here to there? That would mean
it's the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and
Reconstruction of Ukraine also to be a topic of conversation where there's a lot of unanimity around the table of the G7 on what to do. There's likely going to be an announcement about seizing of Russian assets in Western countries, something Canada's pushed for, but the topic of conversation would likely be about how far the G7's willing to go, something that David Cameron, the British foreign minister, discussed yesterday.
I hope as a very minimum at the G7 this week, we can agree that we use the interest from the frozen assets to roll up an enormous loan for Ukraine, and the money can...
How about you just like give them the profits from it and just like sell it and get rid of it and then give them the fucking money that they can then use however they want. If they want to buy more weapons, buy more weapons. They want to buy more Storm Shadows, you'll get cash, buddy.
Why are you being stinky?
Hard
Why are you
cash.
being stinky? Don't be stinky.
They get missiles. You get cash. It's a good deal. Why are you stupid? Capitalism.
flow way before we get elections in America in November.
Conversations about migration, important topics for the European countries. And of course, AI, something a lot of people are talking about, will also be a session. Will actually be hosted by the 87-year-old Pope.
This guy looks like a
the Pope ever attends a G7 session. Those ideas brought forward by Italy, the host country, and Canada will likely be thinking about what they want to talk about. Justin Trudeau will be hosting the G7 here in Canada next year. Location to be determined. Mackenzie Gray, Global News.
There's only one road in
President
Canada.
Biden on his way to Europe for the G7 summit. He'll be meeting with world leaders at the key summit tomorrow in Italy. Ukraine is at the top of the agenda as the president is expected to announce a plan to give massive resources to the country. ABC's Patrick Reevell joins me live from Bari, Italy, with more on that. Patrick, according to a source, this plan could provide roughly $50 billion in loans to Ukraine. What more can you tell us about this proposal and its potential impact?
Good morning, Dan. Yeah, President Biden will arrive here in southern Italy later tonight for the two-day summit of the G7. And as you say, at the top of the agenda is Ukraine and this White House plan to try and provide a $50 billion loan to Ukraine with G7 allies that will be paid for using frozen Russian assets. So instead of using taxpayers' money, they will try and use money that's been confiscated and assets that's been confiscated from Russia. Because at the start of Russia's full-scale invasion, European countries and the US froze around $300 billion worth of Russian assets in their countries. And for 2 years, they've been debating how to use it, with people saying that it should go towards Ukraine's defense and towards trying to reconstruct the country. But that has been a very controversial issue. And now the White House hopes that it's finally found a way to try and bring these countries together to start trying to use basically the interest from these confiscated Russian assets and to use that to pay back this loan over time, which will allow them to immediately inject $50 billion in straight to Ukraine and to try and help its defense and its reconstruction. But ultimately, while that is a lot of money, it still really pales in comparison to the amount that will be needed to try and reconstruct everything that's been destroyed in Ukraine by Russia. But ultimately, I think part of this is about trying to send a signal to Russia that the Western support is not going to flag and it will not be able to outlast it. Diane?
Patrick, Ukraine's President Zelensky is set to meet with President Biden tomorrow. What can we expect to come out of that meeting?
Yeah, as you say, President Zelensky will be here in Italy and will be meeting again with President Biden. This is actually going to be the second time in a week that the two have met because, of course, they met during the D-Day celebrations in France just last week. And I think that really does show how much President Biden wants to project his continuing commitment and support to Zelensky and to President Zelensky. And it's very important, we know, for the Ukrainians, because coming up this weekend is going to be a peace summit that Ukraine has tried to organize and is trying to involve as many countries as possible. Russia will not be there, but Ukraine has been urging countries to take part, including the US. There was some tension because President Biden has chosen not to attend that summit. Instead, he'll be sending Kamala Harris, as well as his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. But we know the Ukrainians were upset about this. So I think, this meeting tomorrow, there will be an attempt to try and still show the Ukrainians how much support is coming from the Biden administration. Diane?
Got a fucking
Patrick Reevell, thank you.
Few welts on my arm from his fucking toenail.
We are in Bari in southern Italy. In the next few days, world leaders will start arriving here. They're coming to Apulia for the G7 summit. It's a gathering of some of the world's richest economies. The G7 is basically a group of Western elites. The members include...
I'm going to have to slow it down.
Specifically a group of elites.
Canada, France, Germany, Japan, the United...
Did I put Illuminati? I did.
It literally is.
Yeah, that's why I put it there. That's why I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny that people are like, "There's like a secret cabal," and it's like, no, there isn't. They literally like call themselves like the Group of Seven is such an Illuminati-ass name. Isn't it? Like literally, they meet with like huge fucking investors. Yeah, like bigger companies you haven't heard of, like the Blue Dot Network. So funny, insane, just. So funny, literal Illuminati, and that's why I wanted to make sure that it was in the title, because I'm like, it is the Illuminati, and I knew it would come up. Like these are the power brokers of the world. Like there are no globalists; these are the globalists. Like what the fuck, Alex Jones, readjust. Come on, man. These are the guys in Bohemian
Blue
Grove.
Dot Network is a multilateral organization that promotes a certification framework for quality infrastructure projects. The initiative is a joint project of the governments of blah, 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 that supports investment in high-quality infrastructure projects around the world, especially by the private sector.
Great.
Like, how more clear does it need to be about what's going on there? The governments are literally giving incentives to private sector businesses to build infrastructure in places, so that then, like, why would they want to build a train rail in Africa? What do you think they're going to put on that train? People?
No, coal.
Well, coltan, all that shit.
Yeah,
it's to extract the resources. We gotta
and
drink.
Maybe some passenger trains, some very slow passenger.
Yes, Global Gateway. Global Gateway is also part. I think that's that might just be EU, but I swear Global Gateway is tied into Group of Seven as well. Let me check. I did a whole story on it last year. It's been a year, so I forgot some of the stuff
the
about
United States, and the host Italy. A total of 7 countries, hence the name G7. Now, their meeting comes at an interesting time, because Europe is seeing a political churn with a major election. America is heading to polls. The wars in Ukraine and Gaza continue, and Western economies are still bearing the brunt of it. So the G7 is trying to reinvent itself to show more inclusivity, also hoping to find solutions for some of the world's most pressing challenges. And Italy has put forward an ambitious agenda. It has spelled out some priorities, like the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, the G7's relationship with developing nations and emerging economies, especially in the Indo-Pacific region,
literally the EU side
and the advent of artificial intelligence.
Because it was done, they agreed to it at the G7 in the UK.
Some European priorities have also been kept on the list. They are on Giorgia Meloni's mind, like illegal migration. The Italian Prime Minister will push the G7 to take a tougher stand on this issue, on illegal immigration.
Can we go back to see George's dance?
From a position of strength.
I am ready to welcome, and I am proud that this nation presents itself at the G7 in Europe with the strongest government of all.
So the agenda is diverse, as is the guest list. Beyond the G7 leaders...
Where'd you want to go?
Georgia did a little dance.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, and I want to go back. I only saw a glimpse of it.
G7 on Georgia
there it is.
Like illegal migration. The Italian Prime Minister will push the G7 to take a tougher stand on this issue, on illegal immigration. Expect her to engage from a position of strength.
I am ready to welcome, and I am proud that this nation presents itself at the G7 in Europe with the strongest government of all.
So the agenda...
Based.
The strongest government of all the G7s?
Well, think of it this way, right? You guys remember what I always say about China and that it's fascist and that it's actually an ultranationalist ethno state, think of this as anti-Nazi action.
Yeah, but she's a fascist.
Georgia Maloney. I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's not the point. Given the opportunity, I bet you she would join with them, but she's obviously seen more beneficial scenario with Europe.
Italy was signed on to Belt and Road, and Biden convinced her to drop it.
Yeah, so clearly they've shown her that there's more benefit with them than China, or maybe she was deep in disinformation networks and has actually.
Well, I think the Belt and Road thing came before Maloney.
Possibly.
Yeah,
So this I would think of this as actions to prevent hostile actions within your country is what I would frame this as.
Well, then also remember not that long ago we were highlighting that meeting and it was Egypt and Italy doing that meeting and it was mostly about immigration.
Yeah, so it's just very interesting.
Agenda is diverse, as is the guest list.
And also,
beyond
I want to point out,
leaders, Italy has invited.
While fascism is part of it, Italy's economy cannot actually handle immigration.
Just the way, because it's still so small town sort of local.
Well, it depends.
Operated kind of thing.
It depends on what district. The South, especially, is where you have the luxury cars and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's all like, like you can't just hire anyone off the street.
Yeah.
Like you work up in an apprenticeship for years.
Yeah, it's very much like Japan actually, where it's a lot of family business, trade, sort of family secrets kind of stuff, and you can't just switch that. It doesn't work that way. The way that Italy's market is their exports, it's all.
Yep. So that's what I think. That's what I think is great about the EU policy, though, is that they were able to like take people from Italy and send them to Germany. I
mean, having that working sort of exchange is good because it allows the people that don't have employment opportunities to work in different countries and not have that issue.
And we do the same thing here.
Like Australia would have.
Like we ship them where they work.
Yeah. Yeah, like especially in the bigger cities, people are always coming from Central America, like Central United States. And it's because there's always that stereotype of like, oh, I'm from Ohio. Oh, you're from Ohio as well? No way. I think it's Ohio. It is, right? Everyone's from Ohio. It's like a meme.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Invited at least 12 other heads of state. And this is quite a significant number. Look at the tally of the previous hosts. Japan had invited 8 other countries, 8 countries apart from the G7 members. Before Japan, Germany and Britain had hosted this summit, and they had invited 5 countries each. Now, Italy has clearly surpassed them this time with 12. India's Prime Minister Modi is among the invitees. Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive here on Friday, and this would be his first overseas trip in his 3rd term as India's Prime Minister. Who else is invited? Brazil's President Lula da Silva, Argentina's President Javier Milei, Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and Jordan's King Abdullah. Also, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
Dude, she
good move. Good move as well. So, fuck Erdogan, but Lula coming there is good because they're gonna fucking try to counter BRICS.
Yes.
Right? Because India and Brazil can work together.
Yeah.
It's fucking China and Russia that are problems in BRICS.
Yeah.
And this too would be a first. The first time a leader from Saudi Arabia will be visiting this summit. Never before has a leader from Saudi Arabia been invited to the G7. Yes. Also, a large contingent from Africa is expected to attend, so there could be several opportunities to build consensus.
They always so like even like Nigeria is like an honorary member most years.
Okay. Because the G20 has some African countries, doesn't it?
They have honoraries.
Okay.
On which issues to focus on. And this is where the G7's differences start to show. Take the United States, for example. It is pushing for a $50 billion loan for Ukraine. Where will this money come from? Russian assets worth tens of billions of dollars have been frozen by the West. The US wants to use this money, frozen Russian assets in the West, for the loan to Ukraine. That's what America proposes. It wants the rest of the G7 to agree to this. So far, there is no consensus. Nonetheless, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has been invited for this summit. And Moscow has been watching all of this. A few days back, Russia issued a warning to the West. It said, if the G7 goes ahead with this plan, Moscow will respond in kind.
We have the same opportunities. We have frozen money in EU accounts. We have assets. We also get income. If there is a decision, we will act similarly. We will
because they continued this fucking Soviet policy of being cut off from the global economy.
respond in kind.
Then there is China. Last year, the G7 took a stand against Beijing. They called out China for its economic coercion. They pledged to take action to counter Chinese attempts to use its economic power and exploit vulnerabilities in trade ties. But the measures they announced were limited. In 2023, the G7 just agreed to share information. This year, there are calls to deal with the oversupply from China. The US and France are pushing for this. They want steep tariffs on Chinese imports. But for now, any punitive action appears unlikely. It will most probably be just a statement of condemnation. But Beijing is already pushing back.
The G7's hyping up of China's overcapacity and its attempts to impose restrictions on China's new energy products are a complete departure from the facts and economic laws, and are protectionism in nature, which are not in the interests of any party.
The summit begins on Thursday. The G7 may be trying to reinvent itself, but handling these differences will be the real test. We'll be tracking all of it from ground zero for you.
Ground zero.
First Post report.
That was pretty good, honestly.
Was that WION?
No, it was First Post. Never heard of it.
President Biden is headed to Italy for the G7 summit.
While there, he'll meet with the leaders of the world's most advanced economies, and he'll also meet with Pope Francis.
CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman is covering this for us.
Who's that?
Willie, thanks for joining us.
It's a random chick to come out of.
It's an aide.
Oh, is it?
So tell us what the leaders plan to actually discuss at this week's summit.
Hey there, Errol and Lana. Good to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon. Well, President Biden has no shortage of things to talk with world leaders about. There are two wars that will likely be a main focus for the leaders as they move on into this summit, the war in Gaza and also the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky will be at the G7 summit. He'll, of course, meet.
I said Morpheus?
Oh, yeah, that's him.
With President Biden as well. But there are also pressing economic issues.
The president
White House has a little bit of wind at his back when it comes to the economy here, as inflation cooled last month and the record jobs growth that he can be able to talk about on the world stage. You also have the strong U.S. dollar as well.
So you can go
on
around
the economic
Suez
front
Canal.
here at home,
I don't know.
things look
I don't know about. I don't know. I think they would still use the Suez Canal, but it would open up more. And like, there's this thing like Israel has been wanting to build their own canal to cut the Suez off for a while, saying that they're literally going to carve an actual canal. Come on. Like, literally carve the fucking peninsula of Egypt off. Come on.
quite good, although inflation isn't where it needs to be. So the president, of course, is taking a hit when you look at public polling. But on the world stage, that's
even if they tried, it would just devastate the area around it. The soil erosion would be insane. As soon as that water starts going through and ships start going through, the water erosion on that.
I mean, they did it in Panama.
Fucking hell. Yeah. That was insane.
But like a canal like Panama is not as convenient as the Suez Canal.
No.
certainly something that he can talk about. And on top of that, there's increased economic ties between all of these powerful and wealthy nations.
Saudi Arabia starting shit with Egypt. is just not smart. Like, they don't have beef. Like, why would they fucking start shit?
Yeah.
Great ties, as I discussed as well.
One of the goals of these types of meetings is to at least have the US president walk away with something tangible, other than just kind of the diplomacy that's inherent. There is some reporting that Biden and Zelensky may actually sign a security agreement as part of the G7. Is there anything you can share on that front and tangible goals that Biden may walk away with?
Yeah, that's something that we can actually confirm. There was a briefing aboard Air Force One as it's en route to Italy, where Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, confirmed that the two will sign this bilateral security agreement. Now, this was a promise, so to speak, last year to President Zelensky of Ukraine, who has forcefully said to not only Biden, but other world leaders that he wants to be a part of NATO. So this is a step forward, of course, in that direction, but not necessarily a full-fledged membership of NATO. It's just between the United States and Ukraine. I'll note that over a dozen other nations also have a similar agreement with Ukraine to continue to train its military, to provide military aid, more importantly, in its time of need. Now, this agreement with the United States and Ukraine will be for the next 10 years, but I'll note that it's on the executive level, and another president could come and undo this agreement. So it's not permanent in terms of a treaty or a NATO treaty, for example, in terms of the U.S. and Ukraine being able to, the U.S. being able to assist
this motherfucker
Ukraine,
boring.
but still, nonetheless, it is a key.
Yeah.
Check this out. You want to know how I know Saudi Arabia and Egypt won't fuck with each other? Orb.
Biden meeting with G7 leaders. We are starting to get in more information from that gathering. Our Jay O'Brien has been following it, as well as our...
Boring.
Hi, salut, ciao, konnichiwa, hello. 5 languages, but 7 countries.
What words have you picked up while reporting at the G7, Steve?
I speak fluently French, Italian, all kinds of languages, so very few. No, that's a lie. Experiences rather than words, I've got to be honest with Sylvia.
The G7,
I fucking hate this.
They're going to explain what it is.
I fucking hate
Group of
this.
7 is an organization made up of the world's most influential and advanced economies. Every year, the leaders of the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan gather in a fancy location to talk global affairs. But how did this group come together, and what do they do?
I hate this video so much.
To learn more, I caught up with CNBC.
I hate this.
What is this accent? I love this. I want to watch this Blue's Clues ass shit.
Anchor Steve Cedric. Steve has interviewed countless international leaders, including at the G7 summits.
A lot of issues being discussed, some they don't seem to want to discuss, and others I'm not sure they're going to get anywhere on as well.
2009, where I went to the G7 meeting in a place called L'Aquila in Abruzzo in Italy, which was held by Silvio Berlusconi, which was originally supposed to be in Sardinia. And we had devastating earthquakes in Italy, so he moved it to L'Aquila. So there I was on the edge of an earthquake zone with military and fire personnel everywhere on the outskirts of a G meeting. That was extraordinary.
The G7 originates from an informal meeting of finance ministers from the US, West
meeting can be described as extraordinary.
Germany, France, and the UK. Held in the White House's library, they became known as the Library Group.
The G number is something almost to get not too worked up about, because it started off as G4, then it became G5 with Japan coming on board, and then Italy, G6.
In 1975, they made it official. France and Germany invited the heads of government for the 6 nations to the Château de Rambouillet, 30 miles southwest of Paris, for a meeting. The next year, Canada joined the group, rounding it out to what we now know as the G7.
This was a coordinated response from some of the biggest nations on the planet to what were enormous macroeconomic challenges. We had a devastating oil shock and, of course, a huge recession and inflationary problems in the 70s.
While the group's focus started on the economy, it wasn't long before its scope extended to include...
You gotta build more drones. Mitigate your gas shortage.
Policy and security.
Williamsburg in 1983, Bonn in 1985. At these key summits, security and energy security. These were specifically mentioned. And you've got to look what's going on in the world at that time. You had this devastating war at the center of the Middle East between two of the largest oil players in the world, i.e. Iran and Iraq. You had the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 80s as well. So there were a whole lot of geopolitical tensions with the backdrop, of course, of the Cold War, where security and economic policy, they very, very severely overlap.
Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, Russia regularly attended G7 meetings. It officially became a member of the group in 1998, forming the G8, but the relationship was short-lived.
I remember that very, very well. In 2014, I was down in Ukraine, and that's the reason why Russia got booted out, because of the annexation of Crimea and the invasion of that part of Ukraine.
The rest of the group boycotted Russia's G8 meeting in Sochi that year, meeting in Brussels instead.
Do you think that the G7 will ever be the G8 again?
Not with Russia for the foreseeable future. The antagonism between the West and Russia is just too great at the moment. But could it be G8 with another party? Quite possibly.
What Steve is hinting at here is the notable absence of some major economies from the group. And he is not alone. There are plenty of questions about who should be in the group moving forward. One study suggests that by 2050, 6 of the 7 largest economies in the world will be countries currently outside the G7, including the rapidly growing nations of China, India, and Brazil. If these growth projections prove right, we could see a transformation.
There it is. Mexico will be the 8th member. It's already solved.
In either the composition of the G7 or its relevance. The G7 did partially address these concerns by creating the G20 in 1999.
The G7 finance ministers decided that they needed more people at the table to discuss the economic crisis at the time. Do you think it couldn't work as
an Illuminati and an Illuminati beta? Cool.
With the 7? Why did they need more people at the table?
Absolutely, it couldn't work as well, because despite the fact that even to this day, the
G192 as well. Wait, that's the UN.
7 members plus Russia represent a vast amount of global wealth, a vast amount of global GDP. Look at where the crises were. We had hedge fund collapse for a start, had global ramifications. We had a Russia financial crisis in the late 1990s. We had the East Asia crisis. Russia had a Mexican peso crisis. So all of these crises had roots in different parts of the world. And it just wasn't feasible for the G7 to approach this and start telling China, India, East Asian countries what they should be doing without their participation as well. So absolutely, that's how the G20 was born.
This group became even more prominent during the financial crisis of 2008, when the US suggested the G20 should include heads of state.
Isn't that the Philippines?
Too. The leaders have met in this format, in addition to the G7, every year since 2010. Today, the G20 is comprised of 19 countries and the European Union. It accounts for 80% of global GDP and 60% of the world population. Meanwhile, the G7 accounts for 40%.
So realistically, it's the G47, but that wasn't as catchy of a number, I guess.
Of global GDP and the 10th of the world's population.
So based on that, would you say that the G20 has become more important and perhaps more efficient than the G7?
Yes and no. There you go. There's my clear answer. London, April 2009, which was just the finest moment for the G20, when the big powers, including Saudi, China, India, stepped up and said, we will have a big global coordinated response. That said, I don't think the G20 has had such a fine moment in the following 12 years, and I'm not sure the coordination has always seemed possible amongst 20 countries with 20 different interests as well. So whilst the G7 is perhaps too small to make these global decisions, one could argue the efficiency of the G20 is just not there because you've got too many disparate interests. And of course,
now what we should do is form a G50.
We need a G,
and then have the G100.
G15 because the G7's too small, G20's too big. They need G15.
Course, now we have trans-Pacific antagonism between China and the US. Has that devalued the common purpose of the G20? So it's a very nuanced situation.
So the G7 talks to some of the world's biggest challenges. But have they actually achieved anything? The group's response to that question would be absolutely. It takes credit for being behind the Moscow initiative, which reduced maternal and infant mortality, and the global fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. It also says it supports.
Oh, you're referring to the title? Guilty, baby. Guilty.
The implementation of the Paris Plan.
Do it again. Takes an L to the justice system.
I don't know about you, but anytime I see the Eiffel Tower, I think about that dude who jumped off of it and made a crater in the ground.
Climate deal, which renewed carbon emission reduction targets in many parts of the world. At the end of each meeting, the group signs a communique, which outlines their joint commitments.
It was not too long ago that we saw the G7 reach an agreement over a common statement, and then the then US President
Nice.
Donald Trump decided to revoke its signature, essentially.
A communique, a common statement, the grand piece at the end of these meetings. What's it worth sometimes? Sometimes they are so watered down, Sylvia, that you wonder what's the worth of it. And so I do actually have a lot of common understanding with Donald Trump on this issue. Very often you have a bland statement with grand protestations which potentially tie the members into situations that aren't necessarily in their national interest. I've seen communiques in the past where I know for a fact there have been transgressors on currency issues where people have really wanted to name names, but they refuse to name names because they don't want to upset anyone as well. So the statement at the end of it is very often watered down and actually very meaningless.
So, what is next for?
I mean,
No
welcome
shit.
to politics.
No shit.
Like, what kind of criticism is that? Yeah, it's politics. It's called compromise. Anything else? No? All right. I guess we'll move on.
I haven't checked.
Something more interesting.
Often female students in Kenya who come from poor families are forced to miss school during menstruation because the price of sanitary pads out of reach.
Yes, we do read it. We explained to you what the L was already. So there's this, I'm big on this issue that's called period poverty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like the days that girls in places like, let's say, India and Africa, these countries. So if you're impoverished and you can't afford the hygiene products, right?
Mm-hmm.
Through a total of all missed schools, if you add up all the days that you could potentially miss as a girl who can't afford it, you get 2 years less education than boys.
2?
Yes.
Jesus
adding up
Christ.
all the days that they miss because they don't have access to hygiene products, right? So people would be like, people like would say like, why would it should be the government's responsibility? Scotland has them in public restrooms and stuff, So like people so it will be like, why is it the government's responsibility to hand these things out? People should be able to afford them themselves. They should be able to afford them themselves. Yeah, sure.
I mean, realistically, this is something that they can't stop, so it probably should be provided for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why that's an unreasonable thing to ask or to propose. If it's something that you can't prevent, you can't stop, and you can't control, why should you have the burden of having to pay for it?
Yes. Hunter Biden took an L to the justice system. He was found guilty. Like, it's not hard to understand, dude.
An aid group called Slum Sana launched an initiative at a Nairobi high school in May that provides free pads for female students. Here's how
they got little swipe cards.
Schools. Each girl is given a special card they can use at an ATM machine that has been converted to dispense sanitary pads.
Each girl is allocated at least
what a great idea.
8 to 16 pads per cycle, meaning every time they want to use the pads, they can be able to do that as long as they have their cards. Another thing is that if they don't have their cards, let's say they forget it at home or someone misplaces them, the teachers are given an extra card.
The Kenyan government says studies show girls from poor families miss 20% of school days each year because they do not have sanitary pads.
20% of school days each year. You add that up for your entire menstruation cycle.
Yes.
It's 2 years less education.
Crazy.
Dispenser machine can hold up to 36 pads and run on solar power in remote areas, says Munira Twahir, the creator of what's called Ari the Pad ATM.
Technology is very important in solving these problems, especially in the space that we're in, which is menstrual health management. There's not a lot of hardware technology or high.
They said it was recycled, right? They're using old ATMs.
Yeah, old ATMs.
That's awesome. So not making any new product, recycling old ones, and
they're using the card reader technology that's already integrated into the ATMs.
What a great fucking idea!
Look, and you see the machines are donated. See, it says donated by, so they can get different orgs to invest to pay for the machines.
So it must be an NGO that she runs that made this, maybe, or maybe she pitched it to an NGO.
I mean,
so I
maybe.
think
She's probably
this
an
allows for
engineer.
students to have autonomy.
Yeah.
So we cut off the middleman.
Officials say the initiative is being implemented in Nairobi and they hope to expand it to other parts of the country too. Quinta Atieno is one of the about 1,200 students who officials say have a pad dispenser card.
It's going to help us maintain being in school. Now you see, most of our parents are not going to be required to buy the sanitary pads themselves since it's easily accessible in school.
A 2017 law, Kenya says female students who reach puberty must be provided free sanitary pads, but educators say a lack of...
There you go, Kenya, ahead of every Western country.
No, Scotland has them in public bathrooms, so...
Free ones?
Yes, in public, all public bathrooms have them. I believe men and women's bathrooms have them.
Okay,
as well.
Access continues to be a big problem, and
Which is like you just never
afford
restock them in the men's bathroom, basically. You never check it, you know?
Pretty much.
Girls suffer from low self-esteem because of those issues of begging from people. They beg from the teachers who are in school. They even come to the principal's office to say they don't have a pad and they are on their menses. And we've tried to support as many as possible, but the numbers are beyond our ability.
Yeah, there's also obviously a lot of shame around menstruation as well.
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
even in our societies, there is. So
yeah,
but it's also they have gender segregated schools. So
yes.
On sanitary pads to lower the cost. Until then, advocates say technologies like the pad dispenser help lift the burden from the girls and allow them to attend class just like other students. Victoria Amunga, VOA News, Nairobi.
أنا جمال الدين سيد عوض من سكان حي العمدة شريك. سكنت في هذا المنزل من سنة 86. تزوجت وسكنت بالمنزل إلى أن جاءت الدعامة. جينا طبعا جيت الليلة شفتها أن البيت ما كان أصله يخطر في بالي. حاجة زي دي.
Just a little. I mean, he's talking. It's Sudan. He's talking about the RSF fucking destroyed his neighborhood.
طبعا ولدت أولادي ديل هنا ويتربوا هنا وقاموا وقعدوا وداخلين مارقين في هذا المنزل.
There's no reason like Sudan shouldn't be on the same level as Kenya. It should actually be further along than Kenya.
Yes, honestly, yeah.
Fucking,
it's just absurd.
It just fucking these fucking military fucking dictatorships, man. They could at very least be more like Sisi in Egypt and shut the fuck up. Just arrest journalists and shut the fuck up.
أوضة كاملة بتاعت نوم، سرير دبل كبير، دولاب كبير، سايد بورد، المهم فيه كراسي، كرسيين وشاشة بتاع التلفزيون. أما هنا الصالون ده تلاقي فيه دولابين 6 ضلفة، واحد حديد واحد خشب. أنا وزوجتي ده أصل الأوضة دي من تزوجنا حقتنا بتاعت النوم. يعني مناسبات كثيرة، فرح كرر يكون في البيت ده، ده يسمينه ذاته بيت العائلة. ما حسيت أصلا أنا داخل البيت نهائي. يعني البيت ده كان عمران للحد البعيد. والله يتفضل الدمار ده والكسير، لكن حس الليلة لو جيت عشان مثلا
What? The Twitch chat continues to be Twitch chat.
Yep.
أنظف البيت ده ويبقى بيت أسرة ولا هنا.
The first thing he was like Biden in title. What that mean? It's obvious what that was going to.
إنه لي سكة ما شايف لها سكة، خاصة الليلة ما شفت البيت ده كده. أنا ما أتوقع البيت ده والله، يعني بيت دمار ده ما أتوقع. كان أحمد ولدي جا قال لي يا أبوي والله لو مشيت ما بتعرف البيت. ويوم جا كان زعلان قلت له يا أحمد يا ولدي إحنا طالما طلعنا من الموت أي شيء سهل وما تزعل.
Wow.
Make sure
as long as we survive death, everything is easy.
It's crazy.
In the Democratic Republic of Congo, local officials say suspected Islamist rebels killed at least 38 people in an overnight attack in an eastern village. It's the latest in a spike of violent clashes that began in February. Since 1996, fighting in the region has led to about 6 million deaths. Ali Rogan has more.
Two prominent rebel factions in the region are the March 23 movement, or M23,
Boo!
and the so-called Allied Democratic Forces, or ADF. Neighboring Rwanda has been accused of supporting M23, which the government denies, and the ADF is a militia group affiliated with the Islamic State and are blamed for the latest attack. They are just two of the more than 120 groups operating in the region, vying for interests including control over the country's rich reserves of metals and rare minerals. Civilians have been caught in the middle, and the Congolese government has often failed to protect them. According to the United Nations, the violence has displaced 5.7 million people across the provinces of North Kivu, South Kivu, and Ituri. Jada Doyen McKenna is the CEO of Mercy Corps, a nonprofit group providing humanitarian aid on the ground. Jada, thank you so much for being here. This is an extremely complex conflict, but what are some of the root causes behind the violence that we're seeing now?
Yeah, the root causes.
The root causes are Rwanda.
This is a vastly mineral-rich country in a lot of ways. So control of those, illegal mining, inter-ethnic groups, but also just lots of proxy wars between other actors, other countries, surrounding countries.
She said it. Rwanda.
There have been so many splinterings of conflict groups that the numbers just ballooned to over 120, we believe.
You just recently visited this region. What is different about this conflict now? Has it gotten worse?
I recently was in Goma, which is the largest area in the North Kivu province. And since January, over 700,000 more people have been displaced into Goma. And what's particularly happening now is that the rebel groups have choked off all access to Goma. So they're surrounding areas 10 to 15 kilometers just outside of the city, and they've choked it off. So food prices have gone up. It's made it hard for things to go in and out. And they are now, that their weaponry has gotten so sophisticated that they're able to send bombs and other things into displacement camps where people that they've displaced. So it's just this real level of concentrated fear and threat that people are facing right now.
What stuck out to you the most?
The thing that stays in my mind as I talk to the people, and even as I talk to my own staff, as I mentioned, we've had staff members are kind of, they're subject to this violence. They have family that are displaced. It's just the incredible resilience of people. I met a woman who's like sewing little doilies and table things and trying to sell her wares on the street. Like people want better for their children. They want to get back to normal. And they very much are talented and want to be able to live productive lives. And just the incredible resilience of the people of the DRC really blows me away.
And where are most of these people who have been displaced coming from? Are they from internally or are they from other countries?
It's almost all internally displaced people. One of my colleagues said at one point he was hosting up to 50 relatives who had been displaced. And so you'll often hear stories of people who've like moved, they started with relatives, then they've moved to a camp, and their camp is full, so now they're in an area outside of a camp.
Like,
so it really is people just
that's displaced goes to the Congo.
Yeah. Crazy.
To flee their homes looking for a way to survive.
I want to play a bit of sound from a mother of 6 who was displaced by the conflict.
Bombs are still falling in the camp here and in other camps. Several people have died, and we live here with fear. May God help us so that the war ends and people return to their respective areas.
Can you tell us a little more about the conditions and the perils that people in these camps face?
These are very crowded places, very little electricity, really tough access to water, clean hygiene. The poverty, just because people have now been forced from their livelihoods, also just makes people, they're hungry, they don't have access to running water, it's not safe. And particularly women and children are feeling the brunt of being in these crowded conditions.
Why is it that women and children are the most vulnerable here?
Oh, gee, I wonder.
I think this happens in situations of chaos, right? You have a lot of people that are forced into very crowded situations amongst people that they may not know, women having to leave their homes for work and economic opportunities. It's just very easy for them to get taken advantage of in terms of gender and sexual-based violence. And they're really, it's everyone, right? It could be someone who is your neighbor in a displacement camp, or someone you go into the city to try to get work or try to get food. And unfortunately, they seem like easy targets, and they're just being really taken advantage of.
At this point, do we know at this point, have there been many reports of instances of sexual violence?
Yes, many. And in fact, when you visit these areas, the women and the men are talking about it and talking about, and I also, like in groups, you'll see women that are children or girls, you'll see a lot of pregnant young people, and you know that that's what's happening. But they are actively talking about it and feeling just very vulnerable and very taken advantage of in this moment.
I mean, what more can we add to this? That's the thing. It's like,
I think
and how about
lately,
the
especially, there's been a lot of simplification of the Congo because it's been in like the PSL narrative to be pushed.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that that's the case, but like.
Yeah, but to simplify it as America's fault because of Rwanda, and also they exploit and back the president.
Yeah, it's very reductionist.
Mm-hmm.
Their role.
The question is if the government could actually stop.
Yes.
M23. I mean, M23 is fighting the government. They're being pushed back.
Has not been as.
Well, that's a good sign, I guess.
No. I mean, the government's being pushed back by M23.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
have been. We desperately need them to come to the peace talks that are being organized through Angola and Luanda. We definitely need them to come to some kind of ceasefire or truce with these rebel groups. But clearly the people we'd meet in the camps would say that they're not doing enough. As long as people are displaced and as vulnerable as they are and just feeling like they have nowhere to go, they're going to feel like the government's not doing enough.
And there has been some political flux in recent months. Has that affected the ability of the Congolese government to address this effectively?
Certainly. Obviously, like any instability does not help the situation at all. And so it's another factor that is pulling at them and preventing people from really addressing what's going on.
What fundamentally needs to change?
I think the Congolese government has been in a failed state for a while now. And I think just today they officially organized a new government.
Interesting. I mean, anything's different. Anything different's better, right?
Violence.
Well, it's just like parliament collapses and stuff, Like Israel is like that. Israel's fucking held together by safety pins.
Of the international community, what is the role of humanitarian organizations in achieving that?
We need a real coming together of a peace process with pressure to bear on neighboring countries, all the parties to this war, like really need to come together and
strongly implying that this is Rwanda's fault, as you can see.
Yes.
To like make this into the U.S. just because they help and back Rwanda. Like the U.S. like the U.S. is approving of the M23 rebels.
Part to do this. We also need to just help people in the humanitarian situations they're facing. On top of all this violence, we've also seen record rainfall in some areas, droughts and others, all related to climate-related disasters. So we need to get basic infrastructures back up and running, help support people. But
very true.
I was just thinking we haven't done a dictator tier list in a while.
We haven't. Might be time to update it.
People in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo.
Maybe
in
that's
less than
Friday
a week.
stream.
That's after an army spokesman in Congo's North Kivu province said the death toll from an attack on Friday had risen to 41. Lieutenant Colonel Mac Hazuke said the Allied Democratic Forces were responsible for the deaths in the villages of Masala, Mapasana, and Mahini. The ADF has pledged allegiance to Islamic State and mounts frequent attacks. That's further destabilizing a region where many militant groups are active.
Like those fucking plants are just fucking huge-ass leaf plants.
Thousands have been made homeless by a conflict between the army and rebels from the Rwanda-backed M23 group. The ADF originates from neighboring Uganda and is alleged to be behind multiple assaults in the past week. EU Foreign Affairs spokeswoman Nabila Masrali said terrorist groups were taking advantage of chaos to expand their hold on an already unstable region.
Yep, that
she
makes
sense.
But here's the fucking there's Christian groups that also fucking fight the ADF that are fighting in Uganda as well. So the ADF isn't just fighting in Uganda or in Congo. I believe they have a conflict with another Christian terrorist group, and that Christian terrorist group might be backed by somebody else.
Huh.
Hang on, let me check.
Search and rescue operation I ordered to find the missing plane that carried our vice president and 9 others has been completed, and the plane has been found.
Wow, what an interesting.
And I am deeply saddened.
Like the mannerism, the Eddie talks. He actually is fucked up. You can tell that he's actually sad that this guy died.
Sincere, you reckon?
Inform you all that it has turned out to be a terrible tragedy. The search and rescue team has found the aircraft near a hill in the Chikangawa forest, and they have found it completely destroyed with no survivors, as all passengers on board were killed on impact. Words cannot describe how heartbreaking this is, and I can only imagine how much pain and anguish you all must be feeling at this time.
There you go. So we covered that yesterday or the day before. That's
For filmmaker Alan Manzi, it's not just about making his kids' show Junior's Drama Club. It's also about making sure his child actors are well taken care of and have a life outside of work.
This is so like African cinema. This is like something that you see a lot. Is like it becomes like a community art program that the African cinema is like. So like there's girls who went through Wakaliwood, right? And they're like,
Mm.
they ended up like they get like sometimes get model contracts for like Europe, where they get to go to Europe and like, because they've been, because they grew up working in this art program in Wakaliwood.
Interesting.
Action with us. They're between the ages of 6 to 12 years old. However, when you look at the results at the end of there, you didn't know that they were shooting a TV series the entire year, because that made them effective. So those are things I'm really proud of.
The show follows the life of 6 children who join a drama club that changes their lives. One of the kids here is 12-year-old Tyra Abok, whose stage name on JDC is Queen.
What?
She describes her acting journey so far as amazing, and the young actress has big dreams.
I feel like acting is a way for me to tell my story to the world, and my biggest dream is to hopefully get an Oscar for acting in an original Ugandan film. I don't need disadvantage.
Another young actress here is 11-year-old Anisha Mugaga, who acts as Malika.
JDC has been a very good experience for me. I've learned how to sing, have learned more acting skills, and they have taught me nice manners.
Nisha Kalima is a writer and a producer at JDC. She says it's easy working at JDC, especially with Manzi.
In 2020, it was just an idea me and Manzi had, but when we sat down, we realized that it can become something big for not just us as another show we had on our CVs, but for the country as well.
Manzi says the success of JDC is just one example of how the film industry in Uganda has become big business. Hundreds of people as filmmakers like himself, actors, and other creatives.
The industry is going through this metamorphosis. We're from 5 series a year.
You can tell he's a true artist because the beret.
We're now 20, 25 series being shot concurrently.
So you've been watching cartoons.
Manzi says he believes the journey for Uganda's film success has just begun and believes Ugandan movies will soon begin showing up all over the world.
They already
Jackson
do.
Tunganyi, VOA News.
The cocoa industry in West...
They do already show up. Everybody knows Ugandan movies.
Africa sees this
Ugandan
white dripping
Kung
sap as the biggest threat to its cocoa supply after climate change.
No!
A growing number of farmers are either diversifying into natural rubber or turning their backs on a crop that sustained livelihoods for generations and put Ivory Coast on the top of the global list of cocoa producers. Sawadogo Musa is a president of the local cocoa cooperative in Agboville, a town north of the capital,
Oh yeah,
Abidjan,
co-op.
who farms both crops.
Farming rubber is like being on a salary. You harvest it almost every month, unlike cocoa, which is harvested once or at most twice a year. It may not fetch as much as cocoa, but at least you have something to live on every month.
Natural rubber production in Ivory Coast rose from 170
That shit bouncing and what the fuck? That's hilarious.
20,000 tons
I think I've
just
ever
3 years
seen
ago
raw rubber.
to 1.5 million tons in 2022, propelling the country to the top 3 producers in the world. Industry analysts believe it could surpass its current output for the 2023-2024 season.
How is that a real thing?
It's literally just sap.
That's epic.
Climate change and soaring production costs are forcing more farmers to switch to rubber.
While rubber trees take nearly as long as cocoa to produce their first output, they require less hard work. And unlike cocoa, rubber prices are stable, something many farmers here appreciate for their own financial stability.
That's a source of concern for the cocoa industry. Cocoa diversification and sustainability consultant Edmund Conan says the cocoa industry is at a crossroad.
Small-scale oil farmers provide 90% of the world supply. They have 2 to 3 hectares.
Maybe you should pay them properly. Maybe these companies making billions of dollars from chocolate should pay the people that they get the cocoa from.
90% of the supply comes from small farms.
And now they're like, oh my God, why are we running out of chocolate? Maybe it's because you don't pay them, so they're diversifying out of chocolate. You fucking morons.
Nobody can control them. Anytime they can cut down their cocoa trees. It's not like big farms that can, be controlled, but for the small other farmers, you can't control them.
He says the cocoa industry must come up with an acceptable support system to help farmers who continue to live in poverty while supplying a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Exactly.
If not, fewer farmers will cultivate the crop, which could mean higher prices for the chocolate bar or the super.
Nope, it just means you won't get chocolate because the capitalist industry decided to not pay the people giving them their product. That's all this is. This is a failure of capitalism. You want chocolate? You know what to do.
Supermarket shelves. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Abidjan.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
This is David Katsarava, a prominent anti-Russian protester in Georgia, attending a demonstration against the foreign agent law on May 14th. He says he was severely beaten 5 times during his detention, suffering injuries that require surgery. He was later released and has not been charged with any crime. He told VOA that the protests must go on and he will rejoin them in the coming days.
We have now changed reality and we...
Write that name down. Write that name down. Write that name down.
I can't see it. You write it down.
I fucking will write it down. I got a pen and paper.
Look at his watch. Hey, did you know Sirajuddin Haqqani is bald?
Yes. I did.
Funny.
Apologies, everyone. We must continue fighting.
Georgia looks like a Paneri watch. How much? What dollar value?
We must fight until to the end, because otherwise, if we stop, if we will be scared and will stay at home, that will be a finish for free Georgia.
The new law requires any organization receiving more than 20% funding
it
from
looks like it might
to
have been
register as a foreign agent. Critics have compared it to similar Russian
you can
legislation.
Just make something that's like mostly nickel and just like fucking have the thinnest plate on it.
Idon India is among the Georgian lawmakers who supported the bill.
It doesn't make any sense why the state budget should be transparent, but any funding from foreign sources should not be transparent in the same way.
I want to know why a watch that looks like a G-Shock is $30,000. That's what I want to know.
Well, his was gold.
Huh?
His was like gold.
Yeah.
The law is
incompatible. What metals was that made out of?
Aspirations. The United States has imposed sanctions on some Georgian lawmakers. The law is now in force, but its opponents say it's just the first battle.
We have elections in October. This protest will continue.
Sounds like material.
Back is brushed titanium, so I'm going to say it's titanium.
Okay.
Achieve
is break
change, and this fundamental change is to remove the government, which is a proxy of the,
of
the enemy of our sovereignty and enemy of our liberty inside the country.
The protesters say
this is titanium. This was not $30,000. I'll stick with this, and this is more useful too.
They will not give up.
No matter that the law is already in place, we keep on protesting because we want that Europe see our approaches and they support us.
There's a big chance that they will also try to get the fake results of the elections, and we'll have to be ready for the action in case this happens.
Polls conducted before the foreign agent law suggest around 80% of Georgians support EU membership.
80%.
The protests that were first triggered by the foreign agent law have changed into anti-government demonstrations.
They're also limited.
The question is whether this will build.
They're what?
Limited edition.
So what?
But I guess they're semi-submersible.
So is this.
Mm-hmm.
I have a dive meter on my watch. Does that watch have a dive meter? I think I'd rather spend $1,200.
It might.
Into a force powerful enough to change Georgia's future direction.
The inside, the
prepares
internal.
for elections in October this year. Henry Ridgewell.
My point is that there's nothing that you can put on a watch that makes it worth $30,000.
I don't know. Rolexes, the craftsmanship on the Rolexes are really nice. Like the fine
$30,000.
The fine machine work that goes into Rolex is pretty impressive. I'm telling you, watch a guy. Watch somebody repair like 100-year-old Rolex watch.
Oh,
It's impressive. They're pretty fucking artisanal. but like there's other shit that's like really shitty watches that are like fashion watches for
What, like the Richard
skaters.
Mille watches?
Skater shit, you know?
Dog shit. Have you seen Richard Mille watches? They are fucking awful. And people are just going to be like, oh, it's just because you can't afford it. No, they're disgusting.
Nobody's showing the insides of the watches.
Like, gross. Gross. Just awful looking watches.
Check this out. Is it like this? What do you think? Is this the Eternals that got like this?
Worms. Or Drake's Richard Mille, disgusting.
Gross.
They awful dog shit watches, and they're like $500,000. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
News.
Wooden shacks extend across the 378 hectares of the Santa Elena Ranch. In the past
The
2
internals
months,
look really nice.
families have occupied this property on the outskirts of the town of Caucasia.
The watch.
Which one?
The Paneri.
Okay.
It's currently Colombia's largest land invasion. A spokesman for the trespassers says the first 200 families arrived at the end of March after being homeless or not able to afford paying rising rents.
Este sector, el nombre es Nueva Jerusalén.
This sector is called New Jerusalem. These are all vulnerable people who don't have a home, and they decided to come here to live due to lack of opportunities.
51 years old Nubia Moreno was displaced from a nearby gold mining town after an armed group killed her son. She has set up a little shop on the front of her shack to make ends meet.
What I make is not enough to pay for rent. Rents are very high. You can pay up to 1 million pesos with utility bills. It's impossible for me. That's why we took matters in our hands to get decent housing.
But what was a relatively manageable crisis grew exponentially after President Gustavo Petro promised to buy land for the invaders. Thousands more families occupied the rest of the property.
Mayor, you are the authority here, and I request you to talk to the owners of the land, the ranchers, plantation owners, and tell them that if they trick us and don't offer us fertile land, we will buy it at commercial prices.
But it's not been that easy.
This property was owned by a convicted drug trafficker extradited to the United States, and it has been at the center of a legal battle for over a decade. People here say that the invasion is a reaction to too many years of broken promises on the redistribution of land.
Colombia has one of the highest degrees of land inequality in the world. Less than 1% of the population owns 60% of the country's best land. Since coming into office, Petro has promised to buy upwards of 3 million hectares of land to redistribute to the poor.
The arrival of Petro has meant that the political will is there. It's the first time that the government has put so many resources into advancing with land redistribution. Unfortunately, the current laws, the courts, the protocols, and the culture of some officials won't allow the plan to move forward as needed.
Local authorities have tried to evict the invaders twice, but they were blocked by the government or the courts, leaving them in an uneasy limbo between hope of achieving a decent home and the misery of their situation.
And don't leave?
Alessandro Rampietti, Al Jazeera, Caucasia.
Or are they like
Make sure to subscribe to
foreign illegal immigrants? Like, what is happening? Go away.
Wooden shacks.
A UN inquiry into the first few months of the war in Gaza.
Caught in the middle.
There we go.
All
right. Just trying to get to here.
Of a conflict between the Rakhine Rebel Army and the Myanmar military, tens of thousands of predominantly Muslim Rohingya have recently fled the northern Rakhine state. They're now hiding.
I mean, you know what I mean? Because I called it a timepiece.
Loser.
But like
quality
this
timepiece
is so fucking useful. I couldn't justify spending the money on a watch, an expensive one. I just couldn't. Myanmar's been chaotic for a while.
In the jungle near the Naf River bordering Bangladesh. Al Jazeera spoke to two men who recently managed to escape to Bangladesh to avoid being forcibly conscripted by both sides. Both left their families behind and are now worried about their safety. In Myanmar, young and middle-aged men are forcibly taken away and recruited by Arakan army rebels and the Myanmar military. Life is getting increasingly difficult there, so I took the risk and fled to Bangladesh.
I faced many difficulties on the border. Military telling, come with us, and Arakan army telling us, come with us. I crossed the Naf River by boat.
The United States and United Nations both say they're deeply troubled by recent reports of escalating violence and tension between communities in Rakhine State. The allegation of forced recruitment of Rohingya by different sides in this conflict appeared to be the latest instance of exploitation of the ethnic minority community that has long complained about persecution and marginalization. More than 1 million Rohingya live in what is now the world's largest refugee camp, but they face new insecurities inside as rival Rohingya groups battle for dominance in the camp. Gang violence and fires are frequently reported. In the past 3 months, several hundred Rohingya men and teenage boys have been abducted from the refugee camps. The junta's military is accused of sending them to Myanmar to be forced to fight.
Recently, my 15-year-old son was abducted late at night by members of a Rohingya political group. It's almost 20 days, and I have no idea why and where he was taken.
The Bangladesh government says it will not allow any more Rohingya to enter its territory.
Myanmar always had internal strife, maybe more intense now. So this internal conflict should not be used as an excuse for stalling any repatriation process.
The expert tasked by the UN with investigating events in Myanmar says thousands of innocent lives will be lost if the international community fails to respond to signs of another impending mass killing of Rohingya in Rakhine State. Tanvi Chaudhary, Al Jazeera, Cox's Bazar.
Will it still be Facebook's fault?
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Yes, it will be.
Well, they are the
UN
ones
inquiry
who
into the
fucking
first
put the
few months.
infrastructure in for the internet.
Of the war in Gaza has found both sides have committed war crimes. It's the organization's first in-depth investigation into the conflict. It paints an alarming picture of Israel Defense Forces and various Palestinian militant groups, including Hamas, routinely disregarding international law over the last 8 months. The report spans well over 200 pages and details sexual violence, torture, and intentional attacks on civilians committed by both sides since October 7th.
UN-backed human rights experts have accused Israel of committing crimes against humanity and Palestinian.
Sexual violence.
What was that?
Nothing. Fucking Drew has been denying the fucking rape that's going on.
Oh, seriously?
Israel's doing rape, and that's what the rape that he's denying.
Isn't it like systemic within the IDF?
Well, they're also raping Palestinians.
Groups of war crimes. First in-depth reporting.
So, like, when it comes to both sides, the IDF and Hamas both suck. The issue is that in between those two groups is hundreds of thousands of civilians, and that's where it gets unfortunate. Like, of course, both sides committed war crimes. Like, of course, there's systemic war crimes going on.
I summed it up for my mate in 4 words, almost 4 words, I think. It was, doesn't matter, Palestinians lose.
Yeah, no matter what.
That's all you need to say.
No matter what.
That is the research that I did to have the correct opinion boiled down to 4 words. Doesn't matter, Palestinians lose. That's all you need to say. I don't care. Hamas, fuck those guys. The IDF, fuck them too. Islamic regime, they can get fucked. Doesn't matter. Palestinians lose. And that's all that matters.
Into the war on Gaza and the attacks on October the 7th. The independent UN investigation found Israel responsible for using starvation as a method of warfare. It says Israeli forces have intentionally engaged in attacking civilians and their forcible transfer. It also cites examples of sexual violence, torture, inhuman treatment, and arbitrary detention. The 3-member commission also investigated the October the 7th attacks, but Israel prevented investigators from visiting the sites of violations. The group, however, accuses Palestinian fighters of killing civilians and taking captives. It says it also documents the torture and mistreatment.
Israel prevented a criminal court from investigating Hamas crimes? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. No, we want to control the narrative.
I'm joined now by diplomatic editor James Mays. James, I've just been having a very brief look through this report. It is 60 pages long. What's your take on what's in the report?
It's fucked up.
Well, I think it's very damning, and you're right, it's damning because of the detail. A 60-page report, but actually there are two other fact-finding sections, analysis, that are attached to the report. The report's in two bits, really, because this Commission of Inquiry has the mandate to look at human rights abuses that take place in the occupied Palestinian territories, so that's Gaza, the West Bank, and occupied East Jerusalem, but also to look at what has happened in Israel. That's Israel, it's in 1947 borders. So there are two different detailed reports attached to this. The bit that's on Israel, 1947 borders, mainly what happened on
Israel. That's Israel, 1947 borders. Because the UN doesn't recognize any of Israel's settlements.
Okay.
So, like, anywhere where those occupations are, that's not Israel to them.
To the UN, okay.
Yeah, just like how Crimea and Donbass are not fucking Russia.
Yes.
October the 7th, 59 pages, and the bit that's about the occupied Palestinian territories, so the West Bank and Gaza, 126 pages. And as you say, the allegations and the findings here are really serious. War crimes and crimes against humanity, including the crime of extermination, has been carried out, according to the Commission of Inquiry, by Israel. It talks about starvation being used by Israel as a method of warfare, intentional attacks on civilians, and starvation being used as a method of war, collective punishment.
Could even, like, even if they wanted to, could do anything like this.
Yeah.
Including the use of sieges. Now, with regard to October the 7th, it's very critical of Hamas. It says it carried out war crimes too, willful killing, murder, and torture. And it does say there were some instances of sexual violence, gender-based violence. Although on that, it's worth noting that it's looked at some of the allegations of rape made by the Israeli authorities and by some Israeli journalists and says it cannot independently verify some of those allegations.
James, we were mentioning this is the first time an in-depth report has been brought to bear. And as you say,
which Israelis are going to take as the UN saying it didn't happen at all. Which is
nice.
You fucking watch. Right? That's funny as fuck.
They're all going to be radicalized.
Yeah, we'll make them anarchists, so that'll work. Or not even, just democratic confederalists, so then they have a basic understanding of how the world works.
The level of detail does appear to be quite significant. Just having a quick look at it as you're talking. In terms of the importance of this report, how significant is it?
Well, this is a body that is set up by the UN Human Rights Council. It reports to the Human Rights Council. In fact, the full report is coming out in a week's time in Geneva, but also to the UN General Assembly. It makes its report in New York. It's headed by the former High Commissioner of Human Rights, Navé Pillay. In terms of the human rights architecture of the United Nations, this is the main thing, the main body of investigating human rights abuses. It's an ongoing...
Let's talk about, like, the political motivations of that anti-Semitic UN, you know? So, like, you think this release was timed with Netanyahu's trip to the Congress?
Maybe. I mean, likely not.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But, you know, these people are going to make those connections.
Hey, Netanyahu, you know how to not get it timed with you going to Congress? Don't do the crimes in the first place. Yeah, like, I don't
know. Investigation. It has no end date for its mandate, looking at human rights abuses in Israel, in Gaza, the West Bank, and occupied East Jerusalem. So on top of what
is timed with the Congress thing. This report, though, this might be a coincidence because, like, I don't know. Also, like, there's, like, we'll see, like, individual countries, see how they do shift stuff while Netanyahu's doing this thing. Trump's in Capitol Hill right now, too. First time he's been there since he tried to overthrow the government.
If China and Russia were smart, they would be using BRICS at this time to bolster support.
BRICS isn't real.
I know. But if they were smart, they would, to try and be like, hey, look, the US is... The UN just said genocide. They're making statements with him in American Congress. Like, they're literally playing with genocidal people. Why would you want to side with them? Come to us. Come to us. BRICS is cool. We're not committing genocide at all. China and Russia aren't committing genocide.
Russia and China, I wouldn't say they're not smart. There's just so many things that interfere with the intelligence.
Yeah.
It's like you can be smart and also completely an irrational child.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome to Putin.
We've already had, which is rulings by the International Court of Justice, provisional measures there, and the International Criminal Court, which now wants to bring charges against Hamas leaders and the Israeli Prime Minister and Defense Minister. This is very important, I think. As I say,
I just
among
want to
the
point
bodies of the
something
United
out.
Nations dealing with human
As
rights,
far
yes, you
as
have a
the
special
both
rapporteur who looks at
sides
the Palestinian territories. You have special rapporteurs in the UN system who look at other aspects, specific subject areas like torture or
Whenever
housing.
you're back.
But in terms of the whole of this conflict,
Go for it.
When the Serbian genocide happened, Bosnians also went on trial for war crimes. In fact, one guy poisoned himself when he was found guilty of those war crimes. The UN is very supposedly supposed to be in like it doesn't care. That's why it's saying that like if when they literally are against when Israel occupied Gaza and then those people were displaced and moved so the Gazans could take back that territory, the UN found that as a violation because it doesn't matter. It's like you can't displace anyone even if you have a right to the land to begin with.
Even though they displaced you in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, UN is fucking dumb.
Yeah, well that's the thing is that it has to be so universal and unbiased with things.
Yeah. It's so cucked that it's useless.
Mm-hmm.
This is the body that is tasked with looking at human rights abuses, finding the facts and finding its own view legally of what's happened. It's allowed to make legal findings and most importantly, gathering evidence. And a lot of evidence has clearly been gathered here, which potentially can go to a judicial body, to one of those courts at a later stage. It is worth saying that Israel condemns this latest report, never cooperates with this body. The Commission has had to do all of its evidence gathering remotely because Israel doesn't allow it into Israel or into Gaza or into the West Bank or East Jerusalem for that matter. And the US also not sympathetic towards this Commission of Inquiry body, but it's yet more damning weight of evidence, I think, against Israel, which senior Israelis and for that matter, senior Americans like President Biden, who will be coming where I am to Puglia in Italy in the coming hours, they will all have to take quite seriously.
James, thank you very much indeed. That's our diplomatic editor, James Bays.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from.
They're all doing it now.
Bees.
Huh?
Bees. I don't.
A commission produced the United Nations.
Who the fuck is that?
Most detailed examination yet of the October 7th attacks and war in Gaza, released today by a group of.
Did you guys know this was a morning show?
Independent experts saying that Israeli forces and Palestinian militants engaged
Imagine waking up in the morning and hearing this shit.
in war crimes, including sexual and gender-based violence. Israel is also accused of committing crimes against humanity. Now, Israel did not cooperate and refuted the report, which was led by former Chief of Human Rights Counsel Navi Pillay. The report said, quote, many abductions were carried out
So
with
what's going on right
physical,
now?
mental, and
They
sexual
did this
violence and
before,
degrading.
when Crystal and Sagar literally I'm surprised they didn't hit Crystal and Sagar with a non-compete clause or anything like that, like going into a business for themselves. But they tested out a bunch of different hosts, and then they really liked Ryan Grimm, so they stuck him in the slot for a while, and then he went into business with Crystal and Sagar. Man, the hell, you really gotta fucking put non-compete clauses in your contracts because you're making this show that's gold for grifters to then go on and make their own show.
Yeah.
Humiliating treatment. The report went on to say women and women's bodies were used as victory trophies by male perpetrators. Hamas also rejected these accusations. Meanwhile, the two sides still appear to be far apart on the latest ceasefire approval, with Hamas offering new amendments. Here with us to discuss all of this is Aaron David Miller, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Foundation for International Peace and a former advisor on Arab-Israeli negotiations at the State Department. Aaron, thank you for joining us. Aaron, at this moment in time, we have Secretary Blinken traveling the Middle East, trying to get a ceasefire deal.
Cool,
what's at stake for the Biden?
Also, the perfect, you know how I say Luke was way too whiny?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he has the whininess of the Skywalkers, how Luke and Anakin whine.
Yes.
But he's also really fucking cool. Unlike Anakin and Luke, who aren't cool.
His lightsaber's fucking gangster. The cracked crystal. Fuck yeah.
An administration right now.
It's cracked? Is that why there's a cross guard? I thought he had a special wire on it.
Nope, it's a cracked crystal, which is why it's jagged, and why it needs vents.
Oh, so no. So the wire does go to the cross guard. There's just also a reason why he has that wire there.
Find a way to de-escalate the war, and for any number of reasons that have a lot to do with morality and ethics, continued violence.
There's like a Saturday Night Live thing that Adam Driver was on, and they did a horrible boss, or not a horrible boss, undercover boss, where he was Kylo Ren undercover on the space station.
That's so fucking funny.
Prospects and U.S. interests. The administration has looked for a way, so far unsuccessfully, to find a way to de-escalate the war. And the ceasefire efforts, now in their third or fourth month, have proven so far to have produced some gains in November, the release of 105 hostages for 400 or so Palestinian prisoners, and a week respite from the Israeli-Hamas confrontation. But right now, it seems to me these negotiations based on Israeli proposals, which the president articulated at the end of May, have reached a sort of impasse. I think the negotiations will continue.
Okay.
Two things.
Instead of doing that one, let's do this one.
Pressing. I mean, listen, this has been going on.
It seems to me like we are entering a really depressing phase of all this war. What is your view?
Well, I can't disagree with any of that. It's certainly depressing. I mean,
I can't.
You know, it's got a wire on it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Listen, this has been going on since October. We're 9 months into this thing now, so it's been depressing for a while. And I agree with everything you said in your
so
opening.
much like
that, of
Aaron
course, they're
Mate.
perpetrating violence against.
Yeah, because he basically is saying the same shit as Aaron Mate at this point. He is one of the one people that hasn't shut up about Yemen for a while. But I'm pretty sure, not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I saw the libertarians praising China, so I would argue that he's probably pro-China as well. We'll see.
Well, innocent civilians is wrong, no matter who.
Yeah.
Who does it? And that ought to be the basis for Western civilization. I mean, especially for people who like to kind of brag about Western civilization and the aspects where it's superior to others. The thing here, though, right, is that, as you say, Israel doesn't just have a blank check signed in Palestinian blood, but
like superior than other. Even culture is like, it gets to weird points. Like you can objectively measure culture, right? But to just be like, we're superior is just that.
Like,
just
think about the Victorians. Like they thought they were the most superior and hoity-toity over everyone.
Yeah.
Like basically every culture on Earth today is better than the Victorians.
I mean, exactly. So it's like, yeah, and this is why I'm saying that every time I hear the superior and like comparison of anything human, I'm just like, stop. Please don't stay away.
Objectively, the reality seems to be that they do, and that they have unconditional support from the United States of America, the global superpower, no matter what. Even if our own president asks them not to do something and they do it, they still continue to receive this unconditional support. And of course, but as I've said to you before, Pierce, and I think this has kind of been the fundamental truth throughout this entire conflict, is that the only way you can really support Israel in what they're doing is if on some fundamental level, you value Israeli life more than you value Palestinian life.
Okay,
and if that's your starting point, fine. But if that's not your starting point, then you don't look at a mission that got 4 Israelis back and killed a bunch of children as a success.
The thing the thing is they don't value Israeli lives more than Palestinian lives because they don't actually care about human beings.
No.
Right? What the thing is that Israel if they move against Israel, that costs votes. And
yes.
And then they can slip from their power. And that's really at the end of the day is that it's about maintaining power, maintaining control, maintaining trade.
That's where I have a real, again, I've used this phrase many times in this war, a moral quandary. And I'll tell you why. should there be any limit, given that Hamas kidnapped these people?
Oh my God!
Kidnap young women, they kidnap babies, they kidnap Holocaust survivors, as well as murdering and wounding thousands and thousands of people.
There's also people who are just like, I think there's a cult mindset as well. Like you saw that one lady, we'll look at her probably screaming at the Hasidic Jews, like, how could you say that you're Jewish? How can you be against our own people? You know, like her brain is broken, you know? Like her day to day, she's probably very nice, but then it comes down to Israel and it's like the cult activation goes off, right? It's just like people who like defend specific countries, you know, like except Israel, it's just a whole nother level. It's unlike anything else. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a high control group type thing going on there where they just people's brains get broken. And then also on top of that, there's a severe amount of being misinformed. And then you have people like Destiny. He's definitely a piece of shit. You know, the son of Hamas guy, piece of shit. There's Emily, piece of shit. But like, I think, you know, maybe 50% of those people, they're in this like fringe where, you know, like somebody might be able to fix them one day. Emily cannot be fixed.
Well as murdering and wounding thousands and thousands of people. Should there be any limit to what Israel should be able to do militarily to rescue those hostages? From all the footage coming out, they planned this because they had information about where they were being held. They then sent special forces in to get them, came under heavy fire.
Yeah, like,
as a result of
when
that,
I tell people shit like that, like the reason like Israel really became a state was because the Russians didn't like Jewish Bolsheviks and started exiling them, and they started, you know, being the first Zionist, you know.
Cover sent in as well. And I'm just curious, what should be the limit
The thing
on
is
Israel
that
to go and rescue
Destiny
these
is a
innocent
grifting
kidnapped
position
hostages?
where he's taking the position no matter if he knows he's wrong and refuses new information. That's the issue. When you're into the position where you start refusing new information,
it's
like,
because he's stuck on the first bit of information he got that was confirmed to be true, and now he's just stuck there.
I don't know. No. I
circles.
think he's a disingenuous person.
Oh, you reckon?
Oh yeah, he's shown to be so many times.
He's so stupid though.
40,000 dead. Pierce asks, should there be a limit? Well, he's saying, should there be a limit when it comes to hostage rescues? And like
Your special forces.
Like I've said a few times now, if everything was like this hostage rescue and there was, you know, the death toll we have seen in this hostage rescue, the death toll would be a lot lower and nobody would be putting pressure on Israel because they'd actually be going in there and getting hostages. And like at this point, they would have rescued all of them if they weren't using them as political tokens. And it's just fucking gross.
Which is why the families are some of their biggest opposition.
Yes.
Well, I mean, look, the limit should be, you know, in general, what the limit over this conflict should be is that if your number one priority is to get back the hostages, I think this whole campaign would have been conducted in a very different way than it has been over the last 9 months.
Hot take, 90% of the people suck when it comes to Israel and Palestine.
Limit over this conflict should be is that if your number one priority is to get back the hostages,
I think my stance of I don't give a fuck about your history
than it has been over the last 9 months.
He's 100% correct. You're not even listening.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking to chat.
He
Instead
said
of listening to Dave
exactly.
the doofus.
I'm listening.
I know. I said instead of listening to Dave the doofus.
But he's saying exactly what we say, which is if it was about the hostages, they wouldn't be carpet bombing. It would be surgical strikes. It would be precision. It would be
most of the
they would be
strikes
more
that happened
willing.
in this hostage rescue was on evac when they were leaving, they encountered heavy fire from all directions and then just bombed the fuck out of everything where they saw bullets coming from.
Yeah, because they're idiots. because I guess Israeli special forces can't deal with situations like that.
The cookie powered rocket thing was pretty bad. Yeah, and like I even looked it up and like because like you can use sugar as fuel and stuff, but then it's I imagine this originally started with some guard idiot being like making sure no sugar gets in, and they saw cookies and they're like, there's sugar in this, and there's not, like, I don't know. I don't know what was going on with the cookie rockets. I bet they're delicious though.
But look, what's wrong? The essence of what makes it immoral to take these hostages
They never
is that
banned
these are
sugar,
innocent
but
people
only
who did not do
cookies.
anything to
Wild.
forfeit their natural God-given rights. But that also has to apply to innocent Palestinians who were not involved in October 7th or have no blood on their hands. We're not members of
but
Hamas
don't you know
militant
they
groups.
voted for
And this-
Hamas?
See, and this is why I don't mind Dave Smith on like these kind of issues. And then you get to like the anti-war stuff, and he's siding with Jackson Hinkle. Like, what the fuck, man? I just don't get it. And it's also people like Michael Malice, right? You see Michael Malice go onto all these shows, interview all these people, and then he's just talking right-wing talking points. And it's like and the problem is I can't tell whether he's serious or not. That's the other thing. So it's like I don't know what his actual stances are. I don't know where he actually sits, whether he actually is an anarchist or not, whether he's just a libertarian who's like flaunting with this idea, whether he's like actually like a genuine ANCAP, which that would be interesting. Because like I think he could rationalize anarcho-capitalism in a somewhat rational sense where most people couldn't. But I just can't figure out his actual opinions. But it's like stuff like, and Russell Brand is the same, right? Russell Brand has these kernels of truth. It's more than just these three as well. It's just disinformation in general, or propaganda. Really, it's taking kernels of truth and just expanding on it and compounding just bullshit on top. Like the Ukrainian biolabs, right? This is one of my favorite things to come out of the Ukraine war. Was that they're making these biolabs. I'm like, okay, biolabs, cool. Yeah, every country has biolabs. They're making bio weapons. Okay, so you need a level 4 lab or higher. Cool. Belarus has one. They're a Russian ally. Why would Russia need to invade Ukraine for biolabs? Then a guy in Australia pulls out some transfer forms between biolabs,
And then he pushed an
from
old guy
Ukraine to Melbourne, and it was a level 2 to level 4 lab because level 2 labs can't handle the type of research that they sent the labs to Melbourne for. You know, it's the biological research is global. It kind of has to be because it needs to be tracked and regulated. It's kind of important so that things like COVID don't happen. And by the way, Wuhan, level 4 security lab. So, yeah, it's just,
well, and then all the inspectors said it's inevitable that a leak is going to happen.
Yeah, like months before it happened too.
A year ahead, an Israeli team said that.
But yeah, and literally like within the first weeks, I think it was the clandestine Twitter page that did it first. Was the biolab map, that typical one with the red writing that we've seen that was justifying Russia's aerial bombings. I tracked it all the way back to the source.
Around the globby.
Sputnik. That was the source. The original, the first article to mention biolabs in Ukraine was Sputnik. And they cited the Russian Minister of Defense, Minister for Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Weapons or something like that. So that someone like that, no proof, just claims. And then Westoids ran with it and started claiming that they were making Slavic bioweapons. And I'm just like, who are the Russians? Oh, they're Slavic? Excellent. Good job. Real thinker right there. Real brain buster. Do we want to hear anyone else talk?
No.
No? All right. We'll hit the resignation because we didn't do it last time.
It's just gone past 1800 hours GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. If you're just joining us, we've been watching breaking news out of Israel, where the centrist politician Benny Gantz has announced his resignation from the Israeli war cabinet. This is an announcement that was expected. Benny Gantz was supposed to announce this on Saturday, in fact, but that was delayed after Israel's massive operation in the Nusayrat refugee camp in Gaza, which saw the release of 4 Israeli captives from Gaza, but also the killing of 274 Palestinian men, women, and children. Benny,
that's the official number now. It is 274. Because I've seen 214, I've seen 234, I've seen 274, I've seen 300 plus. So
Gantz had been threatening to resign for weeks now from the war cabinet if Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu didn't come up with a post-war plan for Gaza. In his resignation speech just now, he called on Israeli citizens and those serving in the army to remain committed. He said Netanyahu doesn't care.
Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Everyone in the army, you should leave. Fuck this.
About his people, doesn't care if his people are being killed. And he said he would do everything, he would continue to do everything to bring back the captives from Gaza. He also called on the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, to be brave and do what is right, in his own words.
My resolution, airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them, keep bombing them, bomb them again and again.
Well, considering that Netanyahu's going to prison, if the ICC doesn't get him first and the war ends, he's going to prison. For you. So I'm going to say that he's going to bomb Lebanon. I think he's going to.
They already are bombing Lebanon.
I know, but like they're going to launch a full-scale invasion, or they'll maybe not.
I don't know. I
Full-scale.
think it was Vosh or somebody was talking. Vosh or Hassan were like playing up, like because like saying like Hezbollah is like one of the biggest non-state militaries. You know, like they're insanely powerful. And in my head, I'm just thinking about them RPGing a fucking side of a building when they're trying to hit a sniper on top of a building way over there. And like the fucking guy who runs out in the middle of the street, who is a veteran of the Syrian war, and instantly getting clapped like through the fucking dome, down through the spine with a sniper. Like,
yeah.
When they say they're veterans of the fucking Syrian war, they mean they went house to house slaughtering civilians for Assad.
Benny Gantz's resignation leaves Prime Minister Netanyahu more reliant on far-right allies of his government. Let's bring in Sarah Hayrat for the first reactions to...
Nope.
United at the start of the war, divided 8 months later as the fighting in Gaza drags on. Benny Gantz's resignation from the small war cabinet came as no surprise. No longer seeing eye to eye with the man leading the war, he accused the Prime Minister of prioritizing his own political survival over Israel's security.
Unfortunately,
but you're Al Jazeera, you're biased.
Netanyahu prevents us from progressing to the real victory, which is the justification for the painful and ongoing price. That is why we are leaving the wartime cabinet today.
After months of speculation, divisions in the war cabinet became clear when Benny Gantz last month gave the Prime Minister an ultimatum.
You see how high that shit was? That's how you wear that's how you fucking protect your organs, bro.
Although,
is that even Netanyahu?
The black vest? No, he's on the right.
The green vest. Do you see how high
the green
is?
vest? But you see how little coverage it has around the vitals?
But that's here, over here. Like
that would hit your lungs still.
But the lungs are mainly in this area.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really
if I was
the heart.
If I was picking body armor, yeah, like if I was picking body armor, I'm not wearing one like that. I'm having like the press ones, the full coverage ones, the shrapnel ones, those ones.
I don't know if those have plates in them, though.
They're just soft armor, I think.
Cabinet became clear when Benny Gantz last month gave the Prime Minister an ultimatum.
The War Cabinet must form a 6-point plan by June 8th to bring home our hostages, to eliminate Hamas, and demarcate the Gaza Strip to ensure Israeli security control.
But that post-war plan didn't materialize, and neither has a ceasefire deal proposed by the US, which is why Benny Gantz says he's called for early elections. Benny Gantz's centrist National Unity Party only had 8 seats in the Knesset. His quitting is of no immediate threat to Netanyahu, but it opened the floor for his far-right allies, pushing to continue the war in Gaza without a ceasefire deal. The National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has already demanded to be included in the war cabinet. Israel's longest-serving prime minister called on Gantz.
Why does he wear his little cap on the side like that?
Because he's gangster.
Cool?
He also holds his gun sideways when he points at Palestinians in traffic.
That's the cool Jewish way to wear it.
Yeah, that's how you know he's a gangster. You know the movie Chappie?
Yeah.
And they're teaching you a gangster. It's like, if you want to be a gangster, you gotta walk like a gangster, you know? You gotta talk like a gangster.
Not to abandon the campaign.
Underrated movie. Honestly, it's Neil Blomkamp, isn't it? It's
Did you say Chappie was a good movie?
I loved it. I reckon it's great.
I mean, I liked it. I wouldn't say it's a good movie, though.
Well, when I say good movie, I mean it's enjoyable. Like it's a good movie to watch.
Well,
it's not a
funny.
good movie.
I like when he's like, Chappie has a book.
But yeah, you know what I mean? Like when I say good movie, it's just a movie that's like good to watch, not so much a good movie.
You ever see Short Circuit too?
Yes, I actually watched the first Short Circuit for the first time in my entire life the other month.
I haven't seen it, but I know the scene where they fucking rob car stereos with him.
Yeah. Short Circuit is...
Imagine making an entire movie based off of that scene in Short Circuit.
Fast and Furious.
I also love that they're able to like he builds a computer out of fucking PlayStations to download a brain.
Gantz's departure has prompted War Cabinet observer and former...
I reckon Short Circuit's probably one of the better, best 80s movies. Honestly, it's pretty fucking good. The first one.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think about the guns in Elysium?
I think they're just plastic on normal guns.
But they're
white plastic on normal guns.
Well, sure, but they're supposed to do something, right?
I don't think so. I don't think they had a special ammunition.
Yeah, no. They're like smart rounds.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, it's like a fucking targeting ballistic computer or something.
Oh, they had the airburst explosive ones. Yeah, right. Because when the dude the bounty hunter had his shield, he was getting hit with proximity explosive rounds, which is fucking cool. They just look like Saber rounds. Oh look, that's cool. Have a look.
Yeah, I literally have it up on my screen too.
That's kind of cool because I completely forgot about the airburst ones. So modified AKM. So they're normal rounds, modified ammunition, maybe. Maybe. TST chem rail.
So yeah, so I think it's a ballistic computer on top of the gun.
Ah, okay.
And as well, it looks like it has it goes over the barrel, like it's got a shard that I don't know. Maybe the barrel's fully exposed. It's hard to tell in some of the pictures.
Oh,
on this prop, it looks like it's bolted. The barrel's bolted to it.
This is awesome. Have a look at this. So this one, right? I was just looking. Fires an 8.75 millimeter fin stabilized discarding rail accelerated Sabo round. That's fucking cool. So it's a rail gun. The literal fucking 9mm rail gun. It's pretty cool. Guns in Elysium are pretty fucking cool.
for staff Gadi Eisenkot to also quit, further dismantling the war cabinet. All this as tens of thousands of Israelis continue their protests alongside the relatives of 120.
Well, imagine airburst AK rounds. That'd be epic. How would you? How would that even work? Like
Okay.
realistically, how would you have a bullet that airbursts?
Okay. So check it out. It's actually pretty good design for a ballistic computer. Okay. So, I mean, you know about the new ballistic computers that are going on the next generation squad weapon, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, if you, come on, give me larger here.
That's right. I thought.
So
it
look,
looked
it's got
yeah.
controls here.
Mm-hmm.
In front of the trigger guard, right? So it's the sight with HUD. So like this is like just like on our ballistic computer, right? And then this is a laser rangefinder, this whole piece. And then see, this is a bullet encoder. So like this is like where the targeting data is like coming in. And it's got a bunch of beeps and bobs on it too.
Yeah.
But like this is like the fact that you can, it's just like an
attachment on a normal gun.
I would like it if this was not wood, but it was like a rail, you know?
See, I kind of like that they just strapped it to the top of a normal AK. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like the technology is like so readily accessible. See, and I bet you this red button zeroes the fucking computer too, just like on the new one. See, set distance. Yep. So I wonder if it has the like how you can mark multiple distances on it too. You know,
maybe
because this has set distance back here too.
That's really fucking cool. That's
On,
way
off,
cooler than I thought
mode.
it was.
One single regulate. See, it's got a bunch of stuff, you know, a bunch of different ads on it and stuff.
Asgari railgun. Handheld railgun's pretty cool. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with look, romanticizing is an interesting word. There's nothing wrong with enjoying and liking firearms. There's nothing wrong with enjoying and liking violent things. Like, just when I say violent as well, I'm talking about like firearms are inherently violent, right? It's loud. It's,
you know, but like then you play games like Starfield and the gun design is so shit.
Right, but it's I would say Call of Duty romanticizes warfare. I wouldn't go as far to argue that video games cause violence because that's moronic, right? So, I mean, as someone who grew up in a country that didn't have guns, we never had access to guns. I didn't know anybody with guns. Guns fascinate me. Why people use firearms to solve conflicts is beyond me. But the engineering, the mechanics of it, the shooting of it, just everything about it is such a fascinating thing. You're literally fighting gravity to hit a target with something that's this big. There's a skill. And that's the part that I liked. And it was the long range shooting, the way it's. I guess it's probably this. I was about to say golf, but we all know why guys play golf. It's more
They get
like
away from their wives. I got a funny story. We were like at this thing. It was like after a funeral, so like they like had like the dinner or lunch after a funeral at like a country club. And it was like raining, but we were like inside, right? And we go out on the balcony and there's a guy playing golf. And my cousin goes, "Wow, that guy's playing golf in this weather. He must really hate his family."
Yeah, like I kind of agree, but at the same time, it is just a tool. It is just another human tool to make things easier. And like you can put it on a pedestal and think that they're like the most dangerous things in the world. I don't know. I don't think the same way, personally. And I always say this. I'm like, especially to Americans who don't utilize the fact that they can own and carry firearms. Why? Like 7.6 billion people in the world
Spooky.
cannot access firearms to just have fun to the level that the US can. Why are you not taking advantage of this? Why are you not learning how to be safe with these things? Why are you not learning how to use them and know how to take them down and render them ineffective? There's all this training that goes into living in a country with weaponry, with civilian firearms, that I just think that the rest of the world has retired their security to the state. And look at what's happening. The last 30 years is probably 30, 40, maybe 50 years. Maybe when the World War II. I don't know. I'm just speculating here, but they have slowly, they being the rest of the world, has slowly but surely retired their security to the state. So I don't understand how Americans aren't utilizing this one thing to be like, yeah, no, don't touch my shit. All Americans. So yeah, I don't know.
Because we can vote.
Those are not mutually exclusive. They're not even like, sorry, they are mutually exclusive. They're entirely mutually exclusive, in fact. The fear comes from being uneducated on the subject, being misled is most of the reason. General misinformation, general pop culture too. A lot of disinformation coming about guns from Hollywood. And
Chippy has a book.
Chappie has a book.
Just remember, if you stab people, they just go to sleep.
They go to sleep.
20 captives still held in the Gaza Strip. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Okay.
Soon we'll have quantum immortality, right, Elon?
Okay.
As the U.S. delivers new aid into Gaza, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced more than $400 million in additional humanitarian relief for Palestinians.
Let's work together to ensure that more aid gets into Gaza. And once it's in Gaza, reaches the people who need it the most.
Hamas says it wants amendments to a U.S.-backed ceasefire plan that, among other points,
I'm over here. Look me in the eyes.
For Palestinian prisoners.
They're working every minute to bring everyone home.
Hours after Blinken met in Tel Aviv with family members of hostages still held by Hamas.
They were elated at the rescue of the 4 hostages.
Oh my God!
Just a couple of days ago, but they continue to feel.
You think he might be the most milquetoast cabinet member?
Very possible. It's very, very possible.
During separation from their loved ones.
The UN Human Rights Office said Tuesday both sides may have committed war crimes in connection with the raid that brought the hostages home. Gaza's health ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and combatants, says more than 200 Palestinians were killed during the rescue. Hamas held the hostages in 2 apartment buildings. The operation required support from Israeli airstrikes. Retired General Frank McKenzie, the former head of U.S. Central Command and the author of the new book, The Melting Point, tells VOA Hamas's use of human shields has complicated Israeli operations.
I think they've been a little less successful getting after senior Hamas leadership because they've chosen to hide even while their fighters fight. And I'm sure they're hidden deep underground, protected by Israeli hostages. And of course, the real hostages in Gaza, not just the Israeli hostages, but the population of Gaza itself, which Hamas has no interest in moving out of the line of fire.
Is Israel's battle against Hamas winnable?
It's winnable if they can fashion a way to a day after that makes sense. But you've got to ensure that Hamas is not part of that equation. I'm intensely sympathetic to the Israeli view that you have to eliminate Hamas. At the same time, I think it's a very high bar to say that you're going to get rid of all of Hamas because it's a revolutionary movement. If you kill 99 Hamas fighters, the 100th fighter is going to raise a bloody hand and declare the revolution.
He envisions an Arab-led force from neighboring nations to help keep the peace in the Strip once fighting is finished. And a true win for Israel and the
Classic,
Palestinians,
just like
he
the
says,
Soviets who
requires
used the Afghan army to commit most of the atrocities, huh? Fucking commie bastards.
more global investment to allow Gaza to rebuild. Carla Babb, VOA News, Washington.
Commie bastards.
Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states.
Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.
What exactly do people need to know, besides what you just said, about exactly what is happening on Israel's northern border?
Sure. Well, I mean, look, first of all, Hezbollah is a wholly owned proxy of Iran, and people need to understand this. And it also happens to have essential full control over the government of Lebanon. There is no government, in fact. I mean, there's not been a newly...
How many fucking times do I need to tell people that I'm working on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for them to stop fucking calling me during the day? Do you know how fucking frustrating this is?
The elected government in this country for several years running. They're in massive debt due to Hezbollah corruption, and so there's no structure.
That's the
so
thing.
All these different, including the U.S. government,
massive
French
debt due to
government,
Hezbollah corruption, and we're actually using corruption in the correct sense, not lobbying. You know, literal, like they are literally like stealing money from the people in the government and embezzling their own fucking profits and shit.
to work with the Lebanese to try to, avert a full-blown conflict, but they don't have legitimate partners to work with. And so, of course, those efforts are failing. I mentioned the 200,000 rockets. That's obviously very concerning for the Israelis. That's something like 7 times the amount.
You would have the same response if they were calling you saying, hey, can you do this thing right now? No, I can't. Like, you know that I'm working. Fucking hell.
That Hamas had at the beginning of the war in October of last year. That's a massive amount of rockets that can come into Israel on any given day if a full-blown war begins. They also have what they call precision-guided munitions, about 1,500 of those that are extremely accurate and that can hit strategic targets in Israel, like their purported nuclear facility, for example, which could create a mass casualty.
I think they tried to hit it. I think they may have hit a strike on it before in the past.
Nuclear facility.
Power.
Power plant.
Yeah, power. Yeah.
And the Israelis have been very wary of what might occur if a full-blown war erupts. You could see, skyscrapers.
It's funny, if you stopped being cunts, people probably would stop trying to kill you. Hot tip.
In Israel, sort of like what we saw on 9/11 here in this country. So there is a massive
literally
war
9/11.
that is just, I talked to an Israeli diplomat the other day who told me that we're 30 seconds to midnight in terms of this conflict.
And I'm done.
A barrage of rockets from Lebanon has been fired at various locations in northern Israel. Some projectiles reached the Meron air base and the outskirts of the city of Tiberias, causing fires and damage. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for the attacks. The group says the rockets were fired in retaliation for an overnight attack that killed a senior Hezbollah commander and 3 others. Zainab Hodder is live for us in Beirut. Zainab, bring us up to speed with the latest surrounding this rocket barrage following Israel's killing of that Hezbollah commander.
Well, there's been a flare-up of hostilities along that border following the killing of a senior commander of Hezbollah in overnight strikes in southern Lebanon. He was the most senior figure in the movement to have been killed since the confrontations began in October. Hezbollah's initial reaction was to fire a large barrage of rockets, nearly 200 rockets, at Israeli military positions in northern Israel. Now, some of those rockets landed quite deep inside Israel, some 20 to 25 kilometers. So that's Hezbollah sending a message to the Israelis. And one of its senior officials a short while ago threatening Israel that Hezbollah's operations will increase in force, intensity, and quantity in retaliation for...
What did you say that's hilarious that made Fudge not able to breathe? What did you say that was hilarious 3 minutes ago?
Oh, it was probably me ranting about
Oh,
asking me to
how-
do shit while I'm fucking working
Yeah.
for the last fucking 6 months or some shit that we've been doing this. Like, what the fuck?
For the killing. What Hezbollah is trying to do is stop these assassinations. It is hoping that these threats will deter Israel from continuing this campaign of pinpoint attacks, targeted assassinations. They've already killed 2 high-ranking commanders in recent months, but dozens of fighters in pinpoint strikes, not just in Lebanon, but in neighboring Syria as well. Now, the Israeli media is quoting Israeli army sources as saying there's still no decision to launch a wide-scale operation against Hezbollah, but the army intends to continue its policy or strategy of assassinating Hezbollah commanders. So the situation is quite dangerous and tense.
Zaina, so it seems very clearly, at least from the Hezbollah perspective, that they are willing, they have the capabilities to hit Israel hard. What does this mean in a wider context? Where are we now? Are we in a new phase? Where could this be heading?
Okay. Nothing ever happens. Glad we could clear that up. All right, what do we want? Starvation is a weapon of war. Hamas wanting ceasefire changes. What do we want? Because I'm only doing a couple because we got to move on.
Yeah, I say we move on. We got it. I mean, we got it. Hamas, Israel suck.
Okay.
Maybe the amendments that they asked for the ceasefire.
Yeah, I might do. I was thinking that one because that's also PBS. So
Hamas formally responded to an Israeli-backed ceasefire proposal, but did not fully approve it, mediators announced today.
Hamas's reply comes 11 days after President Biden revealed the 3-phase ceasefire proposal that would begin with a temporary ceasefire. Nick Schifrin is here now. He's been following all of this. So, Nick, what do we know about Hamas's reply?
A regional official tonight tells me that Hamas's reply was, quote, positive. And Hamas and the militant group Palestinian Islamic Jihad have released a statement tonight saying, quote, the Palestinian delegation voiced willingness to deal positively in order to reach an agreement, but it also...
I just couldn't do stuff like this. I don't know. The straight reporting, then saying the same fucking thing because you're not allowed to actually say anything for 10 minutes until you change segment would just shit me up the wall.
Also describe the, quote, necessity of completely stopping the ongoing aggression against Gaza and the withdrawal of...
And like, if I worked for like a company like CNN that would sit you in front of the courtroom that Donald Trump's trial's at for 3 fucking weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
He's definitely going to be guilty. He's definitely going to be guilty. He's definitely going to be guilty.
Every day of every week.
Jack, remember 11 days ago when this...
Hold on, breaking news. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but we're still here.
Remember 11 days ago when this 3-stage plan came out, and I said, here's the issue. Hamas is asking for Israel's entire retreat from Gaza, and that's not going to happen. So now this is the updated statement, is that they want the entire retreat from Gaza. Bro, talk about more nothing news.
Israeli forces in the entire Gaza Strip.
I told you this is what Hamas's position was. We know this is Hamas's position.
And it's not changing.
And that suggests that Hamas is demanding the text matches what they are demanding in public, a permanent guaranteed ceasefire. The deal...
Okay, well, that's an interesting perspective.
The deal only requires Israel to commit to a temporary ceasefire that would continue as long as the two sides are negotiating. So, as John Kirby, the National Security Council
Netanyahu's refusal is to stop fighting.
And then after you finish that, you mic drop, and you walk the fuck off stage and quit.
Positive that Hamas has formally responded. It's not clear that it's enough to bridge the two sides gap.
And Nick, what has Israel said in response?
Well, today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu committed to this deal. It is, of course, an Israeli-backed deal, but Netanyahu continues in public to vow to destroy Hamas militarily. U.S. officials remain concerned, Jeff, that both sides are more interested in blaming the other for the failure of these talks than they are for actually making progress.
Wow, you mean the two groups who actively want to see Palestinians die are continuing to kill Palestinians?
Yeah.
Wow.
U.S. mediation.
That's why I keep saying, what has Hamas lost?
Yeah. All right. Update has been gotten. We can move on.
Well, it's happening. The final stages of Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The prosecution and the defense last hour rested their cases. And the first son will not take the witness stand. Right now, the court is about to reconvene after lunch break. We just saw all the family.
Is that the actual... Surely that isn't an actual term.
First son.
Surely that's just something
sure.
she made up.
I don't care.
That's idiotic.
Family members file back in, among them the president's brother James and also Hunter Biden's grown daughter Naomi and the stepmom Joe Biden. Closing arguments are set to begin in just a few minutes. We'll let you know as those things kind of unfold rapidly right now, because the jury could get that case by the end of today or early tomorrow morning. We're all over it. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host Emily Campagno and Katie McEnany, also joining us today.
As they're doing this segment, because she said they just got back from lunch break. That's literally what happened. They got back from lunch break and they're like, he's guilty. It's real time. That's how it went down. So right now, doing their dumb 24-hour news segment reporting on this, they're missing it.
That's great.
They're gonna fucking call in halfway through this report. They're gonna get it on the IFB. Watch.
Fox business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Cheryl Cassoni is with us. And Fox and Friends co-host Lawrence Jones is here. First, though, let's go to Rich Edson. Let's catch up what's been going on inside that courtroom in Wilmington, Delaware. Rich.
Yeah, he's guilty.
He did
it.
Harris. Well, just about 3-4 minutes from now,
it's fucking do it again.
Closing arguments for the prosecution and the defense are scheduled to begin here at the Wilmington courthouse. That means the jury very well could get this case later today or early tomorrow when deliberations could begin. When you've got the closing arguments, the prosecution will go first, followed by the defense, and then the prosecution could go again if it chooses to do so. This morning got off to a pretty slow start. The attorney spent much of it conferring privately with the judge. The defense rested, then the prosecution called a rebuttal witness, the FBI special agent Erica Jensen. She was assigned the case last year to
give us Kaylee. What does
political
Kaylee
names
have
and
to say?
not just Hunter Biden.
Don't need to know their names and all that, but we know quite a bit about them.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's one I believe Paul Morrow brought up. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you have these two big political names and not just Hunter Biden. Maybe that would have been the right answer for Donald Trump. But I think what Lauren said is so important. This is not about addiction. No. It simply is not. And Molly Jong-Fast, she's a liberal out on MSNBC, she said the disease that Hunter Biden has is the same disease that I have. It's the same disease, almost 20% of the country has. Well, this isn't about addiction. The left is trying to make it about that. I hope Hunter is better for the sake of him, for the sake of his children, for the sake of his family.
Kaylee, what's the left?
This is about...
Is PBS the left?
Accountability. This is about whether he will face the fate that Donald Trump did, where it was unprecedented in the case of Trump, where in the case of Hunter Biden, the Wall Street Journal editorial board says the facts of the case are strong. So the facts match the law.
What?
No, it was the same for both.
Yeah, both
it
were
was
like
basically unlosable for both.
Open and shut cases here.
Yeah.
But he's a favorite son of Delaware, as again noted by the.
If anything,
Hunter,
Hunter's less guilty because of the drugs.
Matters.
Well,
but for all we know, Trump is on drugs.
Always.
Look, every parent has to deal with things on their own, but I can only judge the president for what he's dealt with Hunter Biden, even with raising his granddaughter. Not only did Hunter not refuse to acknowledge the granddaughter, but the president of the United States fulfilled it. She doesn't even have Secret Service protection. She doesn't even have a stocking in the White House during Christmas time. So there's been a lack of accountability his entire life. Hopefully our fair justice system will finally hold him accountable.
I'm so confused. What did they just say? Granddaughter? Who gives a shit?
Hunter Biden has been found guilty on all counts in his gun trial, federal trial in Wilmington, Delaware. All right, Leo, your first response.
My first response is I go back to the Harris Faulkner Leo Terrell segment about 6 months ago. When you asked me that question, is there any way that plea deal could be stopped?
Well, what I'm hoping for is, and this is what I'm hoping for as the week goes on, is all the cope of Republicans and fucking chuds, conservatives.
No, they did this on purpose to distract you.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm waiting for the cope to come out. Either they're going to be coping with a fair justice system that treats both sides fairly, or they're going to say that he's a sacrificial lamb, that Biden sacrificed his last living son to get the last 4 years of his life in presidency. That's my prediction.
Say the judge played a major role in the rule of law by saying, I'm not going to agree to this plea deal, had questions, and that's why we're here today. The American public needs to know that. That is the rule of law, and I applaud the judge. That she did an outstanding job in following the rule of law.
News,
Andrew, do they appeal? What does this look like? Because September is going to be here in a heartbeat, and you've got that tax fraud trial, which you say is stronger than this.
Well, Hunter got exactly what he was asking for. He wanted this trial. He got it, and he got a big guilty verdict because what he did over the years, his actions and his words that provided the government the evidence for that. What he, I think, has done through this is left open the possibility of an appeal. The Second Amendment issues related to having this kind of drug addiction or drug use at the time of buying or possessing a gun is not necessarily settled law through the Supreme Court. So I see this going through an appellate channel where they're challenging the underlying basis of the law, not his conduct itself.
Aren't they looking at that right now? I mean, I know the U.S. Supreme Court has a lot on its plate. I don't
So
know
we
if
can
they'll get to
start
that
killing
one.
the Protestants.
No,
Mike,
that's
not
not
the
exact
question
before them right now, but the issue of whether guns and gun possession is more consistent with preventing people who have like a mental illness versus people who are on alcohol. Alcohol itself typically not something that prohibits gun possession or ownership.
True. So why should marijuana?
What about
if anything,
crack?
you should be banned from buying. If you consume alcohol on a regular basis, you should probably be banned from buying a gun. I would. That I'm obviously being facetious, but it would be interesting to see the statistics of how many people commit violent domestic violence, or like
with a gun while under
with
the
a gun
influence of alcohol.
under the influence of alcohol. That would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I would hesitate to bet that it would be rather high.
And and let's see how many people Chris Benoit, their wives, under the influence of steroids.
Yeah, well, that would also be an interesting question. So, once again, is the problem guns or is the problem people? Funny how the easy solution always results in the gun being the problem.
She just kept running her mouth.
But it is kind of interesting how you can always talk down these pro-gun control arguments to being like, okay, better mental health protections, better domestic violence policies, social safety nets, protection groups within your own friend groups, encourage non-state solutions for problems like this, and then you don't have to worry about it. Like, it's...
Can we just talk about how gross the Eucharist is? Like, everyone in the church be drinking out of the same cup and all they got is a little towel to wipe it. Like, how do they think fucking bacteria and germs work? Like, I loved the fucking... Did you see the communion, the COVID safe communion sets?
No. But, like, yes, obviously there needs to be a balance that sort of figures out where this goes. But the people who should not be deciding what this balance is and these changes is the state. So, yeah. So that's the problem.
You're gonna love this. Capitalism. Am I right? Look.
Yes.
They're like little fucking coffee creamers, but they have the little Eucharist on top of it, right? So they're all COVID safe. Right? The thing is, why did it take till COVID before we're not putting our lips on the same fucking goblet? Look, they're handing out with the chopsticks here.
Oh, the Eucharist is the communion. Okay.
Yeah, it's the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. I'd never heard of it called that way.
Yeah, so this is one of the wacky things that Catholics believe.
Catholic, but it says Christianity here.
Yeah, well. Christians also do the Eucharist, but there's a wacky thing specifically with Catholics. I think it's Transmogrify. but I might be confusing that with like WoW cosmetics, you know?
Okay.
And so the Catholics actually believe that it becomes the flesh and blood of Jesus. Right?
Yeah, it's
the
cringe.
literal flesh and blood of Jesus, right?
Mhm.
While other Christians believe in it's a more metaphorical thing.
Mm.
Right? But also there's like, well then how come when I throw it up it's not blood and stuff? And they're like, oh, because it's got God magic on it, so you can't see that it's the flesh and blood. I'm right. Ask any Catholic who knows what the fuck they're talking about. They'll be like, yeah, he's right. That is a thing.
Religious cope. It's something else.
But mental illness may be. So the Supreme Court is looking deep into exactly when the Second Amendment can be essentially revoked from an individual with regard to their mental condition or the substances that they use.
Jonathan Turley, if you're still with us, I'm going to ask you about what this does overall to the tenor in the United States. I mean, this case was very different than how former President Trump was treated in a lot of different ways. 2 different cases, so we can understand some of it, but not all of it. He's still under a gag order.
I knew it. I was like, she's going to say the gag
This was
order.
a very fair judge, in my view. She ruled for the defense and for the prosecutors on different issues. She went right down the middle of the road. And I think in the end, justice was done here. This jury was able to overcome a nullification strategy. I think part of the problem was that Abby Lowell, the defense attorney, put forward a bunch of defenses in the opening statement that collapsed within.
Here with reaction, RNC co-chair Laura Trump. A lot of questions here. They knew it was real. Garland knew it was real. Now that we all know it's real, we know that Joe lied at the highest level, and Joe was involved in all these foreign business deals and the millions of dollars they raked in, including taking direct action by.
I just saw laptop and put
they're
this with the Hunter Biden stuff.
Holding money.
They're still
so
doing
a
it.
prosecutor investigating the company his son is in business with, paying him millions with no experience, continues to pay him millions. So all of that's true, Laura. And Garland hasn't lifted a finger. If it was your father-in-law or you or Eric or Don, I'm pretty sure they'd go after all of you.
Yeah, I was going to say, just go after Donald Trump. When in doubt, that's sort of their motto that they, of course, always have.
Yeah, because, you know, stacking the entire cabinet with your family, then putting, who the fuck are you? As the head of the RNC or the co-chair as the RNC, definitely not total fucking corruption and fascist head counting. No, not at all. That's definitely not what's happening at all. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, but look at this laptop. There's dick pics.
Well,
it is really incredible, Sean,
this is
to
crazy.
see what has gone.
Do they just know that we're talking about Jesus in here, and they come in here to say some stuff?
And the fact that you have Merrick Garland actually complaining about the American citizens voicing their concerns for
What evidence?
There is none.
a very clearly biased justice system should be concerning to him because he's the Attorney General of the United States. We can't live in a country.
Don't you
if we
understand
do
it's
not
a
trust
miracle?
our
Just like how it becomes
institutions like this.
blood and flesh.
And people are terrified right now. Everybody knows what this trial with Hunter Biden was about. This is about smoke and mirrors. This is the red herring. This is a distraction from what you've talked about the entire show, which is that it's not just criminality we're worried about with the
My
Biden family.
savior
It's national security
was
we're
also
concerned
a
about.
felon.
We need to know as American citizens that when Joe Biden, as president of the United States, is making decisions
I
for
don't
this country,
understand
he's making
like how
decisions
people
based
watch this. I don't even hear words coming out of these people's mouths when we watch Fox News. I really don't.
I don't understand it either.
Like it's just like literally just going straight through me.
on what's best for the
And it
American
really is
people
just
and not
nonsense,
what's best for
nonstop.
the
It's
bank.
just Biden laptop, Biden laptop, Biden
Yeah.
laptop. They're trying to hide it. Trump is a victim.
Stealing money from you. Ukraine is bad. Nazis. Rah rah rah. Israel. That's about it. That's all their talking points.
But like the Biden laptop, like
Fuck
bro,
is
it's
that?
like, God, I thought Benghazi was annoying.
Bank account of the Biden family. And by the way, Sean, based on how the last 3.5 years have been going, we should really question what has been going on there. And as a family member of the Trump family, the whole thing is kind of wild for me to watch. If you think back, Sean, to when Donald Trump won the election in 2016, Think about what our family business was. We were a private company that had real estate and golf courses around the world. We were in international business originally. Yet, what did we do? We said, you know what? When he won, we're not going to do any new international business deals. The opposite of that happened when Joe Biden became vice president.
Wow. Pretty sure Donald Trump was told that he can't. Because
they
you cannot,
literally put the companies in trust.
Yes, because you cannot run the United States as the president and run a private entity within the United States. It's a conflict of fucking interest. You absolute moron. Biden wasn't doing international deals. Hunter Biden was, you fucking dumbass. But I know, oh, the laptop says the big guy. Well, how about you show me evidence that it's Joe Biden instead of your bullshit 6-month-long investigations that come up with nothing? How about that? You show me proof. I want 3 corroborating sources as per journalistic standards that Joe Biden is the big guy, and I'll be a Trump supporter.
President of the United States. That's when the Biden family got into international business. We went so far as a family as to pay back the United States Treasury every penny that we got from any foreign dignitary that spent money at a Trump property. Of course, we got no credit for that, but we didn't even want the faintest hint of impropriety. And yet, look at the way.
So all you did was just not take the money, instead just diverted it straight to the tax office, which is probably a legal requirement of being the president, I imagine. Something like that. Yeah. Cool.
They have gone after Donald Trump for literally anything they could find. They have a treasure trove with this laptop. The American people are demanding transparency. Again, it's about our national security. We deserve to know. But I want to tell people out there how you can actually make a difference, how you can rectify this. It comes on November 5th of this year. It comes the first day of early voting in your state. Get out and vote in this election. Our
And
country
here's the actual
depends on
point.
it. The future of America certainly
to do
depends
with
on
the
it.
laptop. This is talking point, narrative, vote. That's all it is. That's all this is. This is propaganda. They're not even trying to hide this as anything else but.
Let's bring in NBC's.
Hold on. Not this one. His own statement.
Hi, I'm Diana Seda. We have breaking news. Hunter Biden is now responding after being found guilty on all counts in his felony gun trial. The jury determined the president's son knowingly lied about his drug use to a federally licensed gun dealer in 2018 and also lied on the application to buy that gun, then illegally possessed the gun for 11 days. This is the first time ever that a sitting president's child has faced criminal charges, and now the first time ever a sitting president's
all right,
son
let's go to
has been
Hunter.
convicted of criminal charges. Our investigator, our senior professional.
Start with the more grand we have discussed at length throughout this trial, which is, of course,
Fuck you, ABC.
They got you with the clickbait.
They got. See the thumbnail? I thought it was actually going to be him. Fuck yourself.
Oh, I did it. I'll do it again. wait. I see feedback. I see feedback.
Don't worry.
Everyone, I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Janine Pirro, Richard Fowler, Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
Wait, can we go back? Does Greg know he's on the air? Greg's over here like doing a fucking crossword or
It's 5
something.
o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
Greg!
And we have brand new images of President Biden from just moments ago, embracing
Yeah, he
his
went
now
down to
convicted
meet
son,
his son
Hunter.
when his son got guilty verdict. Wow. And then after that he said, my son's a fucking idiot. He doesn't obey gun laws. We're gonna tighten those gun laws.
The president blowing up his entire schedule, rushing back to Delaware to be with him. Hunter Biden found guilty on all 3 counts in his gun trial. The verdict still sending shockwaves throughout the White House, with Karine Jean-Pierre even canceling today's press brief. That's something she rarely does. Hunter is now facing up to 25 years in prison, but it is unlikely that he will get the maximum since it is his first offense. And it all happened so fast this morning, as Judge Janine will tell you. And the First Lady, Jill Biden, she was not even physically in the court yet to hear it being read aloud. She arrived just afterwards. President Biden says he will respect his son's conviction. But talk about irony. After the trial revealed that Hunter's revolver was dumped into a trash can, the president spoke at a gun violence prevention summit where he called for harsher gun control laws and for Americans to safely store their firearms.
By the way, it's time we establish universal background checks and require the safe storage of firearms. We should hold families responsible if they don't provide those locks on those guns. Who in God's name needs a magazine which can hold 200 shells? If you need...
I do.
Whoa. A magazine.
I do.
No, hang on. A magazine that can hold 200 shells.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a big magazine. Why do I need lots of bullets?
Are we talking about a tube mag? You know, so it's like a shotgun tube that's like
It's just endless. It's just a tube that's way longer than the actual gun.
Yeah.
This is why I need 200 bullets.
He said shells, though.
You're aiming in the air.
Same. Yeah. That's why.
Bullets in a gun and a magazine. You're the lousy.
See, that was not enough rounds. That was disappointing how few bullets was in that that burst of fire there.
Which can hold 200 shells. If you need 12 to 100 bullets in a gun and a magazine, you're the lousiest shot I've ever heard.
Biden, there are things called groupings. You can't do groupings without extra bullets. Also, you don't shoot the 100 bullets at once. It's not a shotgun.
Yeah, but he's talking about shells, so.
So yes, he's talking about shotguns. So it shoots 100 shells at once.
A magazine-fed shotgun
it's
that
a
has
metal
100 shells.
So what you're telling me is Biden wants to ban these. Give me a second. Let me find.
What in the borderlands is he talking about?
Oh my God. 600 rounds, 36 barrels, 36 bullets shot at once. Oh my God. Good Lord. Why would you have this? 30,000 rounds per minute. That's a lot. Like,
it's an embassy gun?
Woo! No, this is the Metal Storm. This is actually Australian designed. Funnily enough.
But is it for embassies?
No, it was just an alternate for it might have been a CIWS replacement possibly, because it's no casings fired by electronics. It's basically a railgun, a multi-barrel railgun. But yeah.
So the alarm is just sounding to signal that it's
tell you it's firing. Yeah. So that's what Biden's talking about. We must ban Metal Storm.
By the way, I think is to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. And guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need. Right.
This is such a stupid fucking talking point. Fighter jets can't occupy a street corner.
I want an F-15 though.
I do want an F-15. But hey, Biden, you are president of the United States. How is your very, very advanced military work against the Viet Cong? How about the Taliban? How about ISIS?
How about a bunch of ranchers who didn't want to give up their land?
Yeah. How's that going?
Who literally they literally had sharpshooters laying down on the bridge, pointing guns at police, and police stood down. They won against the federal government and then kept pushing their luck. But people with guns have won against the government several times. And and the main reason why is because the government doesn't want to have another Waco incident.
Yes. Because not the only one either. There was also Ruby Ridge. There was a couple more, I think, as well.
Ruby Ridge is different because it's it was like they got jumpy on a trail.
Yeah.
And accidentally shot him.
Yeah. Because Waco,
and it was only 4 people.
Sorry, Ruby Ridge was the dude and his family, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They shot the one lady through the door.
Yes, yeah. They shot the kid first, and then it just went off and out of out of pocket. And then they shot the lady holding a baby, which is very cool. And then he said the cops made excuses why they fired and everything like that. It's all fucked. It's like you're a sniper. You have optics. You can see who is there and that there was no threat, yet you fired still. And what? Nothing happened to you.
But I mean, they have been able to like prevent another Waco type incident.
Yeah, by retreating.
If only like a shooting like Uvalde would shame them enough to change police policies and stuff like Waco did.
You would think that Uvalde would have had that kind of backlash, but it didn't seem. It's almost petered out a little bit. All right.
So one of the Hunter Biden jurors speaking out about the historic deliberations, he says the Biden name did not play a role.
Biden was on trial. And he was just like anybody else.
Wow, they don't even need voice protection. You're telling me these are equal trials? Do you think anyone on the Trump trial is going to speak out, even with voice protection?
No fucking way.
They're already doxing them and shit. But the thing is, how do you know you're doxing the right people? Fucking MAGA and QAnon.
Mm-hmm. There's no guarantee that they are the right people.
It was not politically motivated. If you want to know that, politics played no part in this whatsoever.
Right, Jesse, we have not heard from you today. I'd love to get your thoughts as to what happened.
Well, it gave me a little boost of confidence in the American legal system, although they still have a lot of work to do to win me back. It's kind of like watching an Eagles game and the refs throw 20 flags on us in the first half and then finally throw one flag on the other team. Okay, it's still not a fair game. Remember, Biden's prosecutors tried to sweep this under the rug last year and have this guy not go to jail at all and have lifetime immunity until the judge was like, say what? And now he might have to serve some prison. He might have to actually serve prison on this and the taxes. He should have listened to Nancy Reagan. She said, say no to drugs. And a lot of these foreigners targeted Hunter Biden, not just because he was the son of the president, but because he was a crackhead.
Wow.
And he's been compromised by the Chinese, the Russians, the Romanians, the Mexicans, pretty much everybody wanted a piece.
Who have you been compromised
and
by?
Because he was an addict, he was willing to take risks and do things you wouldn't normally do because he needed the money for the family, but he also needed money for his habit. And he lived.
Would he slash
spies,
an intern's car to start
liars,
an appropriate
sex trafficking,
relationship with her, and then court her into marriage? Would he do something like that? You think?
Dude, Q is insane.
Is Mike Flynn Q? A lot of people are saying that. I don't care.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think it's more than one person. Like, it's just like, I'm Q. Whoever wants to fucking pretend they're Q today can be Q.
Oh my god, the Russian warships are firing missiles. Nuclear threat.
Bro, you mean the planned testing that they announced that they were going to do?
Idiot. Absolute dipshit.
Nobody can do military exercises near America anymore, I guess. What are we, fucking China? Do it or South China Sea! That's the Gulf of America.
Dude, this
not
is
Mexico.
This is epic. So the US Navy is now being deployed in Miami. This footage is from an air show on Memorial Day.
Was that from QAnon?
Yeah. Burner phones, wiretaps. This guy was on like an 8-year heater. Lucky he didn't kill himself. Lucky he didn't have the gun picked up by a kid who shot himself. Lucky the gun wasn't taken by a criminal and used in a murder and had the gun go back to him. But for a long time, Dana, this guy, it was like an orgy of opportunists. He was using his dad. His dad was using him. The Chinese were using him. He was using the Chinese. And the CIA and the FBI were using him to spy on the Chinese. And he's never had...
We got another one.
No. Who the fuck cares if the CIA were using him to spy on another country?
Yeah, really, who gives a shit? Look, we got another one. Incoming Russian nuclear scare event.
Any consequences his whole life.
This is awesome.
Back at the naval discharge, that was not a dishonorable discharge.
I'm so sad that
was
I've only
administrative
just found
discharge.
this
He got
page.
popped again for cocaine in Stone Harbor, New Jersey. That got swept under the rug. The Sugar Brother rolls around. All of a sudden, people are interested in his
Okay, I can't stand this anymore.
Actually had to pay the
They just
consequences.
talk for so long about nothing. Just make a point and then pass the fucking ball.
Just less than 5.
No! No more,
Sucked
no more,
in.
Jesse. No more,
Well,
Jesse.
too bad. This is Vivek.
Months away, and the media thinks the most important.
What do you think is the most important question that needs to be answered from both candidates?
Who won the last election?
Yeah.
Very simple.
Yeah, and
who won the last election?
Holy
Let's
shit. Major false flag alert. Hunter Biden guilty, Russian submarine off the coast. Don't get distracted. Incoming false flag. This fucking page is hysterical.
Let's discuss and debate.
What's the
And we'll
false
see. I
flag
mean, look,
covering?
It says nothing. It's nothing else. It just says that. That's it.
So what is the point of the false flag? It's like how they say, yeah, this shooting was fake because they want to ban guns. Okay.
When they ban guns.
When is it happening? Because
okay,
you
I'll
said
listen.
Sandy Hook was fake. Did guns get banned?
I don't think so.
Do we still have guns?
Funny. But like
how many
you know,
many false flag shootings does it take?
Yeah, exactly. Like Las Vegas was apparently a false flag. Admittedly sus, but it was purely because of it's a very, very out of pocket, unusual mass shooting in the mass shootings. It's very unusual. Because I think we went into it, like we were doing some research and we really looked into it. It's very strange. The guy's very odd. And just like everything about him, the shooting was very strange. So, but yeah, it's just who the fuck is Ron Watkins?
Been asked by Donald Trump. He refuses to answer it correctly, but we'll see what he does when he's given that opportunity.
In front of 140 million people. You know, it's a little different on a stage like that.
It's cute.
Stephanopoulos thinks November 5th is a referendum on January 6th. Also, Rachel Maddow thinks Trump's going to put her in an internment camp. She's saying this, I'm worried about the country broadly if we put someone in power who is openly avowing that he plans to build camps to hold millions of people. For that matter, what convinces you that these massive camps he's planning are only for migrants? So yes, I'm worried about me, but only as much as I'm worried about all of us. Don't flatter yourself, Rach. If anyone's going to a camp, it's Acosta. Maddow only works Mondays. It's not like anybody'd miss her. No one's sending anybody to camps, you silly goose, except for our sons and daughters so we can get some peace and quiet this summer. Against the next Trump presidency is nothing.
You get to fucking Vivek. Holy shit.
Will stop at extreme far-right causes.
Good Lord.
Former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy joins me now. I didn't think they'd have this kind of dirty trick in their bag, but they're going undercover now. What do you think's next, Vivek?
Well, look, the reality is this radical left will stop at nothing to implement their agenda, Jesse. They will go through the law system, they will go through prosecutorial systems, they will go through the financial system, and they will go through administrative agencies. But the reality is the American people are seeing through the farce that they have put up. And you fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Trump literally kept firing people in all these agencies that didn't say yes to him. What do you, like, yeah, it's sure. It's the radical left agenda that's going through all these agencies, guys. Yep.
This country now understand that.
I'm
the media's
losing it.
histrionics are becoming even more extreme because they realize the people aren't falling for it. But that's actually going to backfire, I believe, heading into November.
Yeah, and I'm fine with undercover journalistic tactics. That's been bread and butter for decades, but it's not like a big
Oh my
expose
God.
if he likes God.
Oh my God.
I don't care about Q. I'm trying to work.
I know. He just asked, where does radiation come from?
And doesn't think he can change the minds of pro-choice Americans. And earlier, I want to get your take on this because we had some breaking news earlier, Vivek.
Aliens.
Hunter Biden found guilty of 3 gun felonies this morning in Delaware and could be facing up to 2 years, possibly more, in prison if Judge Norica sentenced him that way. What do you think this is going to do to the Biden campaign?
Nothing.
Well, look, I think there's a couple of things going on here, Jesse. I actually think this particular trial and conviction is a bit of a farce. It's a bit of a feigned retreat. Note the timing. It came right after the Trump trial and the Trump verdict. The purpose of this is in the public eye to actually legitimize the Trump conviction. It's also designed to deflect attention away from what they should actually be going after the Biden family for, which is selling off our foreign policy to make their family rich in places like Ukraine, where Hunter Biden has absolutely no business serving on the board of Burisma,
but not
a
Trump.
state-affiliated energy
Trump
company,
didn't sell off our fucking
now
foreign policy to people. Fucking, that's not why Iran has fucking our nuclear secrets and shit. He didn't sell anything to anyone. Yeah.
Spending $200 billion of American taxpayer money to. So that's what this is about, is it's a bit of a deflection, all against the backdrop that these are federal charges when his father is the sitting president of the United States who can absolutely pardon those actual convictions. So we should not fall for that trick, and I think that's what this is really about.
Yep, timing is everything in politics and in life. Vivek, thank you so much. Have a great night.
Wow, former US federal prosecutor Scott Tenley. Scott, thanks for your time this morning. So your reaction to this, Hunter Biden has been convicted. In your experience, is he going to serve time behind bars? And if so, how long do you think?
Well, a charge of this nature is incredibly rare. That oftentimes there's prosecutions for illegally possessing firearms, but that's by people who've been convicted of felons, who have been convicted of domestic violence crimes. You rarely see an addict possessing a firearm as a charge, but when you do, it's even more rare that you're going to see jail time. The sentencing guidelines would call for somewhere between 1 to 2 years in jail for illegally possessing one gun. But under these circumstances, the limited nature of how long Hunter Biden had the gun, the fact that he is in recovery, he has been sober for quite a while, and this conduct is from 2018, I think it's very unlikely he will be sentenced to prison.
Were you surprised at the conviction, or was the evidence against him just too strong? I mean, he seemed to incriminate himself in his own memoir.
The evidence did seem overwhelming, and I'm not surprised at all. The defense mounted a very kind of technical challenge that could the government prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on the day Hunter Biden signed the form, he was addicted or using crack cocaine. But the government presented a wealth of evidence, including, as you said, his own words that around this time, he was in the throes of crack addiction. And the jury from that could infer, well, also on the day he filled out the form, he was guilty. So it's not surprising. I think if we had seen a not guilty verdict or a hung jury, it would have been the result of nullification, jurors not feeling comfortable with the prosecution. But at the end of the day, they followed the evidence and the facts and the law, and they reached their unanimous verdict of guilty.
This is unprecedented territory here, because this is the first time that a president's offspring has been convicted of a crime. President Biden says he will not intervene in his son's punishment, whatever that may be, and there won't be a presidential pardon. But he could do that if he wanted to, couldn't he?
Absolutely. I think the time when we'll actually know whether President Biden is going to pardon his son or not is after the election. At that point, if he's lost the election, he has nothing to lose by pardoning him. If he's won the election, he can't run and serve another term after that. So there wouldn't be as much political fallout. So I think not until the election will we really know whether Joe Biden will get involved. And quite frankly, if it's not a jail sentence, he might say it's not worth pardoning him either.
Hunter Biden is facing an even more serious tax evasion trial in California in September. What are you expecting there?
That's going to be a more hard-fought trial where there are going to be evidence and arguments on both sides. It won't be as much of a one-sided affair as this one was. But if he's convicted...
This has actually not been that bad.
Yeah, this is fine.
In that tax case, which is much more serious, his conviction in the gun case...
I still don't care about...
on the tax.
Yeah. No, we're done. Do you want to say Vosh, or we're done?
No, I don't really care anymore about this.
The trial of Hunter Biden highlighted his own struggles with addiction, a struggle that resonates with millions in this country. 2/3 of all Americans say drug addiction is either personally affected them or their families. And more than 40% say they know someone who's died from a drug overdose. Every individual story and addiction battle is unique, but experts say there are common challenges for those struggling to get clean and recover and those who support them. We're joined now by Dr. Scott Hadlin, who specializes in adolescent addiction. He's with Mass General Hospital for Children and Harvard Medical School. So Dr. Hadlin, we're not talking about the legal or political conversation around the trial, but this specific addiction piece that resonated with so many people. You've said what struck you most is how people were talking about it. What did you mean by that?
Right. I paid close attention to this trial not because I was particularly focused on the legal aspects, but really sort of focused on how we as a nation talk about people who struggle with addiction. And one thing
I thought it was a voiceover.
noticed is that a lot of the coverage of this case centered on Hunter Biden and describes him first using terms like, for example, addict, terms that can be rather stigmatizing and really kind of put the person's condition first before they're even a person. You know, I usually talk about people who struggle with addiction as exactly that, a person with a substance use disorder or a person who's struggling with drugs or alcohol. And I noticed that a lot of the coverage really sort of used this language and this terminology that can be, you know, hurtful and harmful for the many people in America who struggle with addiction or know somebody who struggles.
As we noted, 2/3 of Americans say they're impacted in some way by addiction. When you take a closer look at substance abuse disorders in America, though, some 47 million Americans aged 12 or older say they struggled with substance abuse in the past year. Back in 2020, that number was just over 40 million. What should we understand about what's behind that increase?
Well, there's a lot of different things that go into the increase that we've experienced. I mean, least of all, we're in the wake of a pandemic that really affected people. It isolated folks. It made it difficult for a while for people to access healthcare, and it worsened people's mental health. And these are all things that we know can potentially underlie addiction or worsening addiction.
And we've seen recently, for all the attention around opioids, that opioid deaths have been slightly in decline recently. But has there been a shift in what kinds of drugs people are using or what they have access to?
You know, we do have some reassuring recent data that shows that there's been a
people are using or what they have.
Look at that. Not a single marijuana. But how interesting. The alcohol's at the top. Alcohol is arguably the worst there. Heroin is probably worse. But I would argue that alcohol is arguably the worst on the list. Maybe opioids, but again, opioid, pain reliever, and heroin can I call all kind of be lumped into the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Have access to?
So what if that's the case, then it would be 6.9 nice percent for opioids. Bumps it up
Fire
again.
bad.
Huh?
Fire bad.
But even still, it's even like alcohol use disorder, which I guess is alcoholism now.
Yeah, and binge drinking is like college frat shit where you drink and black out.
Yeah.
Decline recently, but has there been a shift in what kinds of drugs people are using or what they have access to?
You know, we do have some reassuring recent data that shows that there's been a slight downtick in the number of overdose deaths across the country. But, you know, to put this in context, we're still at a point where more than 100.
Also, the fact that drugs are still like illegal, really detrimental to research on like depression and ADHD and stuff like that. Just those.
Well, they just fucking
kind of,
they just denied
PTSD.
that fucking PTSD research with like ecstasy, I think.
Yeah, ecstasy, MD, yeah, ecstasy. So MD, LSD, mushrooms, marijuana. There's a couple others I think that have some potential medicinal stuff, but like just the fact that that they're not freely available to be experimented with in medical cases is a detriment and holding us back. And that is the real problem here, is it is holding us back. And we could be progressing past mental disorders like this.
I just want to do ketamine, bro.
What? Cat?
Pass me those aqua dots.
1,000 Americans die every year of drug overdose. Teen overdoses, I take care of teenagers in my clinic who struggle with addiction. Teen overdoses are at an all-time high and now killing the equivalent of a high school classroom of teenagers every week across this country. And we've had more than 1 million deaths since the turn of the century. So even though we have a slight indication that things are improving, I don't think we should sort of, you know, get too excited about this because we have a lot of work to do here.
Tell us about treatment.
I took 2,000 Benadryl.
Between the need that we know exists and what people are able to access, and also how that access varies based on who you are.
We have a lot of difficulties accessing addiction treatment across the country. I see this all the time with my own patients who might be seeking out multiple programs before they ever make it even into my clinic to get treatment with me. And many people, in particular young people, sort of bounce around just trying to find high quality treatment. People encounter barriers because their insurance won't accept the program, or you know, maybe their insurance might cover the program, but they have to pay large out-of-pocket copays. And all of these things stand in the way of people getting addiction treatment. And so this is happening for me in the context of Boston, a relatively well-resourced city. Imagine what it's like to be outside of a city that has all the healthcare that Boston or another big city has.
Imagine being an opioid addict in the apps. Oh, you don't care about them? Nobody does, apparently. It's a fucking massive issue. I mean, I'm sure the Midwest has a massive problem with opioids as well. I'm really not sure. I'm sure it's through the entire central of the United States. Because like
I ain't no doctor.
I imagine that it really hits sort of old mining towns, sort of places that had industry. Meth, is it? Okay.
Yeah, for like that type of shit. Yeah, meth is more of a poverty drug.
Yeah. Okay.
Opium is more of like a city popular drug.
Okay. Easier to get.
It's just
there are enormous
more
geographic
right.
Opioids are
limitations
cooler
in terms
than
of what
meth.
people can access across the country. Huge gaps all across the country, particularly in rural areas of the country. And then we know
Meth
that
is
there are
for
gaps in
homos.
socioeconomic status whereby
Necrosis
people
is pretty cool.
Meth is for homos.
who have sort of
For
insufficient
butt
insurance
fucking.
or may not have insurance at all don't get access to any treatment. And then layered on top of this, we know that there are big gaps by race, ethnicity, language, and a number of other factors.
You mentioned the language piece of this, about how we talk about addiction in this country. I want to talk more about the family and friends part of this. What's important to understand about the impact of addiction on the people who support someone with the substance abuse disorder?
What really struck about this trial is that Hunter Biden, is in the limelight, but he is somebody's son. And we're so acutely aware of this because he's the president's son. And it's a reminder to all of us that when somebody struggles with addiction, they are always somebody's son or daughter.
So is a doctor the left that we're talking about here? Is it PBS? Is it the drug users? Like what are we talking about here? Because Kaylee told us that it's the left wing that's making this up. So I'm just interested.
Daughter, there's somebody.
Oh, it's the radical left-wing policy.
So it's really important for us to remember that first and foremost, people who struggle with addiction are people, they're humans. And so it's really important that we do what we can to help them feel as though they can go into treatment. And so when we use stigmatizing language, terms like addict, it sends a message across the country that people who struggle with addiction, aren't welcome in healthcare environments or aren't welcome.
You can use the word addict, just don't be a cunt about it. You don't have to change your language and use this soft language and start policing your own language. You just don't be an asshole about it. Just make sure people know. If someone says something about it, correct them. Say, hey, they're just people who need help. This sort of thing. I don't know why this is so hard.
The government handed out crack pipes. Remember that narrative? They went on that one for a little bit. That one disappeared.
Handing out crack pipes.
Yeah, the Biden crack pipes. That's what they were calling them.
Because I was gonna say, didn't they actually put crack into the community? Like that is a US government that
allegedly
did that?
In their communities, and that makes it difficult for people to access treatment. It makes it difficult for family and friends who are.
It's just cooked cocaine, right?
Yeah, it's like cut with baking soda.
Okay.
Not baking powder. If you use baking powder, guys will have muffins growing out of their nose.
I don't think we actually have it here. Not that I can think of. It's usually just meth or heroin.
I don't know much about it. I lived with a crackhead.
Loved ones of somebody with addiction to help them get into treatment. And so we need to show compassion to people who are struggling, because that compassion, and when we use non-stigmatizing language, that helps people get into doors of clinics.
But not for the fatties. Fuck
Dr.
them.
Scott Hadlin from Mass General Hospital for Children and Harvard Medical School. Dr. Hadlin, thank you so much.
Did it to themselves. You could stop eating at any time.
I get nauseous if I don't constantly eat. I think I have diabetes or something.
Diabetes.
Got the low blood sugar.
Okay, what haven't we hit? We haven't hit the guns.
We got any fun things on there? We got to look at Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes. Okay, you take this. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back, and then we'll do the gun.
You can't just say you take this. And
I sent the message. It's not giving me a time code. I sent the message in the private chat. You didn't see it. It's not my fault.
Okay.
I
got it.
Okay. Okay. I will be back.
In Nevada and Las Vegas for a rally. And, I don't want to make too much of this because I think there's definitely, you can definitely overstate the importance of this one way or another. But Donald Trump, when he ran both in 2016 and 2020, was getting big numbers in his rallies. Now, Joe Biden, when he ran in 2020, I don't know if he even held a rally.
No.
If he did, maybe there was 500 people there. It's there's not a hardcore, Biden, enthusiasm, regardless of what you think of his policies or not. This has not been ever the case.
Yeah, he's like Coldplay.
Yeah, exactly. But Donald Trump would attract huge numbers. And I think he got like 6,500 people at this rally, which is, I mean, I don't think I could draw 6,500 people in Las Vegas, but the issue is more like, is this trending in the right direction for him? Or, enthusiasm is what really was his driver in all instances, the depth of support that he had. And here he is in Las Vegas. We have some other clips of him speaking, but at one point he says, I've got a lot of celebrities here. And then he introduced Marjorie Taylor Greene. And here she is at the rally. This is sort of like her Sermon on the Mount, I guess.
Going to tolerate it. The Democrats and the fake news media want to constantly talk about, oh, President Trump is a convicted felon. Well, you want to know something? The man that I worship is also a convicted felon. And he was murdered on a Roman cross.
No.
We've seen political corruption.
Pause it for 1 second. Now, I've watched this clip enough to wonder if during that pause she takes after the cross, if she was going to say, and you know who put him there?
She was letting that thought by everyone in the audience fill that dead air, right? Was Jesus a convicted felon, Sam?
Well, I mean, I mean, he certainly was. The judicial system was very different back then.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit different.
What parallels there?
But I guess the good enough for Jesus, good enough for Trump, I guess, is what she's saying there.
But I mean, okay, so Trump is not the first convicted felon in the history of the United States. So is she?
There's a lot of Jesuses running around, I think, is what she's saying.
I mean, is she polytheistic at this point? We have to kind of look into it. But
this is why she has been protesting our carceral state for so long, is because she's afraid of all of the potential messiahs that could be in our prisons.
Jesus died for our sins. Trump died for a hush money payment to a adult film actress who he was sleeping with outside of the bounds of marriage. I mean, kind of similar set of circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you say tomato, I say tomato. Just go back a little bit.
And he was murdered on a Roman cross. We've seen.
Wait, go back, because I can't help but maybe I just want to hear what's in the audience at that moment. Go ahead.
And he was murdered on a Roman cross.
Yeah, they said it. They said it. That one guy. Bye, Jews.
That's what I heard.
Bye, Jews. Thank you, sir.
Well, yes, thank you. Someone just got a Trump T-shirt for free. All right, go back a little bit, and people can make their own decision. I mean, it could have been the person could have said, "By whom?" Achoo.
And he was murdered on a Roman cross. We've seen political corruption. We have seen this throughout history. This is nothing new. It's just the first time in American history we have been forced to deal with it. Now, here's how we deal with it, America. Here's how we deal with it, Nevada.
The Protocols of Elder Zion.
You have to tell your friends and family. That's a great book. I'm sorry, friends and family. You have to get over being tired of the drama you see on the news. Because if we do not show up and vote on November 5th, if we do not bring all of our friends and family out, the drama that everyone is sick and tired of is going to get worse. Because I
want to go where she's going with what the drama is going to be here.
Also,
the drama that everyone is sick and tired of is going to get worse because I work with the Democrats. I listen to them every single day. They're going to raise your taxes. They're going to destroy generational wealth. That's right. You're going to be broke. And
Can you pause it?
Gas prices
Okay, you know, this, like, I don't know who she prepared this speech for.
Herself? Because didn't she inherit her business from her father?
Yeah, construction company.
So she,
But this notion of, like, first off, I can't imagine a worse pitch to go to your friends or neighbors who are not planning to vote and go, I know you're sick of the drama. I know you think that he causes all this drama, and then just start haranguing them.
I'm the no drama president.
I feel like maybe that's not exactly the best angle to take. And then, I mean, aren't we led to believe that the reason like that audiences like this are coming out and are supporting Trump because they are already like immiserated, that they're already low income, and she's like talking about it's sort of strange.
I mean, there might be one guy who's a little low income these days, because can you just pop up the frame here? Do you see the guy in both the Bitcoin hat and Bitcoin t-shirt behind her over there?
He's probably not doing super well at this moment.
But isn't this just the construction of how a lot of evangelical voters for Trump view him? They just kind of use the same religious framework for Trump. It's like, try to convince me that you guys are not a cult after Marjorie Taylor Greene compares him to Jesus.
I also want to say, like, I can't imagine the Biden campaign could hope for a better surrogate than Marjorie Taylor Greene for Donald Trump. I mean, honestly, if they're sitting there going like, is there any way for us to manipulate something so that Marjorie Taylor Greene goes out on the campaign trail for Donald Trump? She was really angling for this ever since she got left out of the trial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
they know it too. That's why they left her out.
She's made it. No, but she's made it to the podium. I wonder maybe if there's going to be a lot more of this, and I can't imagine the Biden campaign would have a problem with that. They're probably going to pay for her flights at this point. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. What do you do if you're a MAGA candidate and you don't want to answer any policy questions whatsoever? Well, somebody has figured it out. This is a guy named Chuck Hand. Apparently, he was, my understanding is he was at January 6th. I don't know if he was actually prosecuted. This is Chuck Hand. He's a candidate in Georgia, Republican congressional primary. And, this is how he reacts. I guess he's running against the incumbent. He was convicted of a misdemeanor outside the Capitol.
Mr. Hand, Congress is currently working on a new farm bill, which will have a big impact on the 2nd District. What are your thoughts on the current House Republican plan? And specifically, would you support?
He's being asked a question about agriculture policy, which, I would imagine come from Georgia, big deal. And I get the sense that this is a rural district, and he appears to he's at least dressing like a farmer. I don't know. I don't want to offend.
No one appears to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Here is,
this should be in his wheelhouse, is your point.
This should be in his wheelhouse.
Hi, Mr. Hand. Congress is currently working on a new farm bill, which will have a big impact on the 2nd District. What are your thoughts on the current House Republican plan? And specifically, would you support the controversial proposal to cut food aid for low-income Americans?
I'm Chuck Hand, a lifelong resident of the 2nd District. I've worked side by side with the people of the 2nd District solving problems since 2018.
Wow, 6 years.
I've only seen this man next to me come around when it's election time, wanting to run for office.
Oh my God.
I've been wearing tires slam out in Southwest Georgia, meeting with voters and building relationships in our communities for years now. I'm not interested in debating the issues of the 2nd District with a man who doesn't even reside in it. especially one who orchestrates attacks on my wife. I'm more concerned about beating Sanford Bishop, representing you, and passing the America First agenda and putting Donald Trump back in the White House. This race is very simple. It's either 8th District money or 2nd District heart. The choice is yours. It's the dollar versus the change. Now, this is where I get back in my truck and head back to Southwest Georgia because I got two races to win.
Thank you very much. Doug Reardon, you're not staying, sir? Are you leaving?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Moved right now. What an act of bravery.
Smooth move.
Running away from questions to be an elected representative.
I'm not going to answer no question about agriculture policy. Dollar change. I like that line. Actually, it's pretty good. I hope that guy wins. I mean, the primary anyways.
I'm realizing that Georgia's primary was actually last week and he lost.
Oh, well.
Oh, no. That didn't work?
No.
Turns out sometimes we want here.
By 12?
What you going to do for them?
By 12%. 4,000 votes.
How many people voted total? That is a real
31,000. So not a whole lot.
That is a real disappointment. Well, I guess we know for anybody running for office in the future, that strategy has been attempted already.
God.
Well, that's too bad.
Caterpillar hat.
Let's go to IM's Nolito. Already read that. Hopeful one. Gee, we have a ton of German heritage, and I'm nice. Zent is a family name. Come on, lady. 6 Foot Bear. Every time I see the Supreme Court in the news, I get excited to see Mark Joseph Stern again. Voight Lives Matter. I'm not voting for Hunter Biden anymore. Graham Page. I'm gladly voted for a convicted felon in November. Dave from Ohio. Hunter Biden's been found guilty as being cool as F. No, number 13, I honestly pity the amount of aggrievement the Alitos feel, despite all the resources and influence they possess at their old age. They are still clearly very full of anger. So many people need therapy. DSA from Aaron. Jesus Christ, my state sucks. Literally every Georgia white man right there.
Yeah.
Oh, and sorry, I looked a little bit closer, guys. Good news. Sorry, that was a Georgia runoff. So Chuck Hand is still in contention.
Oh, okay.
He just got second in the runoff. I thought it meant he lost. But
Okay.
they have a runoff coming.
They have a runoff.
Yeah,
All right.
so
Was this debate?
this debate was for the runoff. So that's
for
why,
the runoff.
Yeah,
okay,
so,
that explains it.
yeah.
Okay.
He ran off.
Oh.
Touche.
I'm Chuck Hand.
Hack all things. Stop. Folks, before we play this clip, I just want to remind you, it is June. June is typically the 6th month of the year. This is.
My point is, I'm kidding. My point is, happy holidays. Is like saying it's food day. Happy holidays. It's like you're not celebrating anything at all. There's no celebration. It's just like you're doing a thing. So imagine you had.
Is Tim fighting Christmas in June?
He goes, it's like saying it's food day.
Pause it for 1 second.
Oh my God.
So happy holidays. Wishing someone happy holidays is like saying it's food day. Now, food is something that we eat every day.
If we're lucky.
And so that's sort of banal.
Uh-huh.
Now, holidays, they're not every day. They're specifically.
No, I think we're overanalyzing this. Like, what the fuck is food day?
Holiday, I believe, I may be wrong about this, actually is derived from holy day.
Mm-hmm.
And if every day was holy day, then no days would be holy day. So it's really not like food day. I don't know what food day is, but I'm trying to follow what he's saying here. And of course, again, reminder, June.
Yeah.
It's not Mexican. It's good food.
Yeah. So now that you understand that, it is American to a certain degree. But anyway, my point is, I'm kidding. My point is, happy holidays. It's like saying it's food day. Happy holidays. Like you're not celebrating anything at all. There's no celebration. It's just like you're doing a thing. So imagine you had Taco Tuesday, but some people came over to your house and you're like, no, from now on, we're doing Food Tuesday. It's like food. It's like, well, we eat food all the time. We celebrate things for various days. Christmas.
They take the fun out of everything.
I know.
Hello, Timothy. Did you know holidays are an invented thing? They are just doing a thing. So yes, it is just doing a thing. You fucking dickhead.
Yeah, but they're taking the fun out of it.
Christmas is December 25th because some dickhead 3,000 years ago decided that was the day. Or whatever. Maybe it was 100 years ago because capitalism really is what invented fucking Christmas. Also, I'm pretty sure it's a pagan holiday.
It is. And Jesus hates you for celebrating it.
Easter. Right?
Easter's also pagan.
Is it really?
Yep, it's the equinox.
That's hysterical. Yep. Okay, Easter makes sense, which also explains why it's also
all that weird shit with the
Halloween?
Easter bunny and stuff.
Yeah.
And the eggs and all that weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the colors of Easter all come from the pagan tradition.
Really? I did
the
not
Christmas
know
tree,
that Easter was pagan. I knew that I knew Christmas was.
Yep.
I did not know Easter was.
Mm-hmm.
However, Halloween, also another holiday that makes sense.
Pagan.
It also makes sense. Yeah, but how old is paganism? Probably pretty fucking old, right?
Uh-huh.
I would imagine so.
Druids.
So a lot of that probably dates back to basic human actions, and the holidays are based around certain points in time during the year. Easter, Christmas,
harvest,
October, Halloween, harvest. Right? So all of this makes total sense, and it's literally taking time off to do a thing because of a certain time of year. You fool. You absolute fool. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and like not only that, like when the Romans conquered people, they especially and we're talking before Catholicism, they would let people just keep their gods and be like, yeah, well, he actually is a god, you're right. And we totally believe in him. But our God, he's slightly above that one. You probably didn't know about him, but now you do. Right? So like Roman pantheons get complicated when you start incorporating the foreign Romans.
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll be like, yeah, we call them this, but then there'll also be multiple people who are hellfire gods, but in Roman they're something specific, like a guy with a hammer who makes the swords and stuff.
Is that why Greek and Roman are basically the same thing with different names?
Well, I mean, they emerged out of each other.
Okay. So where would Norse mythology fall into that? Because they kind of have a similar thing, but theirs is all unique.
Norse doesn't fall into it.
It's completely isolated.
I mean, they never conquered Norse religions.
Interesting.
In Rome. I also don't think they existed at the same time.
Maybe.
There's a specific Roman conquering thing where they let people keep their gods instead of being the convert thing like other conquerors end up doing in the future.
Everything has to be vague to try to fit into a box because why? Because that box doesn't offend anybody.
No, they want to get rid of Christmas.
They want to get rid of Christmas because of the culture.
Right.
100%.
It's anti-Santa.
Because Christmas offends non-Christians, right? And it's always about how do we
no. It's not an offense.
It's not that it offends non-Christians. I also like where he says, they're trying to make it so broad so they can put it in a box. It's like, all right, well, fixed one.
What are they disagreeing about?
They're basically saying that, I don't think they're disagreeing.
It seems like they are.
They are.
They're about to disagree as to who is manipulating the Happy Holidays versus Merry Christmas program.
Gotcha.
And I've been doing this for 20 years. And this has been ongoing.
He is a war on Christmas veteran, bro.
I wonder whether Norse mythology has basis in that kind of mythology, because it comes much later. So like
Druids.
The Vikings.
This is and I will say the only innovation here
They have the best Viking holiday is Food Day.
is that you have people under the age of 65 complaining about it. Like this used to be, Bill O'Reilly's Ballywick.
He still does it.
And also the war on Christmas.
He still does it every year.
Seculars are coming because I don't know if you've ever been.
He even talked about how he vandalizes people with things about Christmas. Like vandalizes people's vehicles and stuff with crosses and shit for Christmas.
Yeah.
In America, after, forget Thanksgiving. Now it's like after, after Halloween. And you've seen how there's no celebration of Christmas. You can't see Christmas lights. You can't see people saying Merry Christmas. The Christmas tree, you never see those anymore. Nobody ever has a Christmas tree anywhere anymore. I wish the younger people understood. It used to be there were Christmas trees and Christmas sales, and now nothing.
And Flintstones Christmas.
It's like trying to tell a kid who's 10 years old what life was like before the internet. And that's like when we used to have Christmas.
Exactly. We used to have to take cash out of the bank and talk to a teller.
I mean, nobody is offended by Christmas. Again, that's what they keep saying. No one's offended by Christmas. But if you keep going up to somebody who, say, is Muslim or Jewish or doesn't celebrate Christmas, celebrates something else, and you say Merry Christmas to them, they may get offended. So Happy Holidays is just a social nicety to make sure you're not offending anybody. But apparently it's also...
It's for checkout lane.
Also, literally nobody says that. Everybody says Merry Christmas. And then I think there's something.
No.
They say Merry Christmas and other somethings.
If they're a cashier, they say Happy Holidays.
True, but that's just like.
But if you say Merry Christmas first, they will say Merry Christmas back.
Exactly, and that's my point. Is nobody's going to be like, "Oh my God, you said Christmas. I'm telling the manager." That doesn't happen. It's never happened.
Congress. I will, and I would say to my colleagues, this is about the United States and Israel, not about any individual leaders. And a key relationship, as you know, a key ally for us in the fight against terror, including Iran and other Iranian-backed proxies like Hamas or Hezbollah or Palestinians.
This is the address to Congress, not Gaza, by the way.
Islamic Jihad. And I think hearing from a key foreign ally like Israel is critically important.
A growing number of Democratic lawmakers are announcing that they do not intend to...
What is this
format? Cranes?
What is happening?
Is this her
Go
fucking
watch
bedroom?
Benjamin Netanyahu speak before a joint session.
It's her closet. She's in the closet because it's June.
Of Congress in late July. But that's not the case for Democratic Representative Josh Gottheimer. He's from New Jersey. And as you just heard, he does intend to attend that speech. Now, the speech is set for July 24th. He is scheduled to basically give his fourth speech before a joint session of Congress. In fact, he spoke before Congress back in 2015, 2011, and 1996. It's interesting. It seems like every time Netanyahu and Israel are involved in war or some sort of conflict, and the U.S. constituents are kind of wondering whether he's, engaging in some nefarious activity, he likes to come and speak before Congress. In 2015, he specifically wanted to speak before Congress in order to trash the Iran nuclear deal, even though the Iran nuclear deal ensured that one of Israel's foes would not be able to develop nuclear weapons. It didn't go far enough for Netanyahu. And that's the reason why he wanted to come speak before Congress and essentially trash Obama and what he had managed to accomplish with that nuclear deal.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well.
No.
TYT is facing challenges, guys.
Stop.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Do it. Go to the Patreon. YouTube demonetized us.
Yeah, it's in the description, I think. It is right there. You can get your name right there. That's cool.
Wow. And you can do it for only $1 to get your name at the bottom, and you'll get some.
And lots of content coming out as well.
Yeah, we got once the jihadi interview gets approved by Jack, that's good. And then we got, I'm gonna be editing the first video that's insurgent media. So you can see
people's heads get cut off.
Yeah, you can see people's heads get cut off by fucking ISIS and shit, and us talk about how good the beheading is.
Yeah, how quick it is, how efficient, how.
The second one is we watched is pretty fucking brutal. The second session we had is pretty brutal.
Yeah, the ISIS one, that was rough.
Well, it was we opened with Chechnya stuff.
Yes, the Chechen. Honestly, the Chechen video was the worst one.
Yeah, I told you.
Like
that's why I said it's like
now,
it's hard to say that Daniel Pearl was like the first beheading video, because those are technical beheadings in Chechnya.
Technically,
and they made it popular. The videos.
Yeah.
He imported a little bit of controversy the last time he was here. I thought it was.
Yeah, all it takes is $1.
And then you can watch people die with us.
You can also get to founder status when we found the nonprofit.
Is disrespectful to the president. So
which we'll figure out what that's going to mean, but that's a thing as well.
Russian conscripts. But yeah, we give an entire background to the situation and stuff. But and then what do we watch after that? Oh, we watched the Mondo movie after that.
Yes, it was the Mondo movie, and then the next session was
Only
ISIS?
Dead Guys.
Only dead. Yeah, just dead guys.
And by the way, I mean, the controversy he's referring to is the 2015 speech before a joint session of Congress. Dozens of Democrats decided to boycott that speech because they wanted to show their support for Obama and the fact that they were in favor of the Iran nuclear deal. Now, Representative James Clyburn is one of the more recent Democrats who came out and said, nah, I'm not going to go to that speech. I'm not interested. And his reason for why is actually really fascinating. I mean,
and you got a lot of them. I love
time
dogs.
to time,
I
like
dogs.
to hold on to a grudge. Not always. In fact, most of the time I don't. But Clyburn seems to be the kind of guy who loves to hold on to a grudge. So here it goes. When it comes to that joint session, I do not plan to attend it because I'm going to treat him the same way he treated Barack Obama. And I'm going to participate with a group of others in an alternative session.
How long does this video need to be? Get to the fucking point. Jesus fucking Christ.
Head to barbarism if the left wins.
Oh my God.
You will live in barbarism, period.
I'm fucking better than you.
Participating in whatever events there are to express that we want this war to end and we want both him and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire.
At this point, I don't.
And then you have Representative Jan Schakowsky, who is a Jewish Democrat, and I have no doubt she's probably gotten so much pushback for this. So I give her a lot of credit for announcing that she will also skip the speech. She says, "quote The role that the prime minister is playing is very
you're on
negative."
A date with Anna. How do you think it's going?
Wait, what?
Imagine you're on a date with Anna. How do you think it's going?
What topic?
No, you're just on a date. Just maybe getting.
I think it'd be fine.
Getting some food.
I'm very good at disengaging this kind of stuff. I'm very good at sinking back to normie.
I don't want to be there. And she's right.
I just want people to
the
have
role that he's
healthcare.
playing within the Israeli government has been negative, not just for the Palestinians who continue to be starved to death and slaughtered in Gaza, but also in regard to Israeli civilians who are now part of a country that is viewed as a pariah state by the international community, with the exception of the United States. Netanyahu is far less concerned about the people of Israel, about the hostages that remain in Gaza, and far more concerned with his own political career. And I think Schakowsky is absolutely right about that. So Deputy Whip for the Congressional Progressive Caucus agrees with Schakowsky, saying that he needs, meaning Netanyahu, to be staying in Israel and working for the peace that he has been unwilling to support in the past. Despite the Hamas atrocities and all the wrong that exists there, the indiscriminate bombing that he has encouraged has led to loss of lives that should never have happened. He has not prioritized the hostages. He ought to be doing that instead of coming here. And that's so true. That's so true. What are you doing? You're going to come here for your little propaganda speech while your country is engaged in this brutal war? I mean, it's just as he's being protested by Israelis.
Isn't that immoral?
We keep hearing about that.
God, has she said anything?
No, she's exactly like Fox News. They just yap.
Insane.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. All right. I guess I would. I think that less so.
Okay, that was hilarious. And 9/11, yeah, absolutely. Kennedy, sure.
What's with the cameras? What is happening?
Maximum intensity.
I guess so. I mean, less so. Not Epstein. Less so. Not. Why don't you just give it away? He's in the files. It's so obvious he's in the files.
Go to street jail.
Street jail for you. Well, I'm going to let you be your own judge. I'm going to give you the full context of that question in a second. You're going to see in these clips that 3 different times Trump is hesitant to release what's in the Epstein files. Gee, I wonder.
How is this what you're talking about, and not the fact that he's saying that he would declassify files he already went to declassify and didn't?
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Is that really the angle we're going for? Is, oh my God, Epstein. We know
Poggers!
he's in there.
Poggers!
We already know. Like, there's no secret here.
Wonder why. And look at the contrast between how he treats the other declassifications. He's like, he doesn't say declassifier, but he treats himself as like the big, great declassifier until you get to Epstein. He's like, I don't know about Epstein. You're going to see.
Until? What is he declassified? Chunk, the Trump supporter.
3 different times. So, and also at the end, I'm going to give you a quote of Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein that is devastating. So now let's watch.
Okay.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
Rumor in American history. Well, she's the one that would get the young. Well,
appreciated. And
turns out,
where's the quote?
He knew it's. I do. So what he said was, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy.
We know this.
He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do.
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
We know this.
We know. This is...
We know this.
A well-known quote. Devastating, apparently. I'm so glad I skipped right to the end.
I'm going to wash your beak now.
If Joe Biden or Donald Trump want to win the White House this year, there's one issue they'll have to...
Oh my God, they re-uploaded the same fucking video in TikTok format.
Uh-huh.
Well, today we're following 2 election-year efforts, one federal, one local, to address the crisis on the southern border. President Biden says he was forced to take executive action that will limit the number of asylum seekers because congressional Republicans had obstructed...
This is a week old.
I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
That's about the migrants.
This is a week old, but we did not see this angle of it that he said that he was pushed. Had no choice. I'm just curious what he actually said, and then there's a follow-up after this somewhere. Because it's like
bipartisan efforts to gain control of the southern border. But GOP lawmakers dismissed Biden's plan as a political stunt.
Meanwhile, in Arizona, the Republican-led state legislature puts a measure on the November ballot that could authorize local police officers to arrest people suspected of crossing its border with Mexico illegally. The measure is similar to a Texas law that challenges the federal government's exclusive authority over immigration. That law is on hold while the federal appeals court considers a challenge by the Biden administration.
With that, White House correspondent Serena Marshall has more now on the fallout from these actions. You're catching it from both sides today if you're in the White House. So here we go. Good morning, Serena.
Yeah, good morning, Rob J. Here we go. That is right. President Biden getting it from both sides of the political spectrums, both Republicans and progressives within.
Biden getting dick down. Boy. Getting airtight, baby.
His own party, but President Biden, in rolling out this new tougher stance on immigration, this restriction on those seeking asylum at the southern border, said he was left no choice but to take this executive action because Congress couldn't act on that bipartisan Senate deal.
They know the border is not a political issue to be weaponized. Responsibility we have to share to do something about it. They don't have time.
Stop talking
games
shit,
played in
Joe.
Washington. Neither do the American people.
This isn't the first time the Biden administration has taken a tougher stance, excuse me, on immigration. Last year, they did roll out some rule changes to how you could seek asylum at the southern border, but this would severely limit who and curtail who could actually even qualify for asylum. They'd essentially shut it down to all asylum seekers if the number of crossers exceeds 2,500 aggregate over a week's period of time. Just for some context, in the past month in April, the average daily interactions at the southern border were around 4,500. Now, this doesn't just apply either to the southern border, but all southern ports as well. And so once they hit that 2,500 mark, they will then shut it down to all asylum seekers until the aggregate daily total is below 1,500 for a 7-day period. Now, Republicans who've been pushing the president, saying in response to not going forward on that bipartisan deal that he could act on this unilaterally, are now pushing back, saying that this is all a political stunt. And progressives like one representative, Jayapal, saying that this is a mistake. They called on a tweet, said it was extremely disappointing. Meanwhile, migrants at the southern border are saying this is something they heard before, not just from President Biden, but former President Trump as well.
Pues, tú sabes que esas noticias siempre se han dado. Desde ya mucho tiempo están diciendo lo mismo. Desde que estaba Trump, ¿me entiendes? Estaba diciendo que las fronteras se van a cerrar, hicieron una barda, hicieron el muro, todo eso. Pero aún así, ¿me entiendes? El colapso de personas que venimos nosotros de nuestra...
Now, the ACLU has already promised to fight this in court, saying that this is very similar to the order imposed by former President Trump that was thrown out by the 9th District Court of Appeals. And we just received the guidance that CBP officers received as this order went into effect. And in it, it does also include a big change about how a non-citizen can request asylum, that they must ask for it, that is no longer up to the officer to inquire if they have a fear going back to their...
Interesting. What do we think about that?
Whatever.
Because I'm assuming that the attempt with this is to say that the prompting of the response.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
Right, but if they have to say, well, see, I would almost argue that this would.
Isn't that cheating the public?
Almost benefit the people who know how to use the system.
Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that
actually need the asylum?
That cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, Neil Breen seems to follow.
Your home country.
If you get on U.S. soil, we will screen you for asylum. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone gets asylum.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
World War II, that we would never send people back to danger without at least a screening. So this executive action is inconsistent with what Congress has said, and that's why we successfully challenged a very similar Trump policy.
Now, in addition to those new...
Okay.
The Biden campaign says it's going all in to shore up support among black voters. That's with polls.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
And the White House in 2020. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a Juneteenth celebration at the White House last night. The president promoted his record to black voters while painting a contrast with right-wing Republicans.
They're all ghosts in new garments trying to take us back. Well, there are. Taking away your freedoms, making it harder for black people to vote or have your vote counted. Closing doors of opportunity. Attacking the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
It's all unfolding as the Trump campaign tries to make inroads with black men in particular ahead of November. We're joined now by Emery.
The black love me because they're felons like me.
Covers African-American politics. It's so great to have you here.
Thank you.
And starting with the caveat that the black community is no more monolithic than any other community, what's your assessment of the Biden campaign's messaging to black voters in particular, both in terms of what they're actually saying and the degree to which it's penetrating?
Well, African Americans have complained for a long time that the Democratic Party takes them for granted. So because this group has historically voted for about 90% Democratic in the last 60 years, there's sometimes a tendency to ignore black voters, to have very shallow interactions with them in late October before an election season. And black voters have been demanding attention to their issues and actually outreach in their communities that's meaningful. The Biden campaign has tried to do that, so we've seen them engage earlier. There have been questions about the modalities of this type of contact. So is it the right type of contact? And is it reaching all black communities? Perhaps once upon a time, you could make a church visit, or you can make certain types of overtures to Black communities that would be wide-reaching, but the diversity of the African-American community necessitates that you have a multifaceted approach and that you have multiple messages to reach the varied types of Black voters and all of their concerns.
As we mentioned, there are these polls that show President Biden losing support among Black voters. The Biden campaign says that this narrative of this Black exodus is overblown, and that the Biden campaign says that they have an infrastructure in place to keep Black voters on their side effectively, that would not necessarily lend an opening to Donald Trump. How worried should the Biden campaign be?
Well, there are two sides to this. On the one side, I think the Biden campaign is correct. There's been a lot of national attention on survey subsamples of African-American voters, where we're talking about 1 to 300 Black voters. So we're talking about huge margins of error and very, very noisy data. So just because you have a survey where there's a subsample of 200 Black voters who, might say that 30% of them are voting for Donald Trump, doesn't necessarily reflect to the larger African-American community. There needs to be more surveys with larger sample sizes that are nationally representative of Blacks to be more accurate. Pew recently released one. The number was at 18%, which is something that Democrats would be concerned about, but they can rebound from that. They can do outreach in these communities. And so I think the question is, do you sit on your laurels? No Democratic campaign wants to get 77% of the African-American vote when they're used to getting 90% of the vote. How do you get from 77 to 90%? Part of that is outreach. Part of that is recognizing that you still have time to invest in these communities. And it's how are you going to be responsive in terms of crafting a message that is actually going to resonate with these voters.
Let's talk about
Well, what has Biden done for the Black community that would
he hired Black
garner them to vote for him?
He hired Black people. There they are, my tokens. That's what he says. Again, let's just put this out. Is Bernie Sanders' response for what are you going to do about Black people was, I had a Black friend named Martin Luther King. So
I know about that.
Already, yeah. Biden is doing better than Bernie when it comes to appealing to Black people, I think.
Because I would think that just if I was him, I would get my team to just go and talk to people.
They did before the Michigan no contest vote.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, they sent somebody who was like an emissary who made promises that they didn't have the authority to try and keep those votes.
Oh my God.
Pop, pop, pop. And then it was like rapid fire.
Well, I would if I was in that position, I would send my team down there to talk to people, get an idea of what people's issues are, and then try and address them in the best way possible.
Food price, rent.
That is likely what it would be, right? Hard, right?
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. That wasn't contextual.
Donald Trump, because he is also trying to appeal to Black voters. He held a rally in the Bronx, New York, late last month, and he touted his hardline immigration proposals. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
African Americans are getting slaughtered.
Here are my friends, my Black rappers.
They're indicted. They're on trial for murders.
Are getting slaughtered, and these millions and millions of people coming into our country. The biggest impact and the biggest negative impact is against our Black population and our Hispanic population, who are losing their jobs, losing their housing, losing everything they can lose.
More recently, he has talked about his criminal indictments, his felony conviction, and has said that would be in some way appealing to Black voters, which a lot of people saw as offensive on its face. What do you make of his approach?
He sometimes pulls on threads that are accurate within African-American communities, but then he usually takes them out of context.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
So on immigration, there are African-Americans who have concerns about undocumented immigration. My friend Niambi Cardi at the University of Maryland wrote a great book about this, right? But their reasons for opposing immigration are not the same reasons that whites oppose immigration. And so you have to be really sensitive to the message and not paint with a broad brush. The concerns that Trump is trying to raise about criminal justice reform are so personalized to himself that it ignores the larger structural problems that he could address and use his own story to talk about effectively, but he's not doing that, right? He's not talking about the things that he did do during his term as president in terms of the First Step Act, in terms of trying to sort of
he never brings up the First Step Act.
Structural aspects of the criminal justice system. That would actually be a more effective message that he seems to be incapable of doing. Instead, he plays to tropes and they end up being offensive and turning
It's because it would hurt the white voter base. Oh, Trump freed some
dude
black
can't
people.
do anything wrong with them. He won't hurt shit.
More voters than they will attract.
What about black men in particular? This narrative, this notion that black men are somehow peeling away from President Biden and sort of turning toward Donald Trump.
The black colleges
real? Is
you'll
there
hear
polling to
them
back
say
that
a
up?
lot.
Again-
Tim Scott specifically will not shut up about that point.
Yeah.
Context is important here. There has long been a gender gap in African American communities. In an article I co-wrote with friend Nadia Brown at Georgetown, we traced it back to 1972. The only time where you don't really see a gender gap is in the 2008 election with Barack Obama. So while the gender gap kind of ebbs and flows and it gets bigger over time, it's always been there. Black women have been more democratic than their black male counterparts for the last 50 years. So one, he's already playing the kind of natural tendencies in African American voting behavior. It is true that Republicans have tried to reach out to African American men to try to peel off support, and there is the possibility that Trump might actually be effective in being able to have some success at the margins. But this does not constitute, as of right now, a sea change or a realignment. It's going to take decades of incremental, consistent erosion in black support overall for us to say that we're seeing a realignment of black voters.
Or you see a direct flip in policy that sees the entirety of the black voters go to the Republicans, like the last time. I think it was the Dixiecrats, right? That's when it swapped last time.
Well, the Dixiecrats were a third party that fucking basically fucked the
But that's basically when the party shift happened, right?
No, it happens in after FDR.
Was it Jim Crow?
No, it's like after FDR.
Yeah, I know, but when was Jim Crow? Like, was it Jim Crow that triggered it? Like, what triggered the party shift? There was some event that happened that triggered the party shift. I can't remember, but it was specifically voters in the South, I think, that changed the parties.
Well, yeah, the Dixiecrats did shift stuff, but the Civil Rights
Act. There you go. So yeah, okay, so that's yeah. So it was the Civil Rights Acts that shifted the parties the last time. That makes sense.
Donald Trump returned to the presidential campaign trail last week in Arizona, where he said President Joe Biden has lost control of the U.S.-Mexican border.
It's all unsustainable. But the Biden invasion is no accident. It's a deliberate demolition of our sovereignty and of our borders somehow.
It's funny how he's not talking about how he was the one that torpedoed the border bill, which would have given Republicans everything that they would have wanted. It's funny how they don't mention that. I wonder why they wouldn't mention that.
Now, somebody's going to explain to us why they would want this to happen. I guess
I just explained it to you.
It's probably votes.
There is no evidence that non-citizens...
Yeah, it was votes, actually. You didn't want to give Biden a political win in an election year. That's why you fucked the border. Good job, Trump. Real pro-America right there.
...are voting in significant numbers in U.S. elections. Trump was asked how he'll stop illegal migration and said he'll act against foreign governments that feed it.
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs that are so severe.
The Biden administration this month moved to block asylum claims at the Mexican border when arrests for illegal crossings exceed 2,500 a day. Biden says necessary immigration reform need not come with the inflammatory remarks that Trump directs toward migrants.
While we fight for comprehensive immigration reform, he calls immigrants rapists and murderers. He says they are not people. They are not people. He says immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country. Folks, my predecessor wants a country just for some of us. We want a country for all of us.
Biden says Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric is out of line with founding American principles.
We represent how we are as a nation of immigrants, nation of dreamers, nation of freedom. And that's the America we share.
Trump's rallies last week.
The ideals were founded on. What were you talking about? Post-Civil War or revolution?
Were his first since being convicted of falsifying business records to hide so-called hush money payments he made ahead of the 2016 election. He told a rally in Nevada that his trial was the result of Biden weaponizing the judicial system while failing at the border.
This is the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been no third world country has a border like that. And no third world, I'll tell you what, no third world country has weaponization where they go after political.
Outdated language too. He doesn't even know. It's the global South, dickhead.
candidates like we have either.
Associated Press poll in March showed shifting voter attitudes on immigration, with nearly a third of Americans now saying it is
literally Imran Khan.
the major risk that immigrants will commit crimes.
Guests at Donald Trump's New Jersey golf clubs may soon have to go elsewhere, at least if they're looking.
Trump's convictions could make him take a surprising L. What does L mean?
For a gin and tonic or a nice afternoon martini, because his conviction in the hush money trial could cost those establishments their liquor licenses. Now, Donald Trump was recently found guilty on 34 felony counts involving payment of hush money to adult actresses, adult content actresses, Stormy Daniels and all that. I don't know why I'm being weird about it. I feel like porn star sounds harsh, right? But you get it. Okay. Anyway,
star. She's a star of that industry.
Yes.
Are they back in like COVID setup? What is happening?
So he falsified.
Are they in the same office? I'm so confused.
Business records. He was found guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records. But it turns out that state law prohibits anyone from holding liquor licenses who has been convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Okay, so the New Jersey Division of Alcoholic Beverage Control, ABC, which is part of the Attorney General's office, is reviewing the impact of President Trump's conviction on the above referred licenses or reference licenses and declines further comment at this time, a spokesperson for the office said in an email Monday. Okay, so let's get into what moral turpitude is. Fun word. It's actually a pretty vague standard. So part of what goes into that calculation is a requirement that a person must have a reputable character and would be expected to operate the licensed business in a reputable manner, according to the division. The New Jersey ABC handbook goes into further detail saying the term moral turpitude denotes a serious crime from the viewpoint of society in general and usually contains elements of dishonesty, fraud, or depravity.
I don't know
and
if
so
this is true.
He could have his liquor licenses taken away
but
from
like the guy who
his
invented
golfing
Thinner allegedly invented it to fight ghosts. Because he got like high as fuck on the fumes, and when he splashed on the walls, he believed that like the paint was in the shape of the phantoms he was banishing. I don't know if this is true or an urban legend type thing, but it's funny as fuck, right?
It is funny.
Establishments in New Jersey.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TY, it's going to make.
I do feel like this is a bridge too far. I don't know.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference. This will actually happen. Just need our audience to be 8 members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Do it. This
State of
dude's
one
got
Bob.
this dude's got pretty good taste though. Like I like that art.
Painting?
Yeah, and I also like his shirt.
Mendez. There will be a way to figure out a way out of this for Donald Trump and his various business interests. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that nobody is shutting this guy's business down because he just got convicted as a felon in New York State. I just think this is just, letter of the law. Like, don't get it twisted. I think somebody less powerful, influential, if they pissed off some important people in New Jersey, I'm sure they could pursue this law in such a way that could make their lives hard. Somebody like Donald Trump, you just don't get to do that kind of thing on a loophole to somebody that powerful and that influential, who might become president of the United States, by the way, in November. I don't think his guests will have any problem getting their lemon drop anytime soon.
I would just say to the Attorney General who would get to make the decision about whether
Where's the analysis? You suck. You suck.
President Joe Biden told gun control activists in Washington Tuesday that he needs their help to strengthen gun laws.
We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation.
Biden called for a federal ban on
what does that mean?
Assault weapons and criticized Republican opponents.
What is an assault weapon?
Trying to close the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is responsible for
closing the ATF? Based Biden?
for fighting gun crime.
You can't be pro-law enforcement and say you are pro-law enforcement and be pro-abolishing the AFT.
That's true. That is very true. They are naturally hypocritical. So don't be pro-cop.
outrageous. Nearly a third of Americans say they have a gun, according to the Pew Research Center.
That's
Donald
why
Trump
you're
told
not going to
America's
ban
largest gun lobby
Exactly.
in May that Biden wants to take away those guns.
If the Biden regime gets 4 more years, they are coming for your guns, 100% certain.
You pass more gun control than Obama.
Trump says gun rights in the U.S. Constitution's Second Amendment would be guaranteed.
Remember your bump stock ban that was completely based on stupid fucking statistics from idiots like Everytown and Mums Demand Action? That you can actually bump fire rifles without one? Yeah, you banned those. You remember that? You remember all those gun laws you passed as well and you helped the Democrats pass? Yeah, that was you. Very cool. I'm pretty sure, actually, there have been more reversals of gun laws under Biden than any other president, I would hesitate to say.
But can they fight ghosts?
But think about it, right? The handgun laws were overturned in New York, right? There were a few overturned in New York. Florida had some
If you
overturned.
infuse the bullets with blood, you can use it against BTs.
I think Florida had some overturned. California had a magazine ban overturned.
They're called clips.
No. Texas, I think I said Texas. There were a few northern, like sort of north states that I had a few as well, I think. But like, yeah, all things considered, Biden's
When you're tweeting about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get the white folks under control? And
I don't know.
By his election, but threatened by Biden's election.
So what are the odds that
Our
Jonah's
country's
making a
going to be
video
destroyed
about
in
this?
so many ways, but the Second Amendment.
And how funny will it be if it happens?
It
What
would
do you
be
think
funny.
he would pick?
What is he gonna say?
I don't know, but what would he pick? What takes do you think he would be angry about to scream about?
He would be really on me about being anti-communist and calling me a fascist. Is what I'm predicting. Pretty much what the chat jokes about. But like seriously. Or he listened to me and actually took it seriously and isn't doing it at all.
He didn't respond though. I think he's
No, he
fuming.
Will be. It's under siege, but with me, they never get anywhere.
Trump told the National Rifle Association that
It's all
gun
one
owners will make him
person's
a winner
fault.
in November.
This
These are
guy.
great patriots. These are great people.
He told me to reach out and do it, so I did. This guy.
We're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to win this election at levels that
Uh-huh.
nobody's ever seen before.
Trump's
You're not
record
going to
on
believe
gun
it. What I'm
control
going to
as
do, my
president is
plans are
reason
so
not to
good. You
re-elect
won't
him,
believe them
Biden
when they
says.
happen.
predecessor told
You'll
the
be like,
NRA
wow, what a
convention
great
recently,
plan. Why
he's
didn't I
proud to
think of
quote, "I
that at
did
the
nothing
time?
on guns when I was president. And by doing nothing, he made the situation considerably worse.
Biden spoke about guns Tuesday on the same day his son Hunter
Liar.
was convicted on charges including illegally purchasing a gun.
They're both just lying.
It's me.
That's
Tony
the funniest part.
Lasagna.
Are you calling Italians liars?
Oh my
Joe
god,
Biden did
Brother
not speak about
Spider-Man
his
is wanting
intentions,
to
but
saving
did
me
issue a
from
written
crazy
statement
Iblis.
saying he'll accept the outcome of this case and continue to respect the judicial process. Hunter Biden is the first child of a sitting U.S. president to be convicted of a crime and is scheduled to stand trial on separate federal tax fraud charges in September. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
Good.
No single action can solve the entirety of the gun violence epidemic. But
True.
together, our efforts, your efforts, are saving lives. We can help her out.
No, they're not. Actually, I would argue
I
they
know more
are
than
one
you.
of the biggest contributors to the mimetic mass shooting trend. They are actually harming people by overhyping this and making it a bigger problem than it actually is. By using incorrect statistics and hyping up the issue.
Bro,
By
I do not
actually
understand it.
addressing
It
the
like
fact
hurts my brain.
that there are multiple different types of mass shootings that need to be categorized in a specific way that you can tackle the issues directly, because they are not caused by the same thing. They are not performed by the same people. It is different. Guns are not the issue. You need to look further in. You need to do better. You need to do better. If you actually care about kids and saving lives,
it would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
You need to actually focus on the problems, not the tool.
He's not going to do shit. It's fake.
I'm not talking to Biden.
It's all fake. He's pretending to get election points. That's why they make up the statistics anyway, so they can constantly run on, I'm going to make the difference about guns.
Mm-hmm. And if they could just be like, hey, we streamlined the statistics like it has actually been for 16 years.
Take credit for lowering gun.
And be like, oh, by the way, we've revised the statistics that we use. Mass shootings are actually 500% down this year.
Civilians were killed, and that's what we're going to continue to try to do.
And we've proven we can do more than just thoughts and prayers. Just more than thoughts and prayers. You're changing.
When did a Peloton bike kill someone once?
Politics. You're proving that you're powerful and you're relentless. And I'm
Why are you yelling at women, Biden?
No more military aid. Let me close with this. I know many people here have been impacted by gun violence and are tired and frustrated. I know. I've been to too many. I've literally spoken with well over 1,000 families.
Giving me harder, daddy.
Mass shootings. And look in their eyes. You can almost feel that black hole they feel in the center of their chest, like they're being sucked in.
It's good acting,
no way
Biden.
out. If they have remaining children, you look at the children and they wonder, mommy, daddy.
1/3 of the country owns guns. You're not alienating that many people with policy. The Republicans did with fucking
We have
Roe.
no choice. We cannot
Wild.
give up trying.
And that's why they're gonna lose. I mean, as I was talking to someone on Twitter, and they came back with a very interesting response I did not expect, which was our analysis that because Trump candidates have been getting washed out, right? The 2020 lost, 2022 lost. What trend has changed other than the Israel invasion, right? That would push Trump over Biden at this point after 2 elections rejecting him and his candidacies.
People being stupid, being like, hey, times were better under Trump. The dollar was worth more. Gas prices were lower under Trump.
Maybe.
Lives lost and all those who still live.
Yeah, currency. That's how currency works,
I
guys.
have no illusions about how difficult it may be, but I also have no illusions about the people in this room.
Maybe you should vote for somebody who's going to raise the minimum wage.
I'm going back
If you
to
want
what I
your
started
dollars
in
to
the
be
first
worth
place.
more.
And
It's
to say
real
thank you.
simple.
Mm.
Like, you know how much
All these
the
laws we can
economy
change to make it
would be stimulated for the lower and lower middle classes if the minimum wage went up?
If minimum wage matched inflation.
It doesn't even need to match inflation. You raise that shit by $1 and you're going to benefit the middle and lower class.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
Doesn't
as long
matter.
as they actually... Dude, I was speaking to an American chick that I know, and she told me that the bar she works at, she didn't get paid. Only tips.
Yep.
I was fucking blown away. I'm like,
that's
that is
service
fucked.
in general here. They basically can make it so you make nothing hourly because you get tips. Yep, there's a loophole.
That's fucked.
Yep.
Like, what a joke.
easier, but you're changing people's lives. You're convincing your neighbors and people this is necessary. It's beginning to move. Look what we've already done around the community. Look at the movement you've built, the elected officials standing with you. Look at all the mothers' organizations across the country.
Mr. President, you are making a change. I love you so much. And
Cringe.
U.S. President Joe Biden on Tuesday touted his efforts to reduce gun violence and called for further restrictions on firearms at a rally in Washington.
Who in God's name needs a magazine which can hold 200 shells? Nobody, that's right.
The event highlighting his efforts to curb illegal guns came just hours after his son Hunter Biden was criminally convicted.
Who's using 200 shell mags?
I don't even think 200 round magazines exist for shotguns.
Yeah,
the only one
he
I
doesn't know what a shell is.
No.
I think we should get Biden to, Putin goes out and he shoots the fucking service weapon, right? We should have Biden be shooting the next generation squad weapons and shit.
That'd be cool. Get him laying down, shooting the machine gun.
Okay, that's a little much. Laying down.
No,
he'd sit in the fucking sniper.
Wear his aviators?
No, he'd sit in the sniper stool where the rifle was locked into the sniper brace.
Yeah, well, it's also because tipping culture in America as well. It's like, but this is the other thing is like, if I'm at a restaurant and the waiter's a cunt, why would I give them extra money?
You don't have to give them any. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah.
Right, but some restaurants put it in with the bill, which is interesting. No, like the federal minimum wage here is so fucking low. Now, the thing is that there still is state wages.
Yeah.
And those vary more. So that's like the justification of not raising the federal wage is that it's like the bare baseline and states can decide their own. But like it's like $7.25 or something.
Yeah. And it hasn't changed forever, right?
Yeah. Well, federally, but state minimums have gone up depending on where you live.
Well, it depends on the state as well, because if the state minimum wage in California is $8, everybody's going to be on the street. Or maybe California wouldn't be as expensive. Yeah, who knows?
Or illegally possessing a firearm while using drugs. On stage, the Democratic president did not mention his son's conviction. He spoke instead about his visits with families who had lost loved ones to gun violence and pointed toward the 2-year anniversary of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
It's the most significant gun legislation in nearly 30 years. It was designed to reduce gun violence and save lives, and I'm so proud of the tremendous progress we made since then.
That legislation was spurred by mass shootings at a Texas elementary school and a New York supermarket. The law established new criminal offenses for the straw purchasing of firearms by buyers who lie about the gun's intended owner, among other provisions. And Biden underscored what he said were the administration's investments in public safety.
You know, the year before I came to the presidency, the murder rate was the highest increase on record. Last year, we saw the largest decrease of murder in history.
What? Violent crime is down because of Democrats?
Former President Donald Trump to win a second term.
Or maybe it's just trends.
I thought Trump was the law and order president.
The verdict in the Hunter Biden case comes in the middle of his father's presidential reelection campaign, and just 2 weeks after the presumptive Republican nominee, Donald Trump, was found guilty on 34 felony counts in his hush money criminal case.
To unpack what all of this means politically, we're joined now by our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez. Laura, let's start with President Biden. Have we heard anything in the way of a response from him publicly? And also, what are you hearing from people close to him?
We have a response from President Biden. He issued a statement today that reiterates much of his past comments on the matter. In a statement, President Biden said that...
Did you see the lighting fuck up there? What was that?
They
had a few technical difficulties. He was looking at the wrong camera to begin,
Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family.
Suddenly
our love
changed,
and support.
but you could
Nothing
tell that he
will
was
ever
like
change
shaken.
that.
Yeah.
I spoke to a Democratic lawmaker close to the president, Amna, and they said that essentially President Biden has approached this as in two distinct roles: as a father who is trying to support his son and comfort his son and make sure that he continues on the path of recovery.
Listen, you're going to go to jail and they're going to make you eat salad, and it's not very delicious.
And show that he is not involved in this whatsoever, and this is an independent matter. And then I also spoke to a longtime aide to President Biden, former
He's
aide,
got
who
AIDS?
said that this has been weighing on President Biden as well as Jill Biden when it comes to the fact
AIDS
that it can
burger
have an
in
impact, the verdict can have an
paradise.
impact on Hunter Biden specifically, and whether or not he is able to maintain his recovery. There's concern about a potential relapse. And so Jill Biden was there at the courtroom, in the courtroom for much of the trial, showing not just a public display
go
way,
listen to
but
Nancy
trying to show
Reagan,
Hunter
am I
that
right?
she was there for him personally.
What about the response from former President Trump, from Republican lawmakers, many of whom we saw decry the justice system after former President Trump's conviction? What have we heard today?
A campaign spokesperson for President Trump issued a statement saying, quote, "This trial has been nothing more than a distraction from the real crimes of the Biden crime family. Biden's reign over the Biden family criminal empire is all coming to an end on November 5th. Again, repeating baseless accusations against President Biden, claiming that he was involved in his son's business dealings.
Sounds like this is a
overseas, which
left-wing
there has
biased
been
against
evidence
Trump news
support
organization.
those claims from President,
What?
from former
What's
President
that? They're
Trump, as well as
legally
other
mandated
Republicans. It's
to be
important to note on
unbiased?
the difference
That's
between
not
the way
true at
Republicans
all? This is
reacted
just
to
fact?
the verdict in Trump's New York case versus the way Democrats have reacted to the Hunter Biden verdict.
The
And that's that
hydraulics on these
Republicans
chairs are
called
just
for the
like
system
so
rigged
fucked. It
when the
just
verdict came down,
slowly
and
slips.
they ultimately thought that there was a conspiracy theory. Democrats, by comparison, have said that the judicial process
Bro,
needs to be respected.
Laura, what about
His
in-
lore makes more sense than Destiny lore.
All right.
You know what has the best lore?
What?
StarCraft 2. Diablo 3 is pretty good too.
Steven Crowder.
All right, this will be the last one. Unless you've got anything else you want.
I don't think so.
No.
Has been really lost, I think.
Yeah.
For a while now. And I don't know how things are going with his new business enterprise. But I feel like when you've got to have full-on fascists come onto your
You
show,
think if I get another chinchilla and name it Mouseline, that'll be problematic?
What?
If I get another chinchilla and name it Mouselini, would that be problematic?
No. That would be hysterical.
Desperate. Here is Stephen Crowder speaking with British politician Nigel Farage. Are they going to go into how well Brexit working out or what?
I think he just sort of revived his political career, Farage. Now he's like running for parliament again.
Oh, wow.
So maybe a big get for Stephen, actually.
But yeah, when you think about it, okay, fine, sure, nation of immigrants. But people came here at one point, whether it's the Irish.
I should just say,
so
of course,
here's the thing.
This is
Here's the
going to
thing.
be.
I gotta disagree because while I agree that Halo lore is fantastic, the first game literally has no lore. There's hardly anything. It's explained like in the level, like Cortana like walks you through stuff.
It's exposition.
But like the actual lore itself is like underneath stuff. Like they don't really talk about like the contact war and stuff like that. I mean, Mass Effect, there's all that stuff in the game as well, where they'd be like the first.
Yeah,
contact
they
war.
don't talk about the species assimilation or anything like that in the Covenant.
Yeah.
They
Mass
don't talk
Effect
about
is
how
very
they're in
grounded. I
caste
wouldn't say it's
systems.
better or more entertaining lore than Halo, but it's very grounded and it feels very real and political in Mass
Yeah.
Effect. But
like even they don't talk about like the caste system within the Covenant as well, because that's also a thing. It's super crazy once you actually get into it.
the second one's cool because it's like the Arbiter story, and it's like you know.
Yeah.
And then the third one, it was just they're trying to make an epic conclusion more than like tell a deep story. Like they don't explain what Gravemind is at all. I had no idea what was up with Gravemind or what it was when I was a kid. I didn't understand what a Gravemind was.
An extremely manly conversation because they're both.
I didn't
they
understand
both
that
have
Keys
cigars.
was a proto Gravemind
and the
in
lumberjack
first game. They don't explain that.
shirt for
Yeah, he's
Steven.
trying to really butch it up.
Got to perform your gender, baby.
I would just point out that
Halo
Farage
4's lore is
represents the
actually kind of
monarchy,
sick
and Crowder's supposed to
because
represent.
it's actually set up in the terminals in Halo 3. So like the terminals are actually really, really fucking interesting part of the story in Halo 3.
Yes, they are.
Where
Yes.
they're literally talking about who's the boss, what's his name in Halo 4?
I
The
don't know, I didn't
Primogen.
play- I
That's
didn't play it.
Turok. But like he's the guy who's in the terminals. Like he's like a commander of the Forerunner trying to kill the Flood, and he's the one who activates the rings in those terminals.
Okay, interesting. I haven't like done a full playthrough of Halo 3 for a hot minute.
I just watched the lore video on the terminals. That's why I know.
Republic, but anyway.
caffeinated when you put it in context. So imagine what they would have done. But yeah, when you think about it, okay, fine, sure, nation of immigrants. But people came here at one point, whether it's the Irish, Jews from Europe at one point in time, Italians, right? They came here with a promise of nothing. Right. It was a risk that they were taking to try and build a life that's very different from a country that has.
What about the Chinese? Like there was like just going to go through various semi-white people who made it into white, like.
Also not true remotely, but if you look at the type of materials that were used to recruit people to make the voyage from Europe to America, it was all, look at all this farmland we'll give you if you're Europe.
100%.
Yeah. Look at all the opportunity. It wasn't because I get promised nothing, so I'm going to uproot myself from my entire family and continent and go try my luck in America.
Right.
Irish, Jews from Europe at one point in time, Italians, right? They came with a promise of nothing. It was a risk that they were taking to try and build a life that's very different from a country that has a welfare state where people are coming to benefit from that social safety net.
So, Milton Friedman, the high priest
Milton Friedman
of free markets. And people say, but Nigel, how can you want to limit immigration?
Is every fuckwit, pseudo-intellectual have a smoking jacket and smoke cigars? Nobody believes you're a sophisticated intellectual.
No,
as soon as
it's
you open your
alpha.
mouth. Okay.
Alpha males smoke cigars.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe in free markets. Even Milton Friedman said, you cannot have the free movement of peoples around the world, all the while you have a social security system.
Right. That's exactly right.
Exactly right.
Well, that's why when you say you're a libertarian, I remember spending quite a bit of time in D.C. and had a lot of friends who worked, for example, at Reason Magazine. And they believed in open borders. They believed that borders are just kind of it's sort of an antiquated idea. And many of them ended up voting for Obama, which surprised me, where I said, oh, okay, so if libertarian in the States means it can include at one point in time, Glenn Beck, Greg Gutfeld, and Bill Maher, I was like, this doesn't really mean anything. So I would tend to be considered more libertarian, but
no, you're not. You don't understand what the term means.
Neither one of you are.
That's the funniest part, is all these conservatives that claim that they're libertarians just don't understand what libertarian means. Because libertarian is open borders. Libertarian is limited government. Libertarian is capitalist and cap, basically just a little bit of government to build the roads and shit.
I just say conservative.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm libertarian in a sense. I do not want the government telling me whether I can smoke a cigarette in a local pub. I don't want government telling me whether I can hunt foxes at weekends. If that's what I want to do, if that's my thing, I should be allowed to do it. And I think, during the pandemic, we reached a level.
If what you are doing is wiping
being
out
libertarian does not mean I don't like it when government do thing.
No.
What ideology is like more, I love the government, I want them more involved in my life?
Socialism?
Well, not maybe certain types, but even progressivism, it's not, I want the government to run my life. It's more of, I want more social safety nets from the government. I don't want to fucking talk to the government. They're not mandating I need these social safety nets.
They should be there if you need them. It's the entire point is, and this is what I always say, is if the government needs to exist, it should be there to protect the people from corporations and itself.
Libertarians, though, they believe in stuff like no public land.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yes. Yeah, it's that sort of stuff. The full privatization, dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Limited government, social contract, not laws, great. Granted, the social contract is essentially worthless at the end of the day. But if everybody benefits from the social contract being followed, then the social contract is all you fucking need. Realistically, it's as soon as someone like these.
Well, liberalism is just an actual contract that is the social contract.
Yes, yeah.
There's really no difference there.
Except the contract gives government.
It's just like money. Like if there wasn't dollar bills and money was just imaginary and we didn't actually have something to represent it, that's kind of weird. Which is kind of how libertarian is with social contracts.
Yeah.
where it's like anyone could technically say whatever money they want because you can't check how many dollars they have. You know, it's more of make up your own rules than it is like something that's defined and has backing in institutions like Leviathan theory does.
Of government control. Yeah, we'd never seen even in wartime.
It's true.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was.
Pause it. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of real stupidity in here. I'm a libertarian, except for when it means that it's going to interfere with my racism or xenophobia.
Pretty much.
But I sort of feel like at wartime, we actually have seen some pretty serious restrictions. I mean, I can't speak about the British, but I seem to remember if you were Japanese during World War II, it wasn't just you were forced to wear a mask. You were forced to actually go into concentration camps.
Yep.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
sure
but they had
Crowder will
baseball.
bring that up.
Or if you were a troop under George Washington, you had to get vaccinated.
I mean, things like that. Things like that.
I mean, my family story is this idea that we can't do immigration now that there's a social safety net. My family came to North Dakota not because of North Dakota, just the weather. It was because they were given land under the Homestead Act within walking distance of where Sitting Bull gave himself up to authorities in northwestern North Dakota. That was quite a nice safety net. You can just have some.
Yeah,
land.
but you weren't able to go into the local doctor with your Medicaid card, right?
Right.
In what was that, like 18 what?
Like 1906.
I mean, that's a thing. They didn't have, and of course, we didn't have Social Security at that time. There was welfare. It just, it was called land. That was basically it.
I mean, I'm pro this. I'm pro giving land away.
Yeah, we've never seen even in wartime. It's true.
Yeah, back.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it really was.
Not even in World War II did government limit people's lives like that.
Have you seen the awakening in the UK, in Europe, that we've seen in the United States? Because I will tell you.
The Spanish flu.
What's that thing where they make you go to war?
The draft.
Right. Okay. I'm just curious.
Yep. Yeah. Does that limit somebody's life when you're a male of a certain age, and if you don't have the money or the connections to get out of it, you're going to be sent overseas to fight a war?
What's that thing where they say
a typical person's weekly ration allowed them 1 egg, 2 ounces of tea and butter, 1 ounce of cheese, 8 ounces of sugar, 4 ounces of bacon, 4 ounces of margarine during wartime in Britain. Shut the fuck up, you actual dumb cunts.
Also, what I said. I don't remember what
We're gonna give.
So you like how I used the British example because Nigel Farage is fucking British.
Oh, I said the fucking
stupid
Spanish
fucking
flu.
cunt. The Spanish flu. What about it?
Yeah, you think COVID mandates were bad?
Oh, yeah. Like, fuck. Yeah, okay. Oh, man.
Give you tickets and you're going to be able to get this amount of sugar or this amount of butter.
Yeah. You know what's
rationing? We had rationing during World War II. I imagine they had it in Britain as well.
They sure did, and I just read it off.
Speaking of World War II, I don't know if Farage knows anything about this, but at the end of World War II, the British people voted Winston Churchill out and started the National Health Service.
No way. People's lives like
Have
that.
you seen the awakening in the UK, in Europe, that we've seen in the United States? Because I will tell you, I've not seen more people have the veil lifted who are apolitical or who are liberal than COVID. I mean, moms with children in schools. But I come from Canada. I was raised where a lot of my friends back home, they still don't get it. In America, people get it. Is it the same thing in the UK? Where a lot of people
I doubt he talks to anyone from when he was a child. I think everybody hates him. Just like here in the
probably
just
because
like
he sexually assaulted them.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
I was the first lockdown I could live with. You know, I saw the scenes in Milan, and I thought, "Wow, is this the 1919 flu?" I we all did. We all did. I didn't mind locking down for a couple of weeks.
I was the only one who didn't.
No, I was okay with that. Let's find out what it is. All right, let's find out what it is.
Pause it real quick. Crowder, when he says, like, I'm the only one who don't think it is, Crowder was predicting that there would be similar amount of death as the typical flu. So that is what he thought. Just to put it.
Missed it by that much.
That's what it is. All right, let's find out what it is. But after that, the second lockdown, I thought was, I mean, quite frankly, by second and third lockdowns, I just ignored it completely. It was great.
Oh, yeah.
I could drive down the motorway fast. There were no cars on the road.
Right, yeah.
Can you pause it?
Well, we did.
So, okay, we're talking about
First
the
of all,
level.
we didn't have a second lockdown.
Yeah, but okay, but he's
Not
contradicting his own thesis in his statement there that we've never seen such an authoritarian crackdown on liberties since COVID. And he's saying, but though, that he had the ability to disregard it and drive around and do whatever the hell that he wanted. That's a little bit different than people who were, say, forced to serve in Vietnam, or Japanese people who were forced to go into internment camps in this country against their will.
Or even like what China did.
I mean,
to COVID.
Also, you can't exactly retaliate. He's armed. And he's the type of person that if you retaliated, he would shoot you because he's a psycho.
Right.
Have you seen him fire a gun, though?
No.
He might not even know how.
Anyway.
When that happened, that's where we did the Mug Club Quarantine Month, was our biggest month of growth. The very first lockdown, everyone was in there, including conservatives, in their basement. We said we're doing 2 a day. So we did 2 shows a day because I knew people were locked at home. And I can't tell you how many conservatives whose names I won't provide right now call me saying, this is really irresponsible. You shouldn't be doing the crew. I'm like, well, guess what? They all decided they want to work. They saw the ride. They bought a ticket anyway. But do you think that in the UK?
Sorry.
Big con.
We haven't talked about Steven Crowder for a long time. Is this the guy who is suing all of his ex-employees to shut up and not tell stories? And the guy who was all sorts of leaks about how poorly he treated his workers? Is that the same guy, or am I mistaken?
Big Tech is in bed with Big Con.
Yes. The guy that allegedly couldn't stop putting his testicles onto his employees.
That's what's been reported.
Yeah, well.
Want to work. They saw the ride. They bought a ticket anyway. But do you think that in the UK there has been that foundational shift where people realize that they're lied to?
We've woken up. We're
woke. Woke.
You know what's funny? I'm looking through. I just typed in Steven Crowder shooting gun. There's one video of him at a shooting range. I scrolled through the entire video. He only picks the gun up.
He never shot Bud Light or anything?
He never shoots the guns. Never on camera.
He doesn't
anyway.
know how. He's too embarrassed that he'll look. I am convinced he has no idea how to shoot a gun, or he's real limp-wristed and can't handle recoil. And he also he's got it's like a 357s that he uses too. Like they're like big ass fucking like in Day of the Dead when he pulls out the revolver and says, "Sit down or I'll have you shot." It's those big ass guns.
They're still Magnum rounds. They're the smaller Magnum rounds, but they're still Magnum rounds. Like they're not the fuck
his
around
gun
with.
is he uses the big ass revolvers.
Yeah, the Magnums.
That we were lied to. The other thing, and I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole on this, as some people have done, but there can be little doubt that some of the vaccines that were produced just weren't vaccines. And I remember, and I had the first two. You know why?
Oh, no.
You know why? I wanted to come to America. All right. This is my fourth trip here this year already.
Right.
So I'm in America, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a year.
I guess being in America with a third nipple is better than not being able to.
So I had the first two. And then it came to.
Was that a joke? That was cringe.
Yeah, well,
the booster.
He's cringe.
And I did it on my TV show. I said, right, I'm going to debate over the next week whether I should have the booster. And I was being texted. I was being emailed.
I don't even want to hear this anymore. This is so stupid. So stupid.
I love this trend of Sam labeling the videos having an idiot contest with somebody. That's a great way to title that. But we're done.
Oh no, it's his producers who made that title.
Oh, is it?
Well, there's this joke where it was Jackson Hinkle, and it's like he labeled it as Jimmy Dore fan, and Hinkle had a problem with it, and since Jimmy Dore just blamed an article fuck up on his producer, and then he said that guy was fired. So Jackson Hinkle whined about the title being a Jimmy Dore fan or something. And then Sam says, "Oh, that was the producer who made that. I don't do my own titles." Needless to say, he's been fired, and I fixed the title. And it was like an even more shaming, embarrassing title.
That's awesome. I actually rate that. That's good.
I don't remember the exact joke, but I remember seeing it, and I was fucking laughing my ass off.
Alrighty.
I gotta poo so
We
bad.
will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
That's right. Good night.